This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Welcome everybody here on MXGB-TV, brought to you by Dirt Store. We are at Preston Docks for round 4 of this Motul MXGB British Championship. Look at it in all its glory. My name's Jeff Perrott. I'm joined by Phil G, as always. Phil, we've finally had a bit of rain. We've had 3 rounds where we haven't had any rain.
Indeed.
But it's not a bad thing.
No, but we've kind of skirted the worst of the weather so far today, touching wood. We were expecting a lot of rain yesterday, which didn't materialise. You can see there the track looking absolutely prime. We've just finished all of our qualification. And, yeah, we're looking forward to a really, really good event here for round 4 here at Preston Docks.
I think so. The track, a sand circuit, but as we've said before, in prime condition. Lee and his team here at Preston Docks have got it pretty much bob on. They were kind of waiting last night to see what was going to happen with the weather. They didn't overwater it. We've seen the 3 qualifying sessions, and the track is looking good. It's loose, it's soft, but not soft to the point where it's heavy going. But remember, of course, if you like what you see, we're going to say this every round. We don't mind repeating it. We're not embarrassed by it because we want more people to support British motocross. Spread the word. Press like and subscribe. The little thumbs up icon. Let's get people tuning in to the British Championship motocross, and then we can keep working and keep not only improving the events, but the live stream production, etc., etc., Phil.
Yeah, definitely. You see their track. So most of the crowd then, we've got our hospitality area off there to the left, and our crowd lining either side. We're currently in the middle of our autograph session out here on track, and obviously, as always, you can't beat being here, but if you can't be here, watch us on MXGB-TV. Also going out live on FIM-Moto.TV as well, to a global audience, so welcome to all you guys following us on FIM-Moto.TV.
Yeah, and Preston is a great place. I first started coming up, I don't know when, mid-90s. I thought it's a long way to go for me, living on the south coast. But when I got here and finally got here, the actual, obviously we're right next to the River Ribble. And I think, you know, the sand content through time, that's why it's a sand-based circuit. It is a fun track to ride. It looks like Lee and the team have lipped up some of the jumps. There's some new sections out there, not new sections as in the layout, but some new obstacles.
Yeah, they've done some nice stuff, and seeing how it rode this morning, pretty much all of them look like they're being used inside and out. So sometimes it's the inside line, nobody's going outside, but definitely the change that they made, we've got that lovely back loop in as well, which is
sweet.
That looks good. So
that is deep sand round there. Then they've got some rollers coming back up, the Moto Verde rollers, which last year Conrad, when he was racing Jeffrey Hurlins, kind of nailed that bit better than Jeffrey. Actually passed him there.
You did, yes.
So that section's worth looking out for. Jeffrey Hurlins fans, obviously, he was scheduled to ride here. Unfortunately, for those of you that follow the sport will know that Jeff's got another injury that's unfortunately seen him not being able to make it. Having said that, we found a pretty good replacement.
We've got Kaider Wolf here in MX2, who is hopefully, and I saw him from qualifying, not arms and legs faster than our second place qualifier, so that's good. But
you have to wonder if he, you know, like, how hard's he going to push? Still, obviously, trying to defend his world title. He doesn't want to do anything silly, although he was talking about doing like this massive, almost triple jump in the middle. But I think he's kind of talked himself out of that because we didn't see him do it in qualifying, Phil. So, yeah, I mean, we're set up for obviously a really good day's racing. Weather-wise, as we said, track's in good health. We'll see with the weather. I think we might get more showers later on. You can see on your screen right there grey clouds looming, but let's be honest, we've had hell of a run of weather recently.
Yeah, we've been very lucky, but obviously the first of our races coming up, we've got our 2-moto format. Then for our RFX 125s, they'll be first riders out on track, and then we will be into our MX2 class, and then the third race will be a Pico MX1 Championship Race 1, and then we'll repeat that again later on this afternoon. The format here, we've got pretty much, I think, 4 groups in 125 and in our 250 class, but I think we're about 35 in 450, so healthy rider numbers, considering we've got a few riders out injured as well. Healthy rider numbers across the board, which at round 4 of the championship, I think that's a really good thing to see. Oh,
it's in good health. We're at the halfway stage. This is effectively, the halfway stage we've had ready to go with the remaining rounds. So it's going to be interesting to see the lineups, like you said. And to be honest, it's been really well attended. Yes, limited within the amount of numbers we can take for MX2 at this round. Want to highlight for anybody watching that is a expert rider in their region, in their centre, whatever it may be. Listen, if you're not racing the British Championship, and we are coming to a track near you soon, this is for all riders that are not doing it, maybe based in Devon, Cornwall, in the UK. Get ready, because you could race one of these in any of the classes, 125, MX2, MX1. Get yourself booked in. Landrake, August 10th. That's our next round. I know we haven't got through this one yet, but that's the beauty of the format that we're now running. We are taking more entries, so you don't have to commit to the whole series. You can just go and dip your toe in, see how you get on. You might like it enough to go, I'm going to do all of them. Yeah, and certainly we've seen some fantastic racing across all 3 classes, and to be fair, I think the 125 class has been the one that has delivered the bar banging and the close racing that we certainly hoped it would do. MX2 has been a little bit up and down. Obviously, riders getting injured, and obviously we'll come to that. And we'll come to that when we look at the championship position shortly. And Conrad Muse, the class of the field in MX1. But again, still some good battles in there, and obviously Adam Sterry, although he's managed to lead a few laps and done a few things, not managed to put one across Conrad Muse in the British Championship, although he did put one across him, I think, at one of the meetings up in Wales. But anyway, championship positions then. Yeah, let's get them out. We're going to start with the 125s, the RFX 125 class, because that's how it's going to run throughout the day. We are going to have, as Phil has already mentioned, we effectively have 6 races. We have 3 classes. We have the 125 class, obviously MX2, and then MX1. 125s go first, so that's the key thing with that. So they're going to be coming out on track first, and that's we're going to see them out first. And it's going to be the MX2 class, and then obviously a MX1. Now, just to remind you, the under-21s are going to be part of that. They are going to be part of MX2. We have an under-21 championship that's engrossed in it as well. So,
yeah, we're just waiting for our graphic to catch up with us. But Charlie Richmond is our RFX 125 championship leader, currently on 126 points. But whilst he is championship leader, Jeff, he's yet to win a race.
Yes, but, he's looking. I tell you what, he looked particularly good in qualifying this morning.
Yeah, he did.
He topped there. So,
off the back of a decent performance at the Junior Worlds in the mud in France, and then Drew Stock. Then he's second. So Drew Stock then in second place. He's on 120 points with Ryan Waggett, then our early double race winner, in third position with 2 race wins. Then it's Hayden Statt, Harry Lee, Lucas Moncrief, then the youngest rider in the field, Zane Stevens, Chris Brindley, Alfie Geddes-Green and Lewis Spratt. That is your RFX 125 Championship top 10.
Yep, moving into the MX2 category. Again, some news breaking in that. Well, not breaking. For those that follow the sport will know that Tommy Searle, our championship leader on the Dirt Store Triumph, unfortunately had a crash at the Abu Dhabi World Tour Finals, AX World Tour Finals. Tough block, got caught up in his rear wheel. Nothing to do with Tommy, just one of those racing incidents. Went down, broke bones in his back, so he's sitting this one out. And he's already joked about he's going to already try and sabotage Billy Askew's run on him, his own teammate. And he said he's going to try and tamper with the bike to make sure that he obviously a jest, because his teammate is in second, Billy Askew.
Yeah, so we'll run through the championship positions then of our main MX2 class, and it is Tommy Searle then, the number 100, who currently leads on 131, but as you say, Jeff, we're not going to see him today, which does leave the door open for his teammate Billy Askew to leap in there and take possibly the lead in the championship. But we've got Bobby Bruce, another rider out injured, knee problem for the DRT Kawasaki rider. So Bruce then not going to be with us this weekend, and he is being replaced in the team by Kai Karsmakers. Yes,
so it's nice to have Kai with us. 2 Dutchmen, both the same name, for a Christian name anyway. So, yep.
And then we've got Ben Musto there in fourth. The AC United Gas man, again, another decent performance across all 3 rounds so far. Charlie Heyman there in fifth. Ollie Coleman 6th in the championship. Auriel Oliver, another story. No show from Oliver today.
So gutted about that, Phil, because he's last time out, he was such a pleasure to watch.
So he was the man that we were hoping Carter Wolf was going to have to deal with, but no Auriel Oliver this weekend, apparently through illness. Gian Dunson starting to find his feet in that Gable SS24 team after a rough start to the season. He's in 8th. Jake Nichols, the veteran Jake Nichols, in 9th, and the Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormick in 10th. And our JMR under 21 top 10 then. So Billy Askew, obviously top 10, second in the main championship. He is leading out that JMR championship from Bobby Bruce, who's not with us. But Ben Musto, 26 points adrift, and again, it's a DNF.
Yeah,
we've seen it. So Musto in there with a shout in third, Heyman fourth, Colmer and Dunson fifth and sixth. Josh Vale 7th, that's a decent start for him in his 250 career after getting injured at the Hawkston International. The 252-stroker Rafe Broadley that we love to see in here. Bailey Sutton and Max Harris.
Yeah, we do love to hear those 2 strokes out there. And the Jude Morris Racing Foundation Under 21 Championship, it's got prestige. I'm glad we brought it back. There's been some great names that have won the Under 21 title.
Yeah, on to our 450s then, our Apico MX1. Obviously, Conrad Muse unbeaten this season so far on 150 points. Adam Sterry there in second. Josh Gilbert third on 100, and again, still there or thereabouts. And don't forget Gilbert, DNF at Blacksall from that thrown chain, so that's knocked some points off him. Jamie Carpenter had some great races, but not brilliant results. He was good at Blacksall against a backdrop of having some mares there, so hopefully he'll be good today. The number 41 of Tristan Purdon 5th, Husband in 6th on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. Then it's Martin Barr on the Apico Honda, Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, who looked pretty good today when I saw him out on track, John Adamson and Chris Mills.
I see, very quickly, just want to highlight this, that Carlton Husband has his school friend and top fan, Jordan Pickford, the England football team goalkeeper, is here watching today.
Oh, okay.
So that's cool.
That's cool. So moving on then, we've got our Planet Moto first lap leaders and our first lap leaderboard. So currently then, this is points handed out for the people who lead the most first laps, and currently the standings are number one at the top of the leaderboard is the 811 of Adam Sterry in MX1. He is currently our Planet Moto first lap leader. With Ryan Waggett in second, and who's one of our RFX 125 riders, and Charlie Richmond there in third. So, and again, that's run across all three classes, so that will change, obviously, as the races go on.
I'm sure, Phil, that's a stat, even though he's winning the championship, that Conrad Muse is not happy about.
No, Conrad's not led a lot of first laps, and I think they'll be a bit disappointed with that. Our Phoenix Tools fastest lap then, that is something that's obviously we're finding, taking the fastest laps from each of those, and for the last round it was at Blacksall, it was Charlie Richmond that took it in the RFX MX 125 Championship, Aurel Oliver in MX2 and Conrad Muse in the Pico MX1 class. So all of those guys then up and on form in that. And finally then our Manufacturers Championship, Jeff Fantic leading the 125s at the minute on 87 from Gas. And then, KTM leading. In fact, it's not, it's Yamaha. They're not in point order. So it's Yamaha.
Just to annoy you.
Yeah, so it's Yamaha from KTM from Fantic in the 125s, and then Triumph leading, not unsurprisingly, in MX2, and then our MX1 Championship leaders. That is obviously going to be Honda with a maximum for Conrad Muse, with KTM sat there in second position on 125, and third place is Husqvarna on 89.
Yeah, so just to highlight how we do that, that's obviously we don't take all the point scoring manufacturer riders in the points from 1 to 20. Otherwise, we'd have a huge points total. So the manufacturers is just literally the leading rider of each brand will get the points. That's how it works. So yeah, that's why we've got those those different leaders, and maybe we'll add them all together, and in the future we might even do a combined one overall across the board, but that's how we're doing each one. Right,
we're going to take a short break. You can hear from our sponsors, and we will be back when in a few minutes, and we will be hopefully getting underway with the first of our RFX 125 championship races.
didn't get the type of start you want.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Okay, here we are, 125 racing about to get underway. The RFX 125 class, teenagers, exuberant, 125 two-strokes, everything you'd want to kick off the day here at the Motul MXGB British Championship at Preston. Phil, the 125s as ever, always entertain. They were first out for qualifying on a billboard track.
It was very nice.
Just the sound of it was brilliant. So let's talk through qualifying, who did what, to give you an idea of who's looking good leading into this opening moto.
Yeah, so Charlie Richmond, it was the man. He took pole position on the S-Briggs commercial Yamaha, and he was 1.3 seconds faster than our first round championship winner on the Raji Rai Racing KTM, Ryan Waggett, the number 55. There's the 418 of Drew Stock. He was there as well. He was up there in 5th. Decent qualifying from him. But Waggett from start, the youngster Lucas Moncrief at 5:31. And that's MX1. He was up there as well. Harry Lee in 6th. Alfie Geddes Green in 7th. Zane Stevens in 8th and Lewis Spratt in 9th.
Yeah, just ignore the graphic on your screen there. That's obviously not the 125 riders. That's the MX1 riders. So we'll just amend that. But we've got the actual times here in front of us. So like, as Phil's gone through them there, Richmond actually posted that quick lap towards the end of the session, which is most unusual on sandy tracks, because you normally have to throw in a heater early doors, and he did, but he actually got held up right on the last corner by guess who? Drew Stock.
Yeah.
And I think that fired him up. And then he came out towards the end of the session and laid it down and got that pole position.
So that is your top 6 then, as they start to put on their goggles. They're going to go off on their sight lap. We're going to take another short ad break, and we will be back with the gate drop of the first of our RFX 125 motos of the day.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me. Living through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, one above me. Living through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another level, one above me.
There's Oakley Kettle just leaving the holding area then. There's Justin Morris then, giving his riders a little bit of
filling the screen, making sure he gets his logo in the shot there. This 125 class, I mean, we always say about how good it is. It's refreshing for me and many motocross fans to see the next generation of rider actually, like, you know, because we're almost filling the line every time.
Yeah.
And it's just a great education for them, and it's refreshing to see a lot of riders coming back out. Numbers are up,
and a lot of these riders attended the Michelin tent last night for your young rider.
Yeah, there's Jamie Keith.
That's Jamie, yeah,
on his crutches now. Obviously he started this championship as favourite, but he didn't start it because he missed the first round with injury, came back, won at Canada Heights, and then got injured again.
Yeah. So we can have a look then at our RFX 125 qualifiers as they go out on their sight lap. And track looking in absolutely prime condition. And there we go. The top 40 qualifiers then was the number 30 then of Charlie Richmond. Like I say, fastest qualifier, yet to win a race, but championship leader. And Waggett, Stat, Lucas Moncrief, Drew Stock, Harry Lee, Alfie Geddiscreen, Zane Stevens, Lewis Spratt, and Finley Pickering. Finley Pickering returning from injury.
Yeah, good to see him back. He had a stellar final year on the 85. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to gain any momentum in his first year on a 125. Injury is setting back. But, you know, obviously, he's going to slowly build back up. Fingers crossed he won't get any more setbacks and he can start to build momentum. And ultimately, in his first year on a 125, if he finishes the season strong, then that will give him some real confidence and impetus to push on through the off-season and get ready, hopefully, for a genuine attack on the title for 2026. Yeah,
I was sent a nice blurb by Michael Smith then of MX Generations, who's doing the PR for
and supplying
us with some really nice biscuits as well. So top job of him looking after a few guys PR in this class. But he was quite excited that Finley was finally going to get back on circuit, and I think with the pressure of having to do a championship performance, he's just going to have to ride himself back into fitness. But good to see him here, back racing and in the top 10. But as you can see, the track conditions, it's warm here now.
It is.
We made the difference. Never mind whether we're going to be roll-offs or laminates. You went with shorts and I went with jeans, and I think that you've made the right call, Jeff.
Yeah, because it does. Our little TV unit here is not as glamorous as you think. It's effectively we're sat in a Tupperware box. Effectively,
it's an air-conditioned, luxurious TV booth as far as I'm concerned. We're not outside in the rain.
Yes,
it's a cracking little setup here, and I hope that you guys are enjoying all of the pictures that we are bringing you here on MXGB-TV. Don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you are picking this up. It all goes to help the algorithm and get us a little bit more noticed, and obviously get some feedback for all of the sponsors that help pay for this.
Absolutely. So yeah, big up, as we said, Dirt Store, that have really got not just behind the championship, which they've done for the last couple of years or so, but particularly this year, getting involved with us here at MXGB-TV. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thanks to Nick and everybody there at Dirt Store. Appreciate that. And of course, we've got a bunch of other partners across the series, which as we go throughout today's live stream, we'll mention. We'll get through all of them. Won't list them literally in alphabetical order right now because that's a long-winded affair.
It is a long-winded affair.
We've got a lot of sponsors, but we will give them all an honourable name check throughout the day. Obviously, ACU as well. Great that you know, they're looking at improving the championship with this new lease of life, as it were. Paul Irwin and the team coming in as series organizer, and of course each club we go to then laying on a round of the championship. So it's Lee McGarry and his team here at Preston Docks MX that are laying on this one. There's a really nice bit of motocross race circuit you're looking at on screen.
Yeah, though, Moto Verde Waves, as we named it for this weekend. One of those bits of track you think you would really love to ride until you actually ride it and realise that you're old and fat and slow like I am. But watching the top guys through there, getting it right, absolutely what motocross is all about. And
it's funny in a different perspective, Phil. We're looking at that, you know, as motocross riders go, oh, look, that's lovely. And then obviously we've probably got a bunch of people, scarring the landscape. No, more of that is what we need. We all do it. Drive around this beautiful country and go, God, the track you could have in there. Look at this, look at that.
But this then, we're right next to, so where we're looking at those trucks there, the River Ribble is right at the back of those trucks. And very, very tidal estuary into here. We're only about a mile and a half from the middle of Preston. It's unbelievable. We feel like we're in the middle of nowhere. Our rider's starting to come to the gate. Where are you going, Jeff?
I would personally go middle of the right-hand side as we look at it. I wouldn't go far inside, although on our academy, Michelin Academy last night, Justin was suggesting that if you top qualifying, he would stick right down the inside, which we advised Tommy Searle to go last year.
Yeah.
That's okay.
If you're Tommy Searle, you've got to cover that off. If you do not get the drop, you're buried before you're even 3 lengths down the straight.
The percentage is pretty much where they're going, where Charlie, the quickest qualifier, that's about where I would have gone if I was still in a position to top qualifying. Not that I ever was at British Championship level.
So Drew Stock then coming to the line. Like I say, he's coming off the back of a double win at the last round at Blacksall. Was chatting to his dad last night, and as well as not just him but Hayden Statt, it's not getting the bike behind the gate that's the big issue. It's getting to and from the races. Both of those guys suffering with transport issues. I know that Reeford's Transport in Northampton been helping out Drew Stock, getting him to the races, and I know that Hayden Statt and his dad Craig was saying that they're in a borrowed van this weekend. So these boys are doing a lot of miles. They did the Junior World Championships, they've done EMX races, they are all over Europe. And,
well, I know, Phil, early conversations are being had about potentially doing more with British riders for the EMX next year, but of course just very early conversations. That's not to put pressure on the powers that be and put them in a position, but I know it's on their radar. That's I'll go as far to say that.
So the 422 of Joe Granger. So these guys on the outside, I'm seeing the 98 of Holly Williams. I'm assuming that's a young lady. That name rings a bell to me. Where she qualified on there is the 300. That is Dylan Thruick, and then we've got a couple of guys. We've got Kieran Bullock that we've picked up from, and Jack Bullock that we've picked up from our youth class. So they're the younger riders. Number 9, that's Levi Redding. So a full gate of screaming 125s. Then it's a pretty short start straight here, Jeff.
It is, and it's a.
It tapers off.
It's a deceiving first corner. They actually sort of go across the track. They dissect round the back of the tabletop. And you think it's wide, Phil, and then all of a sudden it's not. It's not. It kind of looks like it goes wide, and then it just pinches up at the last minute. And then they go from left to immediately right. It's a bit of a pinch point, so look out for that. Right,
so here we go then. Fabian Junior Morrison right on the right-hand side of the gate here. On the left-hand side of the gate as we look at it from the front. Waiting for the 15-second and the 5-second board to go up. We'll hear the revs rise and we'll be underway with the first of our into gear. Here we go. Long gate hold. Somebody's hit the gate there and they go off up the start straight. And it looks like that's Richmond up the end from the middle.
Yeah. And I think it
is that Waggett round the outside.
Well, yeah, it's difficult to say. Yeah, Waggett's bike is easy to spot. That's Waggett in second, I think, Phil. It looks like it's hit to me.
They come over the first jump then. Our leaders have already gone through.
Yeah, that's Ryan Waggett in second. I could see Lucas Moncrief probably in fourth, but that would look like Charlie Richmond to me. Like you said, incredibly, he hasn't won a race yet.
No, but he is the leader. He took the whole shot.
I will say this, Phil. His performance at the Junior Worlds and of late suggests that he is the man on form. He might not win the last round.
Very much so, but he is the red plate holder as they go down round the trees out the back. The rest of the field streaming through down the fly racing alleyway, and they come through the Moto Verde ways for the first time, and it is the 30. That's Briggs Commercial Yamaha that leads on the Raduroy Racing KTM of our first round red plate holder, Ryan Waggett. And I'm expecting Waggett to do good things around here. I think this is a bit of him. We'll see.
Get us green in third. Yeah, that's a good start for him.
Yeah, Alfie then on the 111. But our race leader has a look over his shoulder, over this table, and then this is the bit where we're going to just flick right and then left over as a big tabletop in the middle of the track here.
That's the one that Kaido Wolf was on about, maybe triple into that inside corner, but we haven't seen him do that. So yeah, there's Ryan. Richmond can get away here if he lays down, but obviously Waggett, we saw them at round 1, they were pretty evenly matched. We're now on round 4, of course. Looking for Drew Stock, not the start that he wanted, as they're managing to double that. The top 125 riders will just about bounce over that.
Yeah, so Geddes Green then, it's the 79. He made a good start. That is Wyatt McGregor, so he's up there in foot. Oh, doubles in. That was a lovely line from Waggett. I have not seen anybody else double that in any class.
No, actually, a good point. I guess it's just good track design, because you literally can't hold the inside if you do that.
No.
But yeah, good to see. Keeping up the momentum, Phil. That's what it's about on a 125. Laying it down, left, right, whipping it here, there, and everywhere as they're trying to break this field. Planet Moto first lap leader, Charlie Richmond, 5 points in the bag.
He'll take those, and they make their way through the Apico waves then, and again another lovely part of the circuit. And the weather now, it's nice and it's starting to brighten up here at Preston Docks, as Richmond then starting to eke away a bit of a lead. Him and Waggett have already broken away to the tune of 4 seconds from Geddes Green. Hayden Stack, Drew Stock buried there in 8th and 9th, Jeff, so they've got their work cut out for them.
I've got to say, the top two have taken advantage of a pretty clear track. I mean, Charlie's
nice.
Beautifully done. He's so, I think he was confident anyway, but that second place that he got at the Junior Worlds in France in the one moto, just made him realise, I think.
Yes. And he, sitting on the gate for that for that second moto, knowing that he just needs to back it up and he could possibly be world champion. I don't know how I don't know what that must have felt like, but it went west pretty quick, which in that weather it could, but he handled it pretty well, and he's bounced back to lead this first RFX 125 race.
He set the quickest lap of the race. Of course, we've got the Phoenix Tools quickest lap of the race. That might change as we go throughout, but right now, Phoenix Tools quickest lap of the race goes to the race leader. A clear, nearly a second and a half, over a second and a half quicker than anybody else with a 2:02. So
Alfie Geddes Green in a good third place. This is the best that we've seen from the 111.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's actually gapped Lucas Moncrief there a little bit. I don't know if Lucas is just holding back a bit, maybe getting filled in with a little bit of wet sand.
But Waggett keeping Charlie Richmond honest at 1.5 seconds. That's close enough. He's not going to lose the toe just yet. But was talking to Alfie Geddes' Green dad in the pits last night, and they were saying that he's been doing some racing against 450s and stuff like that out in the Eastern Centre, and it's dragged his speed along, and he's certainly brought something to this one, because this is the best performance we've seen.
Yeah, they've got a lot of sand-based circuits over that part of the world. He's accustomed to it. He likes it. He did well at Blacksall.
He was good at Blacksall, but this is a good start to the day for him. And then Lucas Moncrief then on the three-flow Yamaha. He is there in 4th again, youngest man in the class as far as I'm aware, Jeff. Harry Lee in 5th. Now, he is currently lying in 5th in the championship, and he has been good value for money coming through the field. Here's Stock and Stack.
Well, yes, I was wondering where they both were. I was just looking on the lap chart, and here they are riding in unison. They are, I should imagine, if you go on form, Phil, they're going to try and put the heat on and work their way to the front. So
there's Moncrief, but here is Hayden Stack. So this is the battle then for 5th, 6th and 7th, and they're catching the 17 of Harry Lee.
Oh, nice by Drew. Lovely wheel tap. Didn't get over it, but he kept the front wheel high.
He did, and they're motoring through, and they're not spoiling each other's lines. It looks like they're giving each other racing room there. Our early race 4th place man, the number 79 of Wyatt McGregor, he's now dropped back to 8th, but again, not a name that I'm familiar with, so maybe this is a newcomer to the championship on the 79, or maybe this is just the fact that we've got him on camera for the first time. So Phoenix Tools' fastest lap then is still our race leader, Charlie Richmond.
Yeah, Drew Stock, there is number 418 on the charge, and Hayden. Look at Hayden. It didn't even look at Drew in front. He went over that McDonald's tabletop and immediately looked right, already seeing how far up the track. Look at that. Waggett's been down.
Waggett's been down, yes. So Lucas Moncrief is up to 3rd, which means Geddes Green will be now 2nd. But more importantly, it's all concertina in up at the front.
Well, good for Charlie Richmond, because obviously he has now not got Waggett directly behind him. So he's got a bit of clear space. And sometimes what that does, Phil, is just relax you a bit, where you can then go out and take wider lines without a fear of somebody coming riding up the inside.
Yeah.
So that's going to help Richmond.
So we should see a change on the K-Tech tower there on the left-hand side of the screen.
As it updates and refreshes, remember that's just got a little bit of a lag on it. That will hopefully catch up soon.
Oh, I've got somebody else down.
Stat goes down.
Oh, so Stat's gone down in the turn after the finish.
He will not be happy about that in any way, shape or form. He so desperately wants to win. I mean, even last time out at Blacksall, he got solid results, but he was so disappointed.
Yeah.
He was, you know, bit of leg swag there. So, okay, so timing is bizarrely...
Right, so it's just updated. So it's 16 seconds back to Alfie Geddes' screen. So that is what we would expect to have seen. So there is Lee. He's there still. He's now back to 7th, although he will be up to 6th because Hayden Stat tipped off just as he made the pass. And went on to the next lap and then tipped off in the first turn. And it's McGregor, then Evans... And 10th place then is Finley Pickering, so he's running true to form with the qualifying at the moment.
Right, I can say, you can't see it at home, but we've got all kinds of shenanigans going on with our timing screen here because their position is all mixed up. I think we've got it on something else, the settings here, so I'll have to speak to the guys about that.
Our race leader then, Charlie Richmond, as we look at the 167 of Jack Evans. He's currently in 9th position. Closing down on Wyatt McGregor as they make their way into this the hairpin there, and then they're starting to close in a little bit on Harry Lee. Lee has just dropped off the pace a little bit. We normally see we normally see Harry Lee coming forward, but he looks like he's getting run down a little bit by these two guys. There's Lee going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, Evan.
So there's Waggett, then comes across the line with Moncrief. Oh, it's all tightening up.
It is. This is going to be
This
good.
is a great battle. So there's Drew Stock.
Look at the bottom there.
Yeah, Stock is 5th. So this is this 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, the 4-rider battle as they go through the Apico waves with 11 minutes, 2 laps to go. So Geddes Green then. It looks like Waggett's found his way back into 2nd, Jeff. There he is.
Yes, he has. Just looking at the difference again in these riders, how they mature. I remember Drew being that side, but look at, I mean, Drew's a young man now. He's quite burly, quite big.
Yeah.
You could see the difference in size between him and Lucas, one of the youngest riders.
Yes, definitely.
Not in height, but just in build, and he's just muscling that bike a bit more.
He's got that, and he's going to have a run. Again, he made a real nice job of this on the last lap, but he doesn't do it as nicely this time. And Moncrief manages to hold him.
He would have seen that though, Lucas, but although he cased it, it was still quicker for him to do it that way, Phil.
Yeah. So it's Alfie Geddes Green that he's chasing down. He's already found his way past Lucas Moncrief. They come over the tabletop, so it is the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green that he's closing down on by the looks of it, Jeff.
Yeah, he's charging. You spoke to him as well, his dad, Nicky. He's been... Literally, since he took his first British Championship race win last time out and then backed out with another one and his first ever overall, Drew has been counting down the days to come here.
Yes,
he's
charged. All red for it. He's going to go down the inside again. His screen. That's a nice clean pass. And now he's got a set sail. He's about... Oh, he's come up short a bit there. He's got over it well enough.
Oh, it stopped them. And look at the benefit was there. Moncrief managed to double both. Look at the advantage of getting over both jumps.
Oh, and they've all gone the inside. That's a bit... I would have thought that maybe Lucas would have gone outside to give himself a chance. But they've all gone a little bit... Stock's gone around the outside on that one, and then it puts him on the inside for this... that looks awful. That does to ride. I mean, it's really easy to get wrong. There's Waggett then across the line already.
He's come through the pack pretty well, but he'll still be... Drew, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
418. He'll still be annoyed because he'll know for a fact that Charlie Richmond's gone. And he needs to be beating Charlie. That's the point.
Definitely.
Charlie's leading the championship. So,
I am not seeing Hayden Stat anywhere on our K-Tech tower there, Jeff. So, he looks like he's had another problem that's somewhere along the line. Well, the man from the northeast not showing up on our leaderboard. 34th he's showing on my screen here, so I think he might have gone out of this one. Oh, so that's moved Pickering up to... we've got Fabian Junior Morrison there. He's in 9th, Pickering 10th. So they're so that Drew Stock making his way through the waves. Geddes Green, they're now coming under pressure from Lucas Moncrief.
This would be a good battle here. I think if Lucas, now I don't know if it's because he got held up by Stock sticking on him, but obviously last time down that double section, Moncrief was the only one to get over it. So
yes.
if he hangs back a little bit and gets the drive right, and Alfie doesn't do it, they're coming up to that section in a minute.
Yeah.
It's after the McDonald's arch. They turn right and they come back towards us. Keep an eye out on that, because if Lucas hangs back, gets a run, and Alfie doesn't do it, he'll just sail right by him. Let's see.
And so this is one of those times when you just need to give yourself a little bit of room and let the track do the work for you. So over that table.
I'll be interested to see if he does this, because Lucas would have known that. He'd have seen.
Yeah.
Let's see if Alfie clears the doubles. If he doesn't,
you can see how much Drew Stock has pulled on him in a lap.
Neither of them doing it this time out. Must be getting.
It is a stretch on a 125, Jeff. I walked the track last night, and I'm like, yeah, that's going to be. You're going to be doing well to get over that on one of these. And although we've seen a few of the riders do it, as the track starts to deteriorate on the other side and ruts up, if you're not absolutely on it. But here we go round the outside. Then
you're right. It's going to go away, Phil. Definitely. Unless they go out there and fix that for the second moto, I don't think we'll see too many of them doubling through there for the rest of the day.
Right, 6:55 plus 2 left on the clock.
So Moncrief all over the back of Alfie Geddes Green here. With what he's going to tuck the front end.
But it's quite loose on top with a fairly firm base, and the rain that we were anticipating to be deluged with does not appear to be wanting to fall out of the sky, which is all good with us. There's Drew Stock then disappearing into the distance.
Moncrief is going everywhere to try and get this move done while he's got
he down the inside.
He had to just back it off, but he's got to make a move soon, because he's eating a lot of roost and he's wasted. He's obviously losing a bit of time now.
So Stock again making a nice fist of it through there. There's the 55 Raji Roy Racing KTM of Ryan Waggett going in the opposite direction. The man currently sitting in third position in the championship, but only a point behind Drew Stock, so this will move him up to second. And obviously the red plate of Charlie Richmond safe, while Richmond sits at the front as we're looking, as Moncrief managed to find his way through up the inside.
Yes, muscled him in the end.
Pass, made the use of the back marker, then just taking the eye of the 111 there. Geddes Green just had to go wide, and Lucas Moncrief then on your 3-float Yamaha, he is making light work of that pass in the end. No contact needed, just rode around the outside, rode this inside of Geddes Green in that hairpin. Well, and again, if he gets across this double here, like we saw him do it a few laps ago, that will give him, and there he goes. And
look at the advantage.
Even though he cased it, he's still got over, and all of a sudden he's got 10 bike lengths.
Yeah, because if you get over the first one, you're doing the second one.
The second one's a given, exactly.
You get all the momentum to take on the second one. So Lucas knows his track well. This is effectively his local race. He's from just outside Wigan, so not too far.
Oh, so he will know his way around here in all sorts of weather conditions. And let's not underestimate the advantage of coming to somewhere that you know. It's like putting on a familiar coat. You know what you're going to get. You know how things are going to be. And if he's done a lot of laps around here, he's certainly put in that to good work. And he's already put 2 seconds into Alfie Geddes Green.
It would be nice to check in to see where Charlie Richmond is. He's just come through the Moto Verde waves, so he's over the other side of the track from where we're seeing Lucas. He has got the gap out. It's quite impressive. 15, nearly 16 seconds. He's just managed that gap over Ryan Waggett. There was Waggett launching in. So now we're looking for Drew Stock in third. There's Drew there. Actually, he's closed a little bit.
He's closing in on Waggett, so if he's getting through the waves, that will be it. There is Moncrief. So Drew Stock has dropped these two pretty quickly. Oh, that was nice. And stretching out the riders, the fast riders, then finding their way to the front of this first RFX 125 Moto 1, brought to you by Dirt Store MXGB-TV.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where our race leader Charlie Richmond is on track. He must be getting close to.
I think he's coming through the waves there, Jeff, because there's in fact, if that's Waggett going that way, he's going to be almost round to where the finish is. So there's Waggett in the hairpin, and Drew Stock just going over that tabletop. So we'll get a visual on the gap between Drew Stock and our second place rider Waggett, and Waggett gets over there really front end high, but nice bit of control. And so whatever Stock's going to do through those waves, and again Waggett doubling into there, the only guy that is doing that. What is the gap then, Jeff, to our third place guy?
Well, let's just see as it refreshes here. Not much in it. Well, it's down to 6.5 seconds. But last time around, they're kind of evenly matched, to be honest. There's not much in it at all. There's Wagger in second. You can always spot him. He's got that kind of Tony Caroli, Rossi kind of fluorescent lid. Always easy to spot Ryan Wagger. It's got virtually every colour on the spectrum on that bike.
It is a loud colour scheme. So a couple of our. So there's Waggett going down the far side.
Here's Richmond, race leader, way out in front on that S. Briggs Commercials Yamaha. Big shout out to the team, doing great stuff, getting behind some of our top British youth talent and getting them to the EMX races. And so kudos to those lads over there.
A 444 there, pulling off to the side of the track down a 12th qualified Tristan Duro. That bike looking like it's cried enough. And so he's there. So there's Waggett. And Stock still not into shot, so that isn't that gap is not coming down. I think Drew Stock has realised that he is not going to get a chance to battle with Ryan Waggett as we look at the 444. Is that Moncrief coming in? It should be 2 laps to go next time by. We've got 1:30 left on the clock. And 4:59.
So the 2-lap board will come out, or 1 lap. It's 20-minute moto, this one, plus 2.
Yeah.
They get 5 minutes less, but still 20 minutes.
It's 20 minutes on a 125. Is certainly a decent amount of time.
Track is really forming nicely now. You can see some of those bumps starting to form, and I think obviously Lee and his team will know what they're doing here. They won't overwork the track. You're not going to see, I would imagine, too much track work going on today. We might face up some of the jumps, maybe for the second 125 moto, but not you're not going to see loads going on.
So there's Alfie Geddes Green. He's currently in 5th position then. I think our race leader will be somewhere down the Apico Waves, down the far end of the circuit by now. But Geddes Green then, that's still a good result for him. Harry Lee in 5th. In 6th position, and the 79, he's actually made a few places up with Wyatt McGregor. So McGregor is he's now in 7th, Evans in 8th, Fabian Junior Morrison 9th, and Finley Pickering holding 10th. Zane Stevens 11th.
There we go, back to the race leader Charlie Richmond. Let's hopefully we can stick with him for a bit, and just because he deserves the TV airtime, I think.
So time is up, and we'll be getting the last lap flag next time. 2 laps to go next time round. And watch our riders coming through.
Yeah, Charlie must be coming up close now to the on the track to the McDonald's arch.
Yeah, and
he's going to come into view soon if we just hold this. Well, we can see the healthy crowd.
We've got a decent crowd in today, and I think that's the back end of the circuit there.
I think that was him just coming into view. There he is. So it'd be good if we can stick with him for a lap or two just to see how the leader is coping with this circuit. He's doing well because the gap's come down a little bit. Waggett's taken another half a second out of him, but the time and there's a lap, so we're going to get the 2 lap to go board here for Charlie Richmond, and 2 laps to go and a 15-second lead as he foots his way round that corner.
There's a few people went down there in practice and they were as surprised as anybody because they thought they got into the corner nice, and the next minute they're on the floor.
Well, obviously for Charlie's sake, leading the championship. He hasn't got the red plate on, but either way, looks cool. So he'll be happy with this. Obviously, when I went to speak him in the winner's circle at the first race at the previous round, he wasn't so happy.
No.
If he keeps it going in this one and takes the race win, I'd like to think he's going to be a bit more chipper.
Yes, we'll hope so. We'll hope so.
But I like the raw emotion of that. You know, these kids, they want it so bad.
And yeah, look, at the end of the day, if they don't care that they're getting beat, then that's not... that's wrong as well. So...
interesting to see. I don't know if that is by design that Hayden Stat is behind Charlie Richmond. I'm wondering if he went into the pit area. Obviously had a problem. We know he's way down, and I think he might have pulled out behind Charlie deliberately.
Yeah.
To just get that race pace for maybe the second moto.
Yeah. So Richmond then out of that hairpin, and he's going to go around this left-hander, fires way back. There's a nice little under the banner there, and then the track then turns right, and there's this long tabletop in the centre of the circuit, and he goes to the outside of that jump on the inside, and again we are seeing people, certainly in MX1, we're going to the inside there, Jeff, and all of these inside-outside lines appear to be getting plenty of work.
Yeah, you will do, particularly on the 125. You know, you want to keep working that little motor, keep it singing. You don't want to let it go right down to, you know, and work all the gearbox and the motor and get all your RPMs back up. So you want to keep it singing. So a lot of these riders will definitely look the outside. That's why, you know, you've already mentioned it. Both surprised that quite a few of them are going inside there on that section. But you can see Charlie outside to inside, straightening up the circuit the best he can.
He didn't get through the double-double though, Jeff. He singled his way through there.
Changed his line there as well after putting it round there last time. But that's the luxury of being 15 seconds in front.
The last lap, I know they're going to get a sighting lap, but if you can get to see what's going on the other lines with the 15-second leaders, it looks like the rain is starting to fall, Jeff, so you're going to need your coat in.
I better put my coat on and get my umbrella out. Right, I'm going to head on down to Winner's Circle, where, let's see if Charlie can bring it in.
Yeah, he's currently a very comfortable margin now, 15 seconds to the good from Ryan Waggett, who, has to be said, kept him honest up until the point where he tipped off about 4 or 5 laps in, and as a result of that lost the tote, and Waggett briefly dropping to third, but managed to fight his way back into second place. Drew Stock then, he's closing in. In fact, the gap's gone to 9 seconds on from second to third. So Stock then realising that maybe he's got as far as he's going to. As Richmond then is on as the weather starts to close in, he's taking his time on this final lap. But he will bring it home. So a long way back to the Raji Racing KTM of Waggett. There he is. Just again another rider on the final lap, just bringing it home. The riders then coming through these waves for the final time. And we look through the murk. And here he is, race leader then, Charlie Richmond, as the weather starts to close in. He's coming up to put a lap on the 123 of Charlie Hucklebridge. But finally putting a W in the column for his first race win of the season then is the S. Briggs Commercial Yamaha then. He just comes over the final tabletop and he'll land off this tabletop, and our checkered flag will be in the bottom of there. And that's Oakley Kettle. We come back and there it is. Checkered flag then for Charlie Richmond. And the rest of the riders come through. We'll be looking for Ryan Waggett to come across the line in second, but he's going to be a fair way adrift. That was Waggett coming across the line on the Raji Roy Racing KTM. Third place then should be the 418 of Drew Stock. As we get our riders. Now we've got, that's where our winner's circle is. So I was wondering where that was. So Charlie then leans his bike up against the fence, and we will be down there with Jeff in a few minutes to talk to Richmond and Ryan Waggett, and also the 418 of Drew Stock, as we get the rest of the riders coming across the line. A great third place then for Drew Stock. Lucas Moncrief there, the 531, he's fourth. Fifth place currently, as we wait for them to come across the line, will be Alfie Geddes Green. And then it's going to be Harry Lee. He will be the next rider across the line. We're going to take a good 5th or 6th place as we wait for the timing to flick itself back round to give us the rest of our top 10. So Lucas Moncrief then in 4th, Gillis Green 5th, Harry Lee in 6th, Zane Stevens in 7th, 8th Finley Pickering, 9th Luke Hapst, and 10th place I think was the number 79. I think he dropped to 10th. We wait for that to flick through. We'll give you the top 10. 10th place is across the line is Joe Granger. We're going to take a short commercial break and we will be back with Jeff down in Victory Lane.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Hey, there we go. I'm getting some goggles, Chuck. There we go. We're down here in the winner's circle for the RFX 125 class. Race winner, Charlie Richmond, getting it done. Leading the championship coming in, but not taking a race win. That's your first race win, and it obviously felt good.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but I felt like I deserved it, especially how I was riding this morning, and I just attacked the first 3 laps and just led from there.
Obviously, a start makes a big difference, but this time you really did lay the hammer down. You was like, look, nobody's coming past me in this one. Like you said, those sprint laps really helped you out.
Yeah, definitely. I can't thank Roland Short, Hardcore Racing, for supplying me with such a good bike for this year.
And I guess the confidence of the junior world, you know, obviously that you had that one moto there, didn't put 2 together, but still, that would have given you a lot of confidence, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. I had a really good race there. I don't really know how I did it, but I just rode my laps like I did then. But I wouldn't be able to do it without Best Briggs Commercial. They've helped me out so much this year. They're
doing good stuff. They're really getting behind you, aren't you? And you know, your growth path and going forward. So you've got to be happy. Second, what's the track like? It looks like it's like actually a bit edgy underneath. Would I be right in thinking that?
Yeah, it's quite hard underneath. It's very edgy. It's not very many lines, but it's good.
It's good if you get a start. So there you go. Race winner. You go and get yourself ready for the next one, Charlie. We're bringing second place. Ryan Waggett, come on in, Ryan. You're a commentator's dream because you wear that crash helmet, so you're always easy to spot out there. But made it a little bit harder for you, that one. We think did you have a little slide off in the early couple of laps?
Yeah, I was trying to put some sprint laps in at the start. And I was too busy thinking about sprint laps and made a mistake.
Yeah.
Try not doing it in the next one.
But is this a favourable track for you? Because you know you obviously like sand. Round 1 showed us that. I just asked Charlie what the track's like. How is it for you out there?
It's a good track. I like the sand. I do a lot in Scotland, so it's a bit easier for us.
And obviously this championship, it's not. We're only at the halfway stage. I mean, you guys are so evenly matched. What are you thinking for the next moto? I'm guessing the obvious question is a good start is going to make a lot of a difference for you.
Yeah, try and get a good start. See if I can get the whole shot and then put it down from there.
Well, look, you're going to get yourself ready. Ryan coming in second there, like we said, with his bike. He's so easy to spot as a commentator. He's got every colour on his bike. Let's bring in Drew Stock, winner of the last round, who went 1-1. Drew, that was a solid ride, it has to be said, but we could almost sense your frustration, you know, coming off of getting your first ever overall at the last round at Blacksall, and the start just didn't help. You had to work hard in that one.
Yeah, Blacksall was good, but this time I didn't get the best of start. They held the gates really long, and I hit it and my whole shut device came off. Got to the first corner, I'm pretty sure I was about mid-pack, but I come through the field to third, so that was right. I had one really big moment where I had to wobble my head about a case of double on the soft bit. I nearly went over the bars, but it was all right.
But the speed was there, so obviously second moto, better start, and you'll be in the mix.
Yeah, definitely. Good start, and we'll go again in race 2.
Okay, well, he's going to go get himself ready. We're going to go to a quick advert, and we're going to be back with the MX2 racing first moto here at round 4 at Blacksall as the rain comes down a bit harder. We're going to see you in a little while. Don't go too far away.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome back after that short commercial break here to Preston Docks MX for round 4 of the Motul MXGB British Championship. Big shout out to FXR for supplying all of our staff here with our staff clothing. I'm very thankful of it because I needed the coat then. It started to come down and it's got worse. Yeah, there we go.
Fits like
there we go. On that side. Yeah. So, no, it's good stuff, isn't it? You know, so credit to Dave and the team for getting behind us with all that.
It's nice stuff to wear in somewhere like this. It's really nice and, you know, it's rather warm.
Yeah.
And but no,
but they're here. They're here. They've got a display just over yonder. Loads of kit colourways.
Yeah, we've got a good selection of trade stands over there as well. So all good. A few umbrellas up then, Jeff, for our first of our MX2 races. Let's have a look at qualification then, and obviously, unsurprisingly, it was indeed the number 1, the reigning world champion, Kyder Wolf, that takes a not surprising pole position, but only 1.5 seconds in front of the 422 of Charlie Heyman. So a really, really decent performance from Heyman there on the SC Sport Ohms Husky with championship under 21 championship leader Billy Askew. He's there in 3rd. Gian Doonson 4th. Kai Karsmarkers sitting in for Bobby Bruce. He's there in 5th with Coleman 6th. Max Werner returned for him from injury 7th. Ben Musto 8th. Jake Nichols in 9th. And Josh Vale in 10th. So they are your top qualifiers.
It's quite nice that there's a mix there of some real youngsters, some GP experience, and then obviously Jake, who's toughing it out. You know, the older statesman in the class there in 9th for the True 7 Crendon Honda team. So, yep, a nice mix going on. Charlie Heyman looking good. Look, we all know about Charlie's background. Coming through the youth ranks, he was pretty dominant. Yeah. You know. Again, kind of labelled as our next big thing. Didn't really kind of work for him in that sense, but we've all know the talent's there. And it's like it's all now starting to work for him now. He's starting to get his head around, I think, more than anything, of how good he actually is.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of its confidence, and obviously that's coming.
I also think, Phil, those little stints where they go off and race in the AMA would probably help him a lot as well. A lot of experience gained by going and racing. In America.
Right, I think we're just going to take a quick ad break and we will be back with our gate drop for our first of our MX2 races here at Preston Docks.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Never to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Okay, here we are then, back as the riders come to the line for the first of our MX2 races, the Jude Morris Foundation Racing Foundation under the 21 Championship as well. Obviously, like and follow and subscribe to all of our feeds on our YouTube channel, MXGB.TV, FIM-moto.tv, and also on Instagram. And don't forget that our Prox Pit Pass drops usually Tuesday after the race, where we recap on all of the action from the weekend.
I think it all depends on how the guys are feeling and how much work they've done.
There's a lot of stuff.
We tried to get it out. I think, sometimes Tuesday, but keep an eye. It's midweek, basically, and the guys are doing good things there. So
thanks to Prox for backing that. As the last few riders come to the gate, there's a spot down the inside there that somebody's going to mop up. There's a couple
Alex
of spots.
Hamer going right down the inside.
There's another spot down the inside as well. So
De Wolf, though, as you can see there, number 1,
he's
dead
next
centre.
next to the doghouse.
When you're a world champion, you can wear white kit in wet, dark sand.
Yes.
If you and I, well, it's just not very flattering, full stop.
It's not, is it? Darker colours are better for us.
We need all black with no stripes.
But so the rain is starting to fall.
Heavier.
It's heavier. It's still kind of okay. The track will take it. It's not that. It's going to be an issue for vision for these guys, whether they're running... I think should be running roll-offs now anyway. But so we wait then for the 15-second board to go up, and we will be underway. And
I don't think it'll be an issue for De Wolf. Obviously, he's running the Tech goggles that Bob Buchanan come up with his kind of own roll-off system that is proven, even at Western.
I've seen these, and they do look quite cool.
Yeah.
And whether I can justify a set at the amount of riding I do these days remains to be seen.
I think if you give Bob about 10 plugs in this race, that he might...
Yeah. I did actually have one of the original sets of roll-offs in 1983.
Careful.
And I'm still... I know. I still got them in a box somewhere.
Yeah. I can remember when they first come out, it was like... It was like spaceship stuff. Like, what?
I know. And
you have a film that goes across your goggles? That's insane.
So Carter Wolf then give himself a bit of a giddy up as they start to look down at the gate. Just waiting for the 15-second board to go up, then we'll hear the revs rise.
Got all a good amount of our photographers there. Anthony Sutton, I think that's dead centre from TMX. Here we go,
yeah. Well, held them a long while again. Away they go.
Textbook from De Wolf, though.
As he's not going to get the whole shot, or is he?
I think he's going to lean across the top two, but is he going to go a little bit wide?
Oh, who's going to be the guy that can say they did by the Wolf to the first turn? Well, De Wolf's across the line in third. I think that might be Ben Musto.
It is. It's Musto that's gone down in the first corner. Yeah. And then it looked like Tony Craig decided to not go over the tabletop rather than go around the track.
So everybody through, other than for those about 5 or 6 got tangled up then, but who's the man that's going to lead? It's Doonson that leads from Musto with De Wolf there in third. Then it's Jake Nichols was man across the line in fourth. Heyman fifth. Glenn McCormack 6th, and then the 6-1-6 of Max Cork. He got a great start. Then it's Werner and Kai Carsmakers across the line in 10th. Then as we wait for them to come up the waves then for the first time.
This is going to be good, Phil, for 2 reasons. You've got De Wolf's not leading, so we're going to see what he's got against Doonson here, which is probably loads. But the fact we're now going to watch Billy Askew rip through this field,
yes,
that's going to be entertaining to watch. And of course, Nichols is good in the sand. He's got arguably one of the best tracks in the UK for his own backyard track. So he's used to sand.
Doonson a look over the shoulder there to see if it is indeed the reigning world champion that's running him down. But Doonson's done a few GPs. I think they're going to be doing. They're both riding MX2 at the next race. Let's not forget that their teammate Auriel Oliver is a non-starter here this weekend. So the man who took, I think, 3 out of the last 3 race wins in this class, not here. But Doonson it is. That's going to come into the waves. He gets over nice and easy. De Wolf then, again, just pops over behind him, and already you can see the number 1 been well filled in, Jeff.
Yeah. Well, he's doing us a favour wearing the white kit, because we can now highlight how much you do get filled in.
Yeah. Doonson not doubling in like Waggett was into that inside line, so maybe not aware that that's even a thing.
Very early days, Ian just taking all the inside lines, protecting them early doors.
And he is going to be our Planet Moto first lap leader, though, is going to be the 574 of Gian Doonson. He's
Heyman making a good start, backing up this qualifying with a solid 3rd place. And he's got Musto behind him, but look at this, the world champion already showing his...
Around the outside, just looks across.
Bit nonchalant,
that was a bit, wasn't it? But let's enjoy this. Because along with Jeffrey Hurlins, Kai De Wolf is a guy that you would watch ride around the field on his own. His style, so good. But Musto then putting pressure on Charlie Heyman. Then it's McCormack on the Chambers KTM 5th. He's having a good ride. Then it's Werner. Carsmakers then up to 7th. Nichols 8th. Coleman 9th. And the Phoenix Tugs Fantic of Josh Vale in 10th. That is your top 10.
Yeah, you say about De Wolf style. I just think, I don't know, he's one of the most, how will I word it? He's one of the most AMA European riders there is. You know, he just kind of got that Supercross technique and look about him.
Yes, he does.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, he does. He looks very similar on the bike to how Jet Lawrence looks in a lot of instances, and obviously, you know, he's the reigning and defending.
How tasty was that? Did you see that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, just on.
You're just ignoring it because we can't do it.
I can't do that. So he's going to come out of here and he's going to pop over here. Let's see. Dunson is not dropping off here. He's going to follow him. And props to Heyman for keeping these guys. He's only a few seconds down.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I would love to see DeWolf doing AMA Supercross. Love to see how he get on with that.
I think that day is going to come. We're seeing a lot of riders who are making noises about going and doing a few. Look, we're just happy that he's come to Preston.
Yes, of
and
course,
put himself
it's
in front of a British crowd. I know he's done the Hawkeston International a few times before. I don't recall him doing a British Championship round yet.
He said on the track walk last night. He joined us on the Michelin 125 and under 21 Youth Academy track walk. And that was great because he gave a little bit of insight to these youngsters. Of course, he's not that old, but he's to some of the teenagers and offered up. Him and Adam Sterry were really good on the track walk last night.
Yeah. And nice that both of those guys offered up their time. To talk to the young riders. There's the Kawasaki in there, so that was Cars Makers. He's making waves. Then he's up to 6th. Then Musto he's still there in a strong 4th with McCormack in 5th. The rest of the field streamed through then into the back loop. Josh Vale now up to 9th. He's passed Nichols. The 32 of Callum Mitchell is shown down there in 25th. Our race leaders then already through.
That's such a nice section.
It is, isn't it? So this is Musto
putting together a solid year thus far.
And Carsmaker. Yes. A very, very workmanlike rider. I don't think he was ever a standout guy on an 85 from my memory. He was
solid. He was good, but not like
he carried it
yeah, he
through.
wasn't the kid.
He's your ultimate workhorse as far as I'm concerned. He rides and works hard at it, and got himself a nice team. The AC United Gas boys always love put a nice bike under him, and currently a decent 4th in the championship. Although he will overhaul Bobby Bruce, who's a no-show, and possibly even Tommy Searle. So he could leave this weekend 2nd in the main championship and 2nd in the under-21s. But obviously Askew, we're still looking for Billy. He's now finally got himself onto the leaderboard in 14th. So the Dirt Store Triumph rider,
he's ripped through the field. I'll tell you what, there's some talent he's had to charge through there.
Cars Makers puts the pass on the Chambers KTM of Glenn McCormack as they come to the end of what is our 3rd lap, but 1.5 seconds the lead for Kai de Wolf over Gian Dunson.
And just to those Tommy Searle fans, just to let you know, Dylan Woodcock is effectively riding Tommy's bike for the weekend. But of course, Dylan doesn't race much motocross anymore. But he did race for the team over in the Arena Cross World Tour Finals. So they just said, "Oh, come and ride Preston." And so Dylan's out there representing him. He's in 23rd at the minute.
Where he qualified, Jeff, so half of the course there. So I'm impressed with Cars Makers jumping on this bike, running 5th. He's going to close down Musto, who's lost the toe from Charlie Heyman a little bit.
That was Nichols going through the shot.
Yeah, Nichols there currently. He's in 10th. And then
that was Askew or Nick that came into shot. I think it was. Billy Askew's absolutely ripping. At this stage of the race, obviously, look, he hasn't got the quickest lap of the race. Trying to find where that is actually. I think it would have been the world champion.
It's going to be Kai de Wolf. I don't think that's going to be. That's not much of a leap of faith to say that that's the case as we watch the 33 then of Kai Karsmacher starting to close in on the 163 of Ben Musto on the AC United Gas. And again, you get the guys that ride GPs regularly, you just see the style, the way they carry themselves in the air. It is a different way of riding, I think you could say, and economy with their movement. It's nice to get a full view of how long that straight is after that jump, because it foreshortens it when they're coming towards us here and going in the opposite direction. But Musto getting over there nicely, but Cars Makers not clipping at all and pulling back another few bike lengths.
Yeah, looks good. Like you said, just jumped on the bike really.
Yeah.
You don't really had much. I mean, it's a good bike, we know that. Steve always produces fast bikes as well, so I'm sure he's enjoying it.
Was Kazmakers on the Hitachi team?
Back in the day, yeah.
He did do it, so he has.
He's raced British.
He's done British before. Yeah, I know. I've seen him here. But Musto, a quick look over at the shoulder. And this is the battle de Wolf. Then 4 seconds to the good from Geerdoonson now, with Heyman 2 seconds adrift in third. But this is the battle for 4th and 5th. And we are looking at the DRT Kawasaki.
I'm going to be interested to see, because last lap around, Billy Askew was really starting to close in on Jake Nichols to get inside the top 10. So let's keep an eye on that. Keep an eye out. We might be able to pick him up in a minute. 4-4-1 on the
so there's
Triumph.
Then Coleman. So they're the two Chambers teammates.
Not far behind should be Billy Askew coming
There's
in a shot.
Vale, Nichols and Askew.
There he was.
There was Billy. So he's passed. It looks like he's passed Nichols.
Yeah.
So looking at the times, Jeff, are we
Phoenix Tools' fastest lap, by the way, is, as you'd expect, Kaida Wolf on a 1:58. Can't quite. Oh, it's just gone off my screen there. The rest of his time. But anyway, the next quickest time was on a 1:58. So he's at least a second quicker than anybody else. And I think he's got plenty in the tank.
Yes, he has. So McCormack then coming under pressure from his teammate Ollie Coleman. The centre of the circuit.
Now, so Ollie, you know, he was putting a great ride together, wasn't he, at Blackzall, and then had that moment.
I'd forgotten about that, but you just reminded me now.
Sorry, Phil.
No, I was...
nice move.
That was nice there. I don't think there was any secret. The fact that I didn't think that was that was definitely not cricket. But Coleman, a guy that again had a few injuries and is a bit of an Adam Cincerillo. He missed the sweet spot, I think, of his 250 of being on a 250 with injury, and now he's a big guy on this bike.
He's big. I mean,
he rides it well. He's really quick, but he's giving away a lot of horsepower to the smaller guys, and I can't wait to see him on a 450.
I've got to say, for a tall guy, though, he is still quite slight. I mean, I know he's had to work to get some muscle on him, you know, to muscle that bike around, but he's not, you know, he's tall, but I wouldn't say he's overly bulky.
No,
with it.
he's not.
So,
also looking at that, a little bit of smoke just blowing out.
I
the bottom
thought
of
so.
That.
I wasn't sure if it was smoke.
Couple of tables.
Yeah,
see.
Could be.
So Charlie Heyman is closing in on Geerdoonson.
He is, isn't he? Let's try and get to that.
So this is the battle. So there's Coleman, there's McCormack, and then here we go. This is the battle. So there's Vale.
That's Nichols there. So Billy Askew has not gone past Nichols yet.
So there's Askew. So has he just run out of steam a little bit? Obviously having to push from the back of the pack very early on. Saw Billy Askew get nailed on the line by his teammate in the first race at Blackzall.
This is good MX2 racing in this inside the top 10. Val's going to squeeze it up the inside, is he?
Yeah, Werner closes the door.
Werner does close the
German
door.
then returning from injury, let's not forget, he was wiped out in turn 1 of round 1 at Hawkstone, and has taken him till the middle of July to get back on track in this British Championship. I know he's been riding for a few weeks and riding himself back into fitness, but
nice to see Val getting up to speed, you know, like that Hawkstone, his bike's steaming as well. That Fantech, Phoenix Tools Fantech. But yeah, I mean, Josh it was all going good until it wasn't at Hawkstone, and that set him back, that injury.
Yes.
So now he is showing his potential. He's starting 4 rounds in, he's starting to get up to race speed.
Yeah, but he was the guy that we were expecting big things off based on his 125 performance from last year. We were thinking he was ready for the 250, and he's certainly showing that he is. And he managed to get over that second double better than he got over the first one, so that's decent, and he is putting pressure on the 494.
Keep an eye on that bike. I don't think it's an issue at the minute. Obviously, he's got clogged up radiators, so I think that is just where it's got hot.
Yes, it's
and it's punching out some steam there from the overflow pipes and the oil pipe. But I think he's okay at this point. So, current running order, it's DeWolf, Doonson, Heyman, Carsmakers, Musto, Coleman, McCormack, Werner, Val, Nichols is your top 10.
Yeah, Carsmakers has made the pass on Ben Musto and put 2.5 seconds onto him, and I would expect that he is now going to run down the 422 SC Sport Homes Husqvarna off Charlie Heyman. He's got a bit of momentum. You see the dust there, Jeff, so it's really dry on that part of the circuit. as we
Oh,
go
look
down.
at this, Phil. Actually, they are just starting to squeeze up.
They are, aren't
Nichols is starting to close, and in turn, Askew is starting to close.
It's a lovely part
on
of the
Nichols.
circuit. We catch them coming back up the Moto Verde waves. Here they come. I think that's McCormack just coming through. And then this is the Vale and Werner battle, and Vale makes the pass round the outside, pulls the tear off or roll off, and that was a nice move. Kept the momentum from early on in the bottom of the straight. Here comes Nichols, and here's Askew.
Just like that, that is pinched up really quickly. And you'd expect the pace of Askew is going to push them all together. Nichols always gives 100%. But they are closing on these two riders in front of him now. So this is going to be good. Let's stick with this for a bit, because I reckon we're gonna see some moves taking place over the next couple of laps with these 3 or 4 riders.
Yeah, 11 plus 2 to go then in the first of our MX2 races, brought to you by Dirt Store MXGB-TV.
Phil, I think you were right in Werner is parking it up. Or is that, what's going on here? They're all slowing up. Is there a red flag?
I think we've got a red flag.
We have got a red flag. I wondered why. I thought Werner was feeling the fatigue.
No,
you know,
I did see a yellow flag. It's just in front of the main comms block where Roger Warren is, and so we've got a red flag.
Right.
So we will take a quick commercial break and go to ads.
Yeah, over the doubles. There we go. Let's go to a quick ad. We'll come back to you with more information on what we're going to do from here, whether it's a restart or yeah. Let's go to an ad. We'll be back to you soon.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Right, so we're under red flag conditions here at Preston Docks in our first of our MX2 races. Everything looks like the ride and everybody's up and getting dealt with. So we're just going to... we're going to wait for the restart, which, Jeff, we believe, as per the rule change, after round 1 at Canada Heights, we will see a AMA-style restart where Cardi Wolf will lead them away.
I believe so, yeah. We had good thinking from the ACU and series directors of amending the rules, looking at it and thinking, actually, yeah, because we had that issue about how much has gone in the race and how, like, if you do a complete restart, how fair it is. So, yeah, I believe, we don't know, we've not 100% confirmation on that, but that was the kind of new ruling put in place. We haven't heard the official line yet. They've got them all back down into the waiting holding pen there. You can see them trying to get some air through the radiators of Billy Askew's bike, which is all clogged up.
They're lined up in the order that they were in the race when the red flag is called. And so what should happen is that they will pull these guys out onto the start straight and they will start one behind the other, slightly offset. And when Cardi Wolf drops his clutch, everybody behind him will follow. No overtaking until they've gone through the point at which Cardi Wolf was sat.
Yeah.
And then we will go on to complete the rest of the race. And obviously we will have to wait for our live timing to see what... It's showing 10 minutes 53 to go, so I think that they'll restart the race with 11 minutes on the clock. We did have a curtailed race at Canada Heights, Jeff, if you remember, just because the way it was a few seconds the wrong side of a certain threshold, which Paul Irwin, our series director, promptly sorted out for round 2. And this is now the first instance that we're going to see where we're going to run this restart.
There is still some riding going on. You can see the Stasic balance bike track.
Yes.
An addition to this year's championship. Big up to those guys. Thanks for getting involved. Where you can bring your child along and they can shred all day.
This is where it starts.
It's like a creche.
We camp just next to that. And those guys down there are busy as anything. And it's getting families to the motocross. This is where it starts. Get them on a Stasic. Get them out there. A few umbrellas up, but the weather compared to what we were expecting, it's just a little. Let me see. Look, everybody's in shorts. It's a nice, warm day. It's just a little bit wet. But yeah, good crowd in here at Preston Docks, and like I say, about a mile and a half from the city centre of Preston, but you feel like you could be in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
That's the advantage of this venue. I quite like it. It's quite convenient being so close to a city centre, to be honest. Yeah, you know, and it's not too far off the M6. It's a good venue up here. I enjoy coming to it. It's all compact. It looks good. Yeah, so as we said, we're just waiting to hear what's going to happen here. They are still attending. Our incredible medical team are out there doing everything right. Can't stress that enough. We never, as much as like TV schedules, race schedules, that doesn't matter one iota at this point. It's making sure the rider gets the proper medical care. And that is what they are currently dealing with out on track. You can see Neil Prince with all his experience, former 125 British champion. He's got to be pleased with how Charlie Heyman is coming on.
That is one of the most relaxed teams in the paddock. They've got a good vibe going on over there. There is the number 1 of
a dirty front plate.
A dirty front plate. Look, he's come here to get gate drops. Gindoonson then, the 574. The Gabriel SS24 rider. He's had a bit of an up and down season, certainly in this British Championship. Currently lying in 8th position. Had a few DNFs early doors. And as a result, it was he's fighting his way back, lying in 6th in the Under-21 Championship. There is the 456 of the Chambers Racing KTM of Ollie Colmer. And again, another rider that's having a decent day here so far at Preston Docks. And,
okay, I can confirm that it's exactly how we are going to do it. As we said, the new ruling. We are going to continue the race from when the red flag came out. So that's 10:52 left on the clock.
Okay, that's cool.
Plus 2 laps. So
Brilliant.
That's exactly what we're going to do. So they're going to get their full race duration, obviously in 2 sectors. So, yep, that is... And officially, when the red flag from race control was waved, put out. So it's going to be a 10-lap plus 2-lap sprint here. Then everything's going to tighten up. It is going to benefit some riders, of course it is. Billy Askew is still going to be in 11th. But he's going to be way closer.
He's going to be a lot closer. It's going to be a big deal for Billy Askew. This is why you never give up. And whilst obviously nobody wants to see races get stopped, the fact that Askew's going to get a second bite of the cherry is not going to be a bad thing for him. We're just going to go to another quick ad break, and then we will come back and we will resume with our Moto 1 of our MX2 class and our Jude Morris Under 21 Championship. And we will be back in a few minutes.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
So welcome back then to Preston Docks then. We're on a red flag delay, but just about ready to get underway again. The resuming of our MX2 Race 1. Jeff, we're going to have 10 minutes and 53 on the clock. 2 laps to go, and we are going to line them up AMA style. First time in British Championship.
First time ever, yeah. It makes it exciting. It's going to effectively be a 10-minute, just a roundabout, plus 2-lap sprint. So it's going to pull everybody back together. I'm sure Kai de Wolf, with a clear lead, will check out. It's raining harder.
Yeah, the rain is starting
to come down now. So actually, this sprint race effectively is going to be, you're going to have to make moves pretty early on. You're going to get filled in pretty quick because it is definitely starting to come down harder. You can see all the umbrellas up.
Do you think Carter Wolf's questioning his life choices now, sitting here in the Preston rain?
No, I actually don't. I think so far the vibe I've got from him is he's really embraced it, enjoyed being here, and he was really...
He was great yesterday.
Polite. I wouldn't say polite. I think he's being honest. He had nice things to say about the British Championship yesterday.
No, he's been really, really good, and like I say, the fact that he spent so much time with the young riders in the Michelin Academy yesterday, which wasn't something he was slated to do, and he was happy to do everything, and he did a few media bits and stuff like that. So, and I know he's been busy doing autograph signing. We may get him in here at some point during the proceedings. Obviously, with how things are, that might not happen. But whatever, he's happy to do whatever's needed of him. And for a reigning world champion, let's be fair, Jeffrey Hurlings is the same. These guys, they like to come and ride in front of the British fans.
They do indeed, and he's been very, embraced it, and I think he does genuinely like the British fans. Of course, speaks brilliant English, embarrassingly, like so many Europeans do. He's there with Goggle Tech, Bob Buchanan there, who we mentioned earlier. So Bob's there just making sure he's got his correct goggles on and ready to go. That sprint thing there, obviously Bob keeps an eye on the weather probably more than anybody.
Yeah, he's a man that's switched on.
In fact, he probably loves it more when it does rain, because that's where his company comes into its own.
That's where he's making his money.
Yeah.
But
all really relaxed. I don't really know Guy that well, but he's got I think he's super chilled out. He's very approachable.
He's had a difficult year because obviously with Lucas Coonan moving to MX1, he's on a hiding to nothing if he doesn't win this championship, because it's expected of him, and he's been struggling with injuries. He didn't have a great start to the season, and as a result of that, I think obviously the last GP in Finland, where I think it was the first time he won all 3 races, he's been fighting his way back to where he was at the end of 2024. So he's still a long way adrift in the points championship, but I think that he's now starting to feel a little bit of momentum, and obviously coming here and racing this, as we saw Jeffrey Hurlings do last year, and let's not forget he's the defending British champion. We should have had him here this weekend. Unfortunately, the injury ruling him out, but obviously we've got Kai de Wolf here to kind of make up for that. But seeing that he's here racing, wanting gate drops, and not a massive amount of time in front of everybody else, it's good for our lads to see where they stack up against these guys. The likes of Charlie Heyman, because obviously they go and do Junior World Championships and EMX, and all of those classes are so difficult, but you don't get the chance to follow and learn from these guys.
I think sometimes, Phil, it's not even the speed, it's actually just with your own eyes seeing the technique of how a top rider does stuff.
Yes.
I was watching Kai in practice, and he was picking the wheel up over some things, kind of skirting over them, jumping over bumps and stuff like that. And seeing it on a YouTube video is one thing, but when you're actually riding the same track and you see somebody do it, then you get a real appreciation of it. Right, okay. And I'd like to think that even some of our younger riders out in this class, in the 125 class, would have watched him ride round and go, okay, I'm going to try that.
Yes.
Might not be able to do it. I mean, I can speak on first-hand experience. When I raced Grand Prix, I came in, and I'm out there trying to qualify. I'm in the same with the likes of Tortelli Everts and my brother, who's my mechanic, go, well, Stefan's just doing this and doing that. And I'm like, let me just stop you there.
That's Stefan, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but the principle remains the same. So, having a world champion come and race British Championship doesn't matter which way you look at it. It's just a bonus.
It's a bonus. It brings kudos to the championship. Obviously, this new format for the British Championship, the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship with the RFX 125s, MX2 Championship, and the Pico Factory Racing MX1s. Certainly been a hit this year, and like I say, round 4 still got a really, really good level of rider interest. Even though we've lost quite a few riders with injury, MX2 especially. It's still good to see, and a nice crowd in today on a day that promised to be not the nicest. I think we're still skirting around the worst of the weather. I can see that there was an ambulance medical car went back onto the track, and I think that's to get back in play. So hopefully we are not too far away from resuming racing.
Yeah, no movement as of yet. So let's just tell you how they're going to line up. So when the red flag came out, this was the running order. So this is effectively how they're going to all line up. And just to highlight, riders that were lapped will now be back, obviously, on the lead lap. We literally don't hold them there and wait for the leader to come back round and then join them in the race. So they're all going to line up in the order. So it was DeWolf, Dunstan, Heyman. That was your top 3. Then it was Carsmakers for 4th. Musto was 5th. Colmer is going to line up in 6th. Then it was McCormick, Werner, Vale, Nichols. That's your top 10. The beneficiary, if you want to say that, is going to be Billy Askew, who obviously crashed in the first corner. We mentioned earlier before ads. He's going to line up in 11th, but within striking distance of all those riders now in front of him.
Yeah, so DeWolf has already gone to the line. There's Gabriel SS24 boss Sean Simpson, Grand Prix winner in his own right. And his rider's going, so DeWolf has already gone.
Now,
we're waiting for Kai Karsmakers, and they'll get in I think there's Steve Dixon. He is...
Yeah, just interestingly, as we said, look, we've seen this, how they do it at AMA Supercross in particular. We've seen a few of these done. Remember, this is the first time we're ever doing this at a British Championship, this staggered start. So this is actually new for everybody. It's not something we've practiced, if you want to say that. Like, oh, by the way, everybody, can we come down and do a mock run of this?
This could go all sorts of... Look, everybody's seen it.
Yeah.
They know what to do. Let's just hope it executes as well as we are hoping.
So we've got the whole start straight. This is how it's going to work. We're going to line them up on the start straight because obviously we need the length of track to do that. There's Askew rolling out in 11th. In a minute, we've got them all lined up. We'll go to our camera on the outside of the first corner, and you'll see it all.
The 19 of George Cork, he was going well.
First MX2. No, they haven't done any rounds to this point, just because there was a little bit of a grey area for some riders that are also racing the British Youth Championship.
Yes.
And they wasn't sure if they could ride both.
Yes, so we've seen him. So here we are then, lined up on the grid. There is our race leader. Now, is he going to turn over the jump, or is he going to go around what was the first turn?
Interesting, yeah.
He's got to go around the first turn, hasn't he? I think that's what they're going to do.
I really hope, Phil, they brief everybody because actually I saw Tony Craig on the gate on the start of this moto when they
tried to go to the inside.
No, he went over the tabletop after Askew crashed.
Oh well, I think he just did that.
Yeah, he just did that because the track was blocked. But
so we're just going to bring everybody up. So we're just getting the riders in the right order. Who's the 48? That's Adam Collins.
Yeah, hope it's all clear and concise.
Yeah, 616 of Max Cork. The rest of the riders coming through. There is 407. That's Jake Davis. 32 of Callum Green in there as well.
That's Ezra Blackwell.
And it is always the last few riders that take the time.
Yeah. I'm hearing I think it might have been Will Haddock that crashed. So I hope Will's okay.
Well, the fact they've managed to
as well as he can be
moving from the track. So I don't think there didn't seem to be a lot of panic around that, other than the fact that he was definitely in a place where he needed to be. He needed to be moved, and we're not able to do that without stopping the race. So we are just last few riders coming to the line. So all of our gate staff just making sure that we've got the list here, and I think they've got the same So Sonny Rooney, so it should be Sonny Rooney. It was Haddock was 27th, then Cole McNichol, Harrison Greenough, Hopkins, Putnam, Luca Pegg, Jaden Jones, Jake Davis, Harvey Cashmore. Yeah. Right, so let's have a look. So I think Ida Palmerson, number 49, he's there. So we're just waiting. I think the medics were back in. They've moved back in place. Kyder Wolf sitting there looking over his shoulder pensively. We wait as soon as we get the last of the riders to the grid. We'll get a 5-second or a 10-second warning to our riders, and then we will be underway.
Heyman was obviously starting to close in quite dramatically.
Yes.
On Dunson. So again, I think he can benefit from this.
Yeah.
This is where we're going to really see who's good at sprint laps.
Yes, we are, aren't we?
Really good, because they're going to have to go hammer down in this one to try and break it. I think it looks like we're literally going to do this right now. So. Okay.
Yeah, it did go back, I think, yeah. So, we're looking at... we're waiting for, as our race director, Paul Irwin, at the head of that field, looking at Kyder Wolf, and I think we're pretty close. There's a few revs are rising and elbows are coming out. So we will be... Here we go then, green flag, and away we go. So for the first time ever, we get our staggered start, and it's Kyder Wolf that's going to lead him across the line.
Oh, Heyman already making moves.
Is he going to go try and run around the outside of
He's going to get the undercut. No, Dunson had it covered.
So back underway then with the 10:53 plus 2 on the clock. Let's see if Heyman can do anything about Cian Dunson, but now he has Kai Karsmakers on the 33 DRT Kawasaki right on his back door. We watched them go down the... somebody gone really wide there. Was that McCormack, I think, went wide. There's Askew, so he's at 11th. Has he made any places up?
Yeah, it's going to be manic now for this first lap. Carsmakers, like you said, really trying to take advantage here and pick a couple of those riders off in front of him. He's lost a bit of ground to Heyman there. Heyman is all over it. It's a big opportunity for him. Dunson looks over his shoulder. Which side's he going to attack from? And look at Colmer right there as well in the all red.
Yeah, plugged in the corner a little bit there, Dunson, and Charlie Heyman made the most of that as the rain's still falling. It's not bad. It's more than mental rain, but it's certainly going to keep these guys on the toes, as and you can see it there on the camera. So De Wolf then over the tabletop in the centre of the course for the first time on this restarted MX2 Race 1. Dunson there second.
I was just looking at Musto as well. Musto looking to make moves on Carsmakers. He was right coming up the inside there.
There's a few of these guys who are going to have a chance to catch the breath, and Ben Musto on the AC United gas is indeed all over the back of the 33. That was beautiful,
wasn't it?
By De Wolf there. Musto gets over there nicely as well.
Yeah, but look at Cars. He's on it. Oh, he's getting 3 spots there? No, 2 spots, Carsmakers.
Yeah. So Carsmakers up to second, so yeah, he's managed to find his way past Dunson and Charlie Heyman.
So where's Heyman? Was that Heyman there? I think
Heyman's there in third.
So Charlie's dropped a spot. But the Kawasaki rider standing for Bobby Bruce has picked off 2 riders there on this first lap.
This is good news. So it's Kyder Wolf then from Kai Carsmakers, the 2 Dutchmen, over the line then for the first complete lap of this restart. Dunson back to third, Heyman 4th, Musto 5th. Then it looks, Musto, then Colmer, McCormack, Josh Vale, in fact, was the next rider across the line in 7th. So a good restart then for the Phoenix Dogs Fantic rider.
So the 2 Dutch riders riding the British Championship, obviously Carsmakers has ridden one before, but De Wolf's first time. Kai and Kai, it sounds like a solicitor's firm out front.
It does, doesn't it? There's Jack Nichols. Let's have a look, see what Askew managed to find his way up to 9th on that one, so he's managed to find his way past Nichols and Maxi Werner, so not maybe the progress early on that Askew would have wanted for, and he's going to have to pick these off one at a time now. With 7:53 left on the clock, plus 2.
Yeah, so definitely taking advantage of that was the DRT standing rider, Dixon Kawasaki standing rider. Good opening lap there on this restart for him, moving it up 2 spots from where he was when the red flag came out.
But Dunson then is already 1.7 adrift. Although he looks a little bit closer that time. Coming right over the tabletop. So was that Carsmakers losing a bit of time with a mistake? Yeah, he's closer than he was. That doesn't look like 2 seconds now. And Carsmakers has lost a bunch of time, I think.
All the top riders making that look relatively easy. I believe that's where the incident was.
Yeah, that's. I saw the yellow flags out there, Jeff, and I was kind of hopeful that they would have cleared it by the time our race leader got there. But our marshals and officials making the right call. You can't have a rider line in the track there. And although he was obviously kind of okay, we saw straight away they did need to move him quite carefully. And he's now we've resumed racing. So Carsmakers then across the line in second, 159.376 for our race leader.
Yeah, so DeWolf now back up to speed. Of course, everybody's adrenaline would have dropped right off. Their body temperature would have started to cool down.
I've always struggled on restarts, and obviously having gate drops and a full gate drop again, that's one thing. But this new format, new to everybody else, it's like you haven't got the adrenaline rush off the gate drop.
Oh, Val, God, it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, now look like Askew has picked off a few. Remember, he restarted in 11th. He is now up to 8th, so he's gained an advantage.
He's pulled three spaces. Pulling a lot of time back though. He needs to be, if he's going to get into the top 5, he needs to be making moves now. We're just under 6 minutes left on the clock, Jeff.
Of course, he's second in the championship behind Searle, who's missing.
So he's going to take the championship lead. The fact that he's got a decent lead over Ben Musto means that he's going to take the championship virtual red plate, which obviously we don't hand out until the end of the day. But so he's not going to be displeased, but obviously he will want to. If this is his worst day and he takes the red plate,
I'm going to be. I mean, listen, we got this race to finish. We got the second one to go. I'm genuinely intrigued to see what the points difference, how much Searle's going to be off the points lead come the end of the day, because he'll still be very much in it if he can. Obviously, if he's fit enough and healthy enough to be back at Landrake on August 10th. He's not out of the championship, Tommy, by any stretch. He's leading it.
No, but he's still got work. He's got a lot of work to do, and obviously giving up what is going to be probably 35 or 40 points to Billy Askew, with only an 11-point lead at the moment, is something that he's going to have to work very hard for in the remainder of the season. But look at that, just DeWolf off that jump and into that turn, a beautiful single movement all the way through. But DeWolf then down the far end of the circuit. We look for Askew. Well, there's Musto and Coleman. So Vale still behind Askew as they came across the line, with our race leader then, the number 1 of Kai DeWolf. With 4 minutes on the clock, we're joined by a man who would much rather have been out on track today, I'm sure. Jamie Keith then here watching at Preston Docks. How's the recovery going?
It's going well. Got my cast off last Friday. Doctors are saying give it another couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks, and then I can get back on a bike. But I mean, I've learnt my lesson this year with rushing back from injury, so I'm gonna take my time. Gonna have another couple of months off, another 2 months, I reckon, and then we'll see where we're at, and we'll get back on the bike.
It's a hard decision to make, but obviously watching your class earlier on, got to be a bit bittersweet, but still good racing at the front of that one.
Yeah, it is good racing in that class. There's a couple of riders that can win the championship. I mean, Charlie's my mate. I'd love him to win it. I mean, Hayden as well. He's my mate. Drew. There's a few of them, but it's good racing, yeah.
And what do you make of this MX2 class? Because obviously, when you finally do move up to MX2, you're going to be in our under-21 championship as well. And are you looking at making a move to 250s anytime soon to put it up against these guys?
Yeah, definitely. As soon as I get back on a bike, it'll be a 250. Yeah, I'm going to hand it to the lot of them. No, I'm only messing. I'm only joking.
Yeah, I could see that was very much tongue in cheek.
We're gonna take it steady. Race by race, weekend by weekend. Try and improve every day. That's the plan.
But track conditions here, with all the rain we've had, look absolutely perfect. We just had the right amount. We can see our race leader, the Kaiser Wolf, disappearing around the trees at the back end of the circuit. And you raced here last year when the waves, this bit, I've never, obviously we saw Conrad Muse through here last year, was absolutely sublime. It's a lovely bit of the circuit to ride by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's definitely. The back of the track at Preston Docks, there's a big sand track, so they've incorporated that. And as you can see here, guy had doubling through and jumping that wall. I mean, last year you could jump that wall and it was a time saver, but I had a bit of a scary moment on that wall last year. Nearly, my head was touching the front wheel, so I'm quite glad I'm not trying to do that again this year.
As with most of the tracks, it's always going great until it's not, and there are a few places on this track that we can see that are catching you out, but I was expecting it to be a little bit deeper, but I think that with the fact that we've had such a lot of dry weather up at this neck of the woods for the past 6 or 8 weeks, and then we were going to have a bunch of rain as well. I think the track prep for what we've got today, absolutely spot on. As we see Doonson, he's just landing the downside, and this is what we were saying earlier on about the guys that get out to ride EMX, and that you can see the differences. We've got a yellow flag in the background there. It's one of our maybe one of our top 10 riders. You can see the way, certainly with yourself riding EMX, the way that you hold yourself on the bike changes as you become more experienced racing further afield.
Yeah, definitely. Everything's different over there, so it's good to see there's some EMX boys and even the MX2 fellas there come in, race the British Championship. Bring some riders on, because we need it. We haven't got any in MX2 or EMX really. There's the odd few we got in EMX 250, and obviously I'm not quite sure if we've got anyone in MX2, so by these boys come in, it might bring a bit of confidence to the UK MX2 boys. And
and obviously people are looking to you to be somebody that might potentially fill that in. Obviously, with the EMX, your season obviously not going great, but you've certainly shown the speed, and I think that conversations that I've had around the place, certainly talking to people between races and that, with how the EMX is a little bit up and down, the championship doesn't matter so much as more than the fact that you get out there and get some great results. Oh, we got a rider down there at the side of the track. Obviously he's managed to extricate himself, so he's got himself there. Now Kaiser Wolf has just come past. So our race leader then, it's zeros on the clock, so it will be a +2. See if our medics can get that bike, we'll get the marshals can get that bike cleared off, and we'll get a medic to our rider. But he obviously got himself off the track, so maybe just had the wind knocked out of him. But again, if you get that wrong and the bike swaps ends on you, you're just a passenger.
Yeah, I nearly did that a few times last year. You got to grip the bike really, really hard, otherwise you're just in for the ride.
And I did hear a few guys saying that the jumps were starting to get a little bit cupped out on the top as well. But again, it's motocross. It's got to be like that. And obviously the World Championship events are at a level where the track deteriorates with the faster guys. They absolutely destroy it in half a session.
Yeah, and even at the GPs, they don't touch the track all weekend. They'll do a few bits here and there just to keep it safe, but other than that, you're in for it, and they don't touch it.
So Kaiser Wolf then, he'll come round to take the 2-lap board this time by, and Kai Carsmakers then keeping him on. 7 seconds now actually the gap, so I think that's about what you'd expect. Kai Carsmakers, obviously he's had a bit of an up and down season as well. He's just coming back from injury. A lot of riders kind of trying to ride themselves back into fitness, and he'll be happy to pick up this ride with the DRT team. I don't know whether it's just a one-off for this British Championship or whether he's going to fill that seat. I'm not sure how long Bobby Bruce is going to be out for, but he's certainly a nice fit for the team, and he's raced in the British Championship before, so he's a known quantity. As he comes round there, Doonson still not giving up on the chase though. There's still only a second between them as they make their way around this penultimate lap. Yeah, so yellow flags in, so whoever that was is not only up and away, the bike's gone, so I think they just remounted. That could have been disappointment more than anything else, but good to see that the rider there
was that French guy, Florian Miot, I think his name is.
Oh right, okay,
I think that was him anyway for the
yeah, so he's on the SAS TPC
that's
KTM. But De Wolf then carving his way through, and Jeff and I were saying earlier on, the chance for for the likes of the British Championship boys to follow these fast guys and see what they're doing. You never get the chance to do this.
No.
And De Wolf putting on an absolute clinic here in Moto 1 of this first of our MX2 races in the Under-21 Championship. Let's just see. I think that's going to be Ben Mustoe that is going to be... let's have a look. It might actually be Charlie Heyman is going to win that. No, Doonson will be the winner of the Under-21s because he's there in third at the moment. I think Carsmakers may be aged out of that. I'm not sure whether he's an Under-21 rider or not. We'll try and find that out. Starting to get some quite hard-edged ruts in these tight corners now. It's not just deep sand berms.
It's weird base here, to be honest with you. It's quite slippy on top and it's rock hard underneath. They can only rip it so hard and so deep until it starts just getting... It's weird. Very, very, very weird. On top is really slidey, and to be honest with you, it's not major deep, but it's not like shallow, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But underneath, it's such a hard base.
It does.
You can see there with the braking bumps, they're rock hard.
I would imagine it's quite a difficult one to master bike setup. You're not coming from Lommel and riding the same setup as around here. And again, this is the beauty of motocross. There's a lot of things that you've got to take into consideration. And it does look like Doonson has dropped off. He's 2.5 seconds now. So he's lost 1.5 seconds on that last lap as Gian Doonson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. As we watch our race leader, Kai de Wolf, then on the Stan Husqvarna make his way.
That's a nice new section.
Yeah. And like I say, they've changed the track up here quite a bit. I watched the stream from last year, and you can see that they put a lot of effort into it. And all of the Preston Docks team, some great work. Some more yellow flags waving, so somebody else has had a bit of a moment. But it's going to be Kai de Wolf that should take a not unpredictable race victory. He is, after all, the reigning world champion. Doing the wise thing, knowing that he's got a 7 or 8 second lead, and just going to roll
big
in.
Crash at the back. Some fella just went over the berm.
Oh, right.
Just
Okay.
seen his bike in the air.
So
it's Askew.
It's Billy Askew, so well spotted there. So that was Askew who was up to 6th. He'd found his way past Ben Mustoe. He was trying to follow the battle between Carsmakers and Doonson, but Askew, now whether he was helped there or not, do you think there was contact? Because he was actually across the line in front of Ben Mustoe. So I would have expected that maybe he got enough if he just gone in a little bit quick, maybe. But it is going to be a race victory then for the number 1 of Kai de Wolf on the Nestor Husqvarna, the reigning world champion. He's going to take victory, and a really well-deserved second place from Kai Carsmakers. Doonson will come across the line for Gabriel SS24 in third. We'll wait for the rest of our top 10. A great 4th place then for Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. I think that's going to be his best result, certainly of this season. And then it should be Ollie Colmer, next man across the line, and here he is on the Chambers KTM. So it's Colmer, and then it should be Mustoe, and there's Ben Mustoe on the 163 AC United Gas. Then it's the 479 of Josh Vale on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. Then it's Glenn McCormack. How soon did Askew get back on the bike? I'm not sure. There's Askew. He's ended up coming across the line in 11th behind Jake Nicholl, so that's not the best of results for him. So that is your top 10. We're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with Jeff down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, we're down here in the winner's circle with the current world champion. It's great to say that, coming over and doing the British Championship. Obviously, red flag incident, so it kind of upset with your race, but effectively 2 solid motos squeezed into 1. Looks like you're having a lot of fun out there, Kai.
Yeah, track is really fun. Something new for me, the restart, but yeah, it was fun. Never done it before, but no, track is really good. Really enjoying it. We've been lucky with the weather so far, so hopefully we can keep it dry for the second moto.
How does it compare? I mean, it's kind of pretty similar to some Dutch tracks. I know you have deeper sand, but what's it actually like? Is it got like a hard base to it? It looks quite deceiving.
Some parts have a hard base to it, but then the back section is really sandy, so it's nice to have some difference in the track. Going from real sandy back to a little harder, so yeah, really enjoy it.
Well, I have to say, I mean, it seems like you've been a popular addition with the British fans. Have they been treating you well? Have they been welcoming you?
Yeah, the British fans been always amazing, so that's also why I wanted to come back and race in the UK.
It's good stuff. And brave enough to wear white kit and not even get it that dirty. You look the part out there. Congratulations. So there you go. That's Kai de Wolf winning the first race. If you want to just reel on out, Kai, don't go too far, because we're going to go back and get into a picture. We're going to bring the other Kai in, Kai Keesmakers. Kai, as I said, 2 Dutch riders, both the same name, coming over. Welcome back to the British Championship. Of course, you've raced with us before. Great debut ride for the DRT team. You made some moves there and that restart. I mean, you really laid down a real fast opening lap to shoot up to second. Pleased with the performance?
Yeah, very happy about the performance. First day on the bike, second time now in the first moto, but I didn't get a good start and then made some good plays to fourth, and then we had the restart, and yeah, just immediately I was put fire in and then move up to second and just control the race. So yeah, I'm quite happy about this first moto.
It's maybe too early to say, or maybe you can tell us, stepping in to fill in for Bobby Bruce, have you made any conversations beyond just today, or is it just do this one race and see how it goes?
For now it's just this race and then see how it goes.
And what about the track? I can't remember, remind me, have you ever raced here before? No.
No.
So how are you finding it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful track, very long, it's quite, speed is quite there, so, no, I really like the track, big jumps and stuff like that, so it's nice.
Well, again, great to have you back. Good luck in the second moto. There you go. So Kai Keesmakers making a solid debut for the DRT Bike It team. Let's bring in Gian Doosan. Come on, Gian. On the Gabriel SS24 team. Again, I mean, a solid ride, but we had the restart. First time we've ever done that in British Championship Motocross. What was it like? Did you feel nervous with the restart?
No, it's quite nice. Yeah, well, no, it's not nice, but they did quite a good job, and the only difficult part is you lose your focus, because you went full focus in the end, then you have like 10-15 minutes nothing, and then you have to focus again. So that's the most difficult part, but no, it was had a fun moto, took the whole shot, battled with some MX2 guys, so no, I think I can step up my game like this.
Just ask me this as well as a rider then. So the heart rate and everything like that, you come in, you're having a good race, you're putting it together, then you've got to stop. Is that difficult to manage, to get back focus for that restart, doing it that way?
Yeah, I think the focus is the most difficult part, because you get out of it, and to get in that super focus again is quite difficult, but I think I managed it well. I misjudged a double in the first lap, so Kai passed me, but no, I think I had a good speed, and I'm ready for the second moto.
And how's everything with the team? Obviously, the first year with the support from KTM and all that kind of stuff. We're halfway with the British Championship. Are you happy with how it's going? I know you always want to look for improvements, but overall, are you happy with how it's going? Not necessarily results, but with the team and the way you feel with the team members.
Yeah, like you say, not necessarily the results, but the results is the most difficult part. Had some setbacks this season, also in the British Championship, one moto good, one moto bad, and hopefully turn around today. But no, with the team, it's all working well, and excited to move on this season.
Well, good luck in the second moto. We may see you back up here. You can move on out. I think we're going to do a bit of a family photo with the top three. Again, it's just going to move out. So there we go. The first time ever at an ACU British Championship that we've actually had the staggered start. It was quite exciting in many ways. We never want to see red flags, obviously, but I think that is the fairest way to do it. And I'm really glad that the ACU and everybody, from a rider's point of view, have taken the advice and amended the rules, because that clearly worked really, really well. So there you go. That was a first. I'm going to get out of the way. You can carry on filming if you like before we go to an advert. They're going to take a family picture, as it were, and we're going to very quickly go to an ad break, and then we will be back with the Apico MX1 class rolling onto track anytime soon. See you in a bit.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. Ride.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
So welcome back then to Preston Docks. We continue with round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. We're about to go to the gate for race 1 of our Pico MX1 Championship class. We're running about 30 minutes behind schedule due to that stoppage in our MX2 race a little earlier on, but we will press on nonetheless, and we will go through our qualification then for the Pico MX1 class. And it was definitely a day to get out there and get a good lap in early, but Conrad Muse finally took that pole position, waited till very, very late in the session to nick it from Adam Sterry, and he nicked it by just over a second, but Sterry headed the times pretty much all the way till the end before Muse nipped it, I think with like his last but one lap. So it's Conrad Muse on the 426 who will go to the gate first from Adam Sterry. A good third then from Josh Gilbert. Carl Husband on the Phoenix Tools Fantic, he's there in 4th. Tristan Purden on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna in 5th. A good 6th from Taylor Hamill, he looked really good on the DRT Kawasaki. A good performance from the Dirt Store Triumph for Joel Rizzi in 7th. Martin Barr on the Apico Honda in 8th. John Adams on the Lexa Honda in 9th. And 10th place, the 184, the Crendon True 7 Honda of Jamie Carpenter. So that is your top 10 qualifiers. What's the weather doing out there, Jeff?
Getting better, I'm pleased to say.
Okay, that's good.
Tempt fate and do the whole for those old people that can remember, like me, that the Michael Fish scenario, saying, oh, it's all good, and then the heavens open. None of that. Starting to get warmer, starting to get drier. Wind's picked up a little bit. Track, I had a good look at the track walking back. It's in good nick. Listen, when you've got 2 Dutch riders saying how good the track is, that's a thumbs up, isn't it?
It is indeed. And there is the start gate. So I mentioned to the ACU, who are obviously back in this championship, this Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, and been very successful so far, Jeff, with 4 rounds in, having the full backing of the ACU, and they're doing a lot of things behind the scenes to keep this this championship growing and support the way that we're going to be running people through the 125, 250 class, and hopefully getting people back into 250 and open class GPs.
Everybody involved with this wants to see it evolve, get better. I think so far we're 4 rounds in. There's a different vibe. We said it's a new era. It feels like it. There's a lot of positivity going about it. We've said about the list of sponsors before. I am going to rattle through some of them now because that just goes to show where we're at. So again, like ACU, big shout out to them. We got all these brands. I'm going to just do it in alphabetical order because it's easier to read. The guys from Aero getting involved with crash helmets. Apico, who are sponsoring this class. We got Bell involved. DEP, British manufacturer, brilliant, fantastic.
Good exhaust
to have them involved. We got the guys at Dirty Dirt Store. We wouldn't be doing this live stream without them. Massive. Fly, Fox, and FXR. I mean, that's 3 massive kit clothing companies that are jumping on board.
They're all in the trade area as well, I believe.
Yep, and then we've got Gayon Boots. We got them involved. Honda, Jude Morris Racing Foundation with the under 21s. Brilliant stuff, raising a load of cash. For the air ambulance and what we're doing with them. Get behind the Jude Morris Racing Foundation because it goes back into our sport for riders' safety. Manufacturers, Honda, Kawasaki involved. Brilliant. We've got K-Tech Suspension here doing their service. Michelin getting behind the Youth Academy and all the VIP.
Yeah, Michelin VIP here. If you fancy a bit of that, get yourself to the next round at Landrake. Definitely worth the effort.
Yep, we got Moto Verde, long-standing sponsors. Obviously, we got sections of the track there.
Yeah.
Brandon as well. Of course, title sponsor, Motul Oil, brilliant stuff. Oakley are getting behind it. Phoenix Tools, not only with supporting the series, but the fastest lap concept.
Yep. And they're paying out a little bit of money for that as well, as the riders start to put their goggles on.
Yep, and then we got the Planet Moto, first lap leader, another great incentive. Adds a bit of excitement. A little championship within the races, 1 lap sprints.
Yep.
So that's really cool. We got Prox doing what they do with the pit pass. So that's amazing. Ride, Spiral, Statica here with the balance bikes. Surf and Turf, Triumph, another brand. Choi Lee Designs are involved. And Nathan at Yes Brand. So that is, I mean, honestly, thank you to every single one of them for doing what you do. And, getting a British Championship back to a level. When we got world champions wanting to come over, brilliant.
Right, we're just going to take a very quick ad break and we'll be back with the gate drop of our first Apico MX1 moto of the day. Okay, so here we are then. The fast few riders come to the gate. The 220 of Josh Canton, the man from deep South Wales, comes to the gate on the 220 Yamaha for the first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races. You ready, Jeff?
I'm ready. You was looking at some paperwork there. Here we go. The gate's going to go down soon, but Jack Beniston's starting blocks. I think he's gone straight to a building site and taken them out of a wheelbarrow.
He's from Colville. It doesn't surprise me. He's from my neck of the woods. So here we go then. 5-second board is up. Gates down, another long hold.
There's Jack's. Look at his blocks left there. Up the pipe. Carl Husband on the yellow, looking to squeeze down the inside. He might have the whole shot. No, second, but that's definitely.
Oh, it's hard to tell
from this angle.
Yeah, it's really difficult.
Josh Gilbert.
Josh Gilbert. Yes, Gilbert. So it's Josh Gilbert that takes the whole shot.
Then Muse, then Carlton Husband, then Adam Sterry.
Or Gilbert makes a bit of a mistake there, and it's going to give Conrad the run through the Apico waves on the first lap. But Gilbert then, he's going to be our whole shot taker.
Adam. Oh, what a save by Josh!
That was unbelievable. The Lexa Honda rider then, he rode that feet up.
I want to say it's skill, Phil, but I think that was more luck than judgment.
I don't think he knew a lot about that, Jeff. Let's be fair, but he stayed up, and that's all we need. That's all we want to see, and he's still leading. And Conrad then just there, the red plate holder on the Crendon True 7 Honda. So it's two Hondas locked out at the front.
Well, no, that's Sterry.
Is it Sterry? It is,
the second, so we've lost Conrad. I thought so because Conrad was in white kit. So
we got
we got another red flag waving.
Oh, right, okay.
I just saw it out of the right-hand screen. I hope I did I see that wrong? No, I didn't.
No, we've got.
So this is going to be a genuine restart. This won't be a staggered start.
Oh, and Gilbert absolutely fuming.
Well, listen, I think that. Well, I don't want to. Well,
we don't know.
We don't know, but
so we didn't see Muse and Husband come round there. So it was Gilbert, Sterry, and Matthew Mio were the riders that came into shot. So we've got an incident on the far end of the circuit. And we're going to have to re-rack them and go again. We'll let our marshals and officials get everything sorted out. It will be a restart. In fact, I think that the restart is because we've got a rider down on the tabletop there, Jeff, in the background.
What it is.
So
yes,
so
okay.
It's going to be a complete restart, and we will wait for that. So
yeah, that's okay. So that's very good clerking of the course there. You can't. That rider was down, you know, right there on not the finish jump. You can see the finish jump just before the timing clock. You can see in the middle of your picture, top centre. Okay, so
right. Well, we'll do the decent thing, and we'll take a quick ad break, and then hopefully we'll find out what's going to happen. It will be a complete restart. As the rain suddenly starts to hammer down on the Comsbot roof.
You can probably hear that through our mics.
Yeah, so
right on cue, there's a massive deluge here. So yes, let's go to an ad break.
We're going to go to an ad break, and then obviously it will be a complete gated restart for this one without one lap completed. And so hopefully we will come back in a few minutes' time, and we'll give you an update and resume our race action.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. ride.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal here. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Okay, good. You should be back out.
Okay then, so back as the riders come to the gate for the restart of our Apico MX1 Race 1. We just saw a race stoppage there, which we believe was for Jamie Carpenter, who went down on the opening lap just in front of the lap scoring on the top of the tabletop, and he's been helped off the circuit. And we also saw we believe was our two of our top three qualifiers, or two of our top four qualifiers, Conrad Muse and Carlton Husband, went down in that back loop because Adam Sterry came round in second place, but the man who lost out massively on that one was Josh Gilbert. Jeff, he was the man that really took one for the team there. Yeah, absolutely the right, and he will understand, because one day it'll be him. And where that rider was, we definitely couldn't continue. So we're going to wrap him again. We've had that really, really heavy shower that seems to have kind of blown itself, hopefully, across. Although you've been outside since I have, so
yeah. But since then, those grids are now
very wet.
Very wet. No chance of them drying in time. So watch for a wheel spin here.
Here we go then. 15-second and 5-second board. They've been holding the gate for a long time. Everybody away. Let's see who gets the drive this time. And it looks like it's going to be Sterry, and it is Gilbert again round the outside. Is Gilbert going to take the whole shot? We've got a couple of riders down in the first turn.
God, whoever that is looks in some discomfort. So, well,
Is that Gilbert again?
It's Gilbert again. Or is that
Sterry completely off the track there. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. Second place. Who's that on the Husky? Is that Tristan Purdon? I don't
think it is. I
It's
think that's a
Rizzy.
triumph.
It's
Yeah,
Rizzy.
it's a
It's
triumph.
Joel Rizzy.
Yeah.
Oh, and he goes down.
Oh, Gilbert.
Gilbert, he nearly took the front on the opening lap in this previous corner. Joel Rizzy, British Championship lead for the first time for the 450 Triumph. The Dirt Store Triumph team will be absolutely doing their fruit. We are in
Chris
here.
Mills. Chris did well to avoid that Motul banner, by the way. He was leaning into the right.
That's terrible look then for Josh Gilbert. Here we see then. So a dirty front number plate on our race leader. It is the 912 of Joel Rizzy.
Well, listen, if Joel's going to put in a performance, it's his kind of going.
It is, isn't
He's
it?
won races round here in youth level. It's a Joel Rizzy type track. He is particularly good in these conditions.
Well, let's just see what he can do with a good start, a little bit of confidence. We've got Adam Sterry there, the 811 on the Chambers KTM in second, coming off the back of a career best GP finish in Finland last weekend, and he's riding high on the confidence of that. But it is the 912 Dirt Store Triumph for Joel Rizzy that's leading him round on this restarted Moto 1 of our Apico factory racing.
Now, what he needs to do here, Phil, we all know you're leading, so you want to lead the race as much as you can. Log some laps. Every lap that goes by that he's leading is going to be such a confidence booster for him.
Is that our championship leader Conrad Muse there on the Crennan True 7 Honda? He's there in fourth, and then it was Purdon. We need to wait for him to come back. Good start from the 16 of Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda. Good to see him back in the championship after missing the first 3 rounds through injury. But it is going to be.
It's the Battle of North Wales.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, they're both from the same neck of the woods. Used to race with Joel's dad back in the day, and he is going to be our first lap leader.
Oh, Sterry.
He's going to make him really on. No, what a pass by Sterry.
That was beautiful. And he wasn't even sure if he made it. He nearly slowed up because he thought he was going to do the undercut again. But he realised that Joel was trying to block the inside and powered round the outside. Beautiful. Right, Sterry then. Right, let's see how much is Muse going to panic. Planet Moto first lap leader. Well, that was actually Joel Rizzy.
It was Joel Rizzy. So fair play to Joel Rizzy leading the lap. Let's see if he can build on this. John Adamson there in a good fourth position on the second. Well, he's the lead Lexa Honda with Gilbert going down. Gilbert came across the line in 10th. He will be, especially after what happened to him at Blacksall, Jeff, with losing the chain. Well-placed third position, I think he was when that happened. But it is race leader then at the front of the track, at the front of the field. It is Adam Sterry on the 811 Chambers KTM.
Now, anybody watching and following us on the live stream throughout this British Championship will realise that Conrad Muse won't panic. We've seen it in all the races so far. Literally second part of the moto, he goes into, he clicks it up 2 or 3 gears and just goes to another level.
He does, and he's closing in.
He doesn't even look overly panicked at the minute, does he?
No. He'll think he's got these guys covered, and like I say, there's no need to panic at this point. He's going to try and find his way past the 912 Dirt Store Triumph of Joel Rizzy. He makes a much nicer job of the first double and just eases his way past. Clicks it sideways, and he's going to drop in nicely into that berm, and now he's got Adam Sterry in his sights. Sterry will be looking to lead a lap, and again, I don't think it's the easiest place to pass, so I think he's going to find it a little bit more difficult to find his way past the Chambers KTM than he would Joel Rizzy. And like I say, Joel not been at the sharp end much this season.
And another thing, Phil, like I said, Adam's from North Wales. He has turned too many laps to remember around this place.
Yes.
He knows it exceptionally well.
Let's
could be an advantage to him.
Let's see how that pans out. And like I say, he does look like he's riding with confidence. Now, what we were seeing, and obviously you went off and did the thing, but Jamie Keith was saying that it's hard pack underneath and dry. So what we're seeing is that the sand is pushing away and just leaving a hard pack underneath. It's really, really easy to tuck the front, and I think that's what happened to Josh Gilbert.
Yeah.
Taylor Hamill there on the DRT Kawasaki. He's there in a great 6. Carlton Husband 7th, Grimshaw 8th, Gilbert 9th, and Martin Barr on the 2nd of the Apico Hondas. He's rounding out the top 10 with Chris Mills on the 27th.
To see John Adamson having a good run.
Yeah.
I mean, we know John's speed. It'd be great for him and the Lexa team if he can bag a top 5 result here.
Yeah, again, confidence breeds confidence. And as we see, Conrad Muse starting to close in on the 811 of Adam Sterry. But we saw in Finland last week, Adam had an absolutely fantastic qualification race on the Saturday. He ran as high as third place in that, and then had a great first moto and not such a good second moto. But the speed, confidence, the confidence that comes from that speed of running with those guys, and you can see this is where Conrad's not going to pull 6 bike lengths back on him down here like he did on Rizzy, and you can see that Rizzy has already started to drop off a little bit. But like I say, he's a man that is riding his way back in after injury, and also first season on a 450.
The way the championship's been so far, you'd obviously clearly state that these two are the riders to beat. It's up for the others to try and bridge the gap to them. And we're seeing it again. These two will just gradually check out. That's not taking anything away from Rizzy, Adams, Burden, Hamill, all those guys. They've just got that little bit extra at the minute. Obviously, Adam's still riding GPs. That's going to help.
Yeah. And let's not forget, we're getting to that time of year when people start talking about the Motocross of Nations, Jeff. And
yes,
we've got to start looking towards who we're going to be taking. And obviously, with Adam and Ben Watson performing in GPs and Conrad performing at home.
So it's not me, you, and Neil Paul Irwin then?
No,
well, that's what I heard.
Yeah, but all of those things, these guys are riding for places.
Look at Conrad through here. This is where he was so fast last year. That's ridiculous.
Adam knew that he'd got that wrong. He just looked across, expecting Conrad Muse to be there, and indeed he was.
Talk about momentum and just doing it. Just by doing that completely different rhythm through there, carrying all that momentum.
And that's where he passed Erling through there last year, wasn't
he? He loves that section. I mean, he made that look, in all intents and purposes, he actually made it like Adam wasn't a pro at that point.
Yeah, I get.
Do you know what I mean?
I know what you say. But it just goes to show the smallest of mistakes you can't recover from it.
Exactly.
You get that one section of the track wrong, and it's a second and a half, and no amount of whatever you do after brings that back. And this is where the top pros, it's all about not making the mistakes, because they are absolutely punished. Because the instant you lose half a second just on that one bit, it follows all the way down the next section of the track. Exactly,
doesn't it? So, I mean, if Adam can stick with him for that lap, it'd be interesting to see if he's close enough to see how Conrad's doing that.
Yeah, follow his lines.
And then try and, obviously copy it.
But currently unbeaten in the Apico British Championship then. Conrad Muse, 6 for 6 as it stands at the moment.
And it comes as no surprise that on that lap, Conrad also sets the timing screens purple, which indicates the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race for him.
But still yet to lead for a moto across the line, I think.
On the Planet Moto thing, yeah. Obviously, when it comes to the Phoenix Tools quickest lap, he's doing it every time.
We'll have to check the points on that, but certainly he's not panicked where he's not got the start. So Sterry, then Rizzy, and then Tristan Purden in a good 4th place. He's in a good vein of form, and that's what actually put me onto the Motocross of Nations tour.
Yes,
he's already been named as a rider for the South African team, I believe. So that's good news for him, and obviously with this team already doing some of the AMA Nationals, they've kind of got their own little bit of a setup out there anyway. Adamson, then he's in a good 5th. Hamill 6th, Husband 7th. Gilbert now up to 8th, but 5 seconds adrift of Carl Husband on the Fantic. And then Martin Barr has now managed to put his teammate Tom Grimshaw down to 10th. But again, Grimshaw riding his way back in. I did speak to him at Blacksall, and he was like, I'm going to be out at the next round, but it will be hard work. Not an easy track to come back to, but good to see Tom back on the bike after missing the first 3 races.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, Tom, destined to be a 450 rider. He was quite big on a 65 and 85. Just Tom, he's just one of the nicest guys in the paddock. Always stops for a chat, and it's just great to see him back out there. The Apico Honda team are a great team, tight team, good couple of riders out there.
Yeah. That was a bit sketchy from Conrad. He got quite high up there in that rut, and he just caught the edge of it, Jeff. It was. We'll see if he does that the next lap. But that was really, if he'd have just caught the fork like there, he could have been quite a bit of trouble. But the gap then to Adam Sterry has gone out.
Yeah.
Now that's Sterry's lost the toe there, and it's out to 4.6 already, or 4.46, sorry.
Well, we saw it at Hawkstone. If we go back to round 1, for Conrad's sake, we were almost panicking for him in those first. It was like, God, you know, halfway through the moto, he's down, you know, and then second part, and he ended up winning it by, I don't know how many seconds.
It was an impressive comeback.
The second, and that's been the trend of his races so far. And by his own admission, he'll probably say it again if he wins this race, and I speak to him in the winner's circle. He is absolutely just focused on the stopwatch. He gets the instruction to his mechanic, Rob, every time, putting his lap time on it, and he's just constantly trying to keep that consistent fast. And he does it. And he does it very well. But Conrad, we know how good he is in the sand, as well as good on all conditions. But sand, you know, he particularly likes that as well. Of course, though, his home track, if you want to say that, he lives down near Shepton Mallet, and I can say that his practice track is the polar opposite. It's very hard, but like clay content circuit down there. But he's always been good in the sand as well. Beautifully over those 2 double jumps, no problem at all, executing and hitting all his marks, not over jumping the jumps. If you notice, he's hitting the downsides, carrying that momentum, and that's why he's just little by little, or more than a little by little, pulling away every time. That gap has gone out pretty quickly. Let's see what it is when Sterry crosses the line. Wait for the timing to just lags a little bit for our monitor. Obviously, it will catch up in a moment. 6.68 seconds, almost seemingly just like that. But Adam Sterry on that Chambers KTM will not just go, right, he will push and push and push. He's got enough experience to know that he knows that they've got the speed over the rest of the field, and he could just comfortably now ride round in second place. But that's not Adam Sterry. That's not in his DNA. He will push all the way to the flag.
So there's Purdon. So he's there in third, and then there's Adamson fourth. So he's got a decent gap. And then here it is. So Hamill is the next rider through. Then Rizzy. So Rizzy's just starting to drop back a little bit now. He's gone back to sixth.
And there should be Gilbert next in, who's obviously probably raging underneath that crash helmet.
He is, So here comes Tristan Purdon. Then the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna rider. He's, like I say, he's there in a decent third place. And he's had to motor through a few of these races to get back to the sharp end. But the likeable South African, part of that SC Sport Homes squad, has found a nice home for himself there, I think.
Another great addition to the British Championship. Nice bloke.
Yes.
Solid rider, nice to watch. It's great that he's here.
So there's, I think that's Adamson, and we should just see in the background there the Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill. So Hamill is starting to think about maybe putting a move on the Honda rider. Hamill qualified pretty well up. He was sixth, and actually out-qualified Adamson in practice this morning, in practice and qualification. But they are...
I was going to say... John!
John gets properly out of shape there. He's up. That was a biggie. And the man from Scotland, he was off the edge of the track, landed in the soft stuff on the edge of the circuit. He's done well to walk away from that one, Jeff. Hopefully he'll pick that Lexa Honda up.
Well, I didn't get my words out. I was actually, before literally I was going to say to Johnny, he's looking smoother than he usually does, because he is. I regularly called him swashbuckling, because he's that kind of rider. He's all action, he's all in. And just as I was thinking about saying that, he then put you all saw what happened there. He got a bit offline, landed the soft stuff, come up short. Bike just virtually stopped dead, and of course momentum just drove him forward.
Yeah, he's gone over the bars big style there, and obviously luckily landed in the soft stuff at the side of the circuit. We'll see whether he comes across the line. Well, he's actually come across the line in sixth. So for all of that, Jeff, he only lost 2 places.
It's that. I'll tell you what, he's an animal. I've mentioned before, like, he gets trained by Dave Dugan, Jason Dugan's dad.
Okay, no, he hasn't. He's now dropping. He is dropping down.
I was going to say, because if he just got up from that straight away,
it looked like he was okay. Hopefully, he's going to be able to kind of shake that one off.
Taylor Hamill would have had probably the best view in the house of that.
Yeah, he will have done.
But obviously, for Taylor, that made the job a bit easier. He didn't have to force a move.
But he was coming, and I've been impressed with Taylor Hamill on a 450. I do remember seeing him for the first time on a 250, I think, in EMX at Matley. Oh, God, 5, 6, 7 years ago now. And just been very impressed with the way that he holds himself on the bike. He's just got a really nice, economical style. Doesn't look like he's going fast, but he's just very, very smooth. And again, another one of those riders you just think he's just been waiting to get onto.
Oh, he's definitely a 450 rider. He's so big. I've been impressed with him in the arena cross as well.
Yes.
That always a good sensor of like throttle control and balance and stuff like that. And he's been particularly good for his first year doing that as well.
He has. So that puts Rizzy back up to 5th then on the Dirt Store Triumph. With Martin Barr now up to 6th. He's managed to pass Josh Gilbert. So Martin Barr, the veteran on the Apico Honda, having a really, really good run as we look at our top 16 then on the K-Tech Tower on the right hand side of the screen with 8 minutes and 16 plus 2 to go. MXGB-TV, brought to you by Dirt Store, bringing you all the action here live from Preston Docks, round 4 of this ACU Motul British Championship.
Taylor Hamill does look good. You're right, Phil. He really does look comfortable on that DRT bike at Kawasaki. Nice and smooth. Doesn't even look like he's going that quick, but of course we know we are. Nobody's doing it better, of course, than Conrad Muse on the True 7 Crendon Honda racing machine, though.
There's Rizzy going through then. And he's going to have Martin Barr. What's the gap between Martin and Rizzy, Jeff?
It's saying about It's saying 17 seconds, and that hasn't actually upgraded.
No, I think I've just seen in the background that he is quite a long way adrift.
Yeah, it's more the gap between Martin Barr and Gilbert. That's the one that's got really close. There's only 1.5 seconds in that.
But let's not forget that Martin Barr's the one that's coming forward. So he's the man that's managed to put the pass on the 326. John Adamson's currently shown in 23rd, so I think that he's possibly outside the points. Liam Knight having a good run in 13th. Charlie Putnam then, he's on the back. He's at the second of the SC Sport Homes Huskies. He's there on the back of Carlton Husband. Chris Mills in 9th. Dan Thornhill having a good 10th, having a good run in 10th on the Chambers KTM as well. As we look at Adam Sterry. Taking also a country mile now behind he's 12 seconds adrift.
12 seconds, and that's what we've seen previously.
It's going about 2 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
And Conrad definitely got the hammer down. And like I say, he's racing the clock. It's not about the win, it's the style in which he feels he's done it.
Yeah, totally. If we again, I don't want to bang on about it, but we go back to the round 1 where he went 1-1. And he wasn't happy.
He was not happy.
I mean, he was like, and he waxed them basically second part of the race, and ended up winning both motos by over 10 seconds. In some cases, almost up to nearly 30 seconds, if memory serves me well. And you would have thought you'd be ecstatic.
Yeah.
Well, what was it? Damon Bradshaw said, I always prefer to win with a dirty front number plate.
Yeah, definitely. It was a good race, though. It was a good race. Oh, there is Adam Sterry. I think he's found a good home there at the Chambers KTM team. It's great that they're taking him to GPs, and they're obviously doing EMX with Ollie Colmer as well. So nice to see that there's British teams that are still prepared to go out and do that. And I know that Adam wants to be at GPs. He was on the Schmicker team last year.
I would say this, Phil, that obviously we've got a bunch of really talented riders in the UK in British Motocross. And they've also ambassadors for our sport. Adam is a great ambassador for our sport. He holds himself so well. He's always really courteous, polite, talks to anybody. Always, like last night on the Michelin Youth Academy, he gave up so much of his time and spoke to a lot of the kids.
Yes.
That, we didn't ask him to do that. He just took it upon himself to and he really encapsulated what we're trying to do with that academy, and he was brilliant.
Yeah, he was. And it's like, see Adam here in second, and obviously Dan Thornhill in 10th. Those two guys were on big wheel 85s for my first British Masters commentary job.
Yeah.
And they battled bar to bar, and to see him here at the sharp end of the British Championship, and obviously Adam finding his way into GPs. I know Dan did a couple of wild cards and stuff, but Dan lining himself up now more as a beach race specialist, and I know that Tim Chambers likes to get involved in the beach race stuff as well, so that's where Dan Thornhill is certainly earning his crust with that outfit. Adam is he's the man who's going to hopefully take it to Conrad Mewes, maybe in Moto 2, the 4:01 of Jack Penniston, the man with the tallest starter blocks in the world.
Yeah, and he's not short, by the way.
He's not
a big
short
old boy. I need them. He doesn't. There's our race leader, easy to spot in so many ways. By the speed which he rides, he's in that very easy to spot white and blue fly kit, and of course he's got the red plate. And I don't see him relinquishing that anytime soon.
No, and look, he's the best. He's riding as well as he's ever ridden. And like I say, let's not forget, he had an early season injury, and between round 1 and 2,
yeah, it looks like.
And I barely think he rode. And obviously, while all the other guys were away doing GPs and other things, Conrad was having to sit it out and turn up at Canada Heights with very little bike time underneath him.
That's why the win at Canada Heights meant so much to him.
Yes.
Because of course we spotted the wrist brace. We didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Looks like they're off now. It doesn't look like he's wearing them anymore.
No. And a shame to see that we did lose. Obviously, that was Jamie Carpenter that went down on the opening lap. He was a rider that, although he didn't have brilliant results at Blacksall, he had some really, really good speed and rode through from a couple of crashes. And I was fancying that he might be there or thereabouts here this weekend, although he did qualify in 10th, but he's a racer rather than a qualifier. So hopefully we will see Jamie out for Moto 2 if he is not too banged up.
Yeah, I'd like to. Obviously, we didn't see what happened, but it must have been an unusual crash for him to actually be lying on top of that tabletop.
I think that it's just a case of maybe either somebody clipped him, or he's clipped somebody else and went down. It's very tight after the start. That there's the Liam Knight going through in 14th. So a good shout out. Chris Mills in 9th, Thornhill 10th, Putnam 11th. I think that's one of it. He's past Carlton Husband. So I think that might be the highest we've seen Charlie Putnam on the SC Sport Homes, the second of those Huskies, as we watch Conrad, absolute perfection there.
Yeah, a lot of the other riders are jumping off that last one. Out. And that's it, staying lower, and carrying all that momentum.
You're making up seconds at a time.
Yeah. Just even seeing that, how he just lifted the wheel up. You know, we always, talk about it because it's just a joy to watch, and any top rider do that. You know, we say about Jet Lawrence in America and all those guys, it's been that kind of smoothing the track out. It's always been there. Like Jean-Michel Bell, Everts, they've all tried doing that, but it's just gone to a new level.
It has gone to. I mean, Conrad is just at a level now where, when he's riding in the sweet spot, that was lovely as well. And he is going to be certainly taking our fastest lap of the race award. See on the K-Tech Tower, our official timing partner for the whole of the Motul ACU British Championship. K-Tech Suspension, then one of the biggest suspension companies in the UK, who will do pretty much anything on any bike. A full superbike support, full motocross support, and again, not my part of the world, and been around a long time, and we thank them for their continued support, looking after our timing needs. So 30 seconds left, so it will be 2 laps to go next time by Jeff, and obviously let's not forget that this was a complete restart, so we ran 25 minutes on the second gate drop. It still seats dry there, look.
That's particularly dry. I was just watching him on the corner before. Just not only is it his raw speed, line choice. He was shaving probably like 5-10 foot of track off by coming in a bit tighter.
Yes, he was.
Than some of the other riders that are going through that section. Of course, traditionally, Phil, as we know, the shortest route around a sand track is usually the roughest one.
It is. That's where everybody's going.
But yeah, it's another clinic at the minute, I have to say. Plenty to work with. He's pulled the gap on Adam. Will he push all the way to the flag? That's what he tells us that he wants to do for his own challenge as well. You know, not just rein it in and bring it home, which would be easy to do. He's got the gap out to nearly 23 seconds. It's 22.9.
Yeah, there's not a lot of battles. These guys are just running their laps down on this one. Zeros on the clock. 2 laps to go next time by. And Conrad Muse then. You can see that the face of that jump not actually too bad. I think it was these rollers that were cupping out a little bit earlier on.
You're right. The track's I've seen that tabletop way worse than that. Because it being drier, we had a little bit of moisture in the ground with that bit of rain, and it's I'd say the track is as good as you could possibly get it at this point.
Yeah, big thanks out to the Preston Docks Motocross concern for giving us a really nice track this weekend against a backdrop of weather that we thought was going to be way worse than it's turned out to be.
I think you've already mentioned it. Like you said, Jamie Keith might have mentioned it while I was out of the booth. It's a deceptive surface. It looks, everybody viewing at home, if you've never been here, right now it looks like it's in some places relatively deep sand, but it's actually not. It's got a bit of a base to it. It's only when they go down after these Apico rollers and they go over this ridge that they go into almost this second field, and that's got much softer sand. You almost see the transition here from going from here, and then when they get into this section, as they go down there, that gets much deeper.
Yeah.
So it looks like the board's out, 2 to go. I'm going to go and make my way down to the winner's circle where, let's see if the top 3 stay as they are.
Hopefully it will stay dry for you, Jeff. We bring them home with 2 to go. But here he is again, just making this look so easy. But he tends to come up the right-hand side there as he comes towards us, which I think is a little bit harder earlier on, but it gives him the momentum to come up those steps and take that last roll at a speed that not many other people are making. You can see a big hole then digging out on the landing side of that tabletop. We are running a little bit behind schedule, having 2 race stoppages, but we are obviously going to limit it to how much we can claw that back. We just have to crack on as best we can. We will hopefully Jamie Carpenter will be we'll try and get an update on him, but he was certainly, I think he got up from what I heard our circuit commentator Roger Warren saying that he managed to get up and walk off under his own steam, so that's certainly something that is good to hear. But Conrad Muse then searching for the smooth lines, feet up, and he'll just last minute just take put a foot out just to give himself a little bit of balance, just bounces over that. Those are the little bits that just save 2 tenths and 3 tenths in every turn. It's going to be 1 to go as he comes across the line. So run down the top 10. It's still Muse then from Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM. Then it's Tristan Purdon on the SC Sport Homes Husky. A good 5th place for the Dirt Store triumph of Joel Rizzi. We'll try and look at the times. I think he's coming up and getting a bit of pressure from Martin Barr. And then there in 6th on the Apico Honda. Then it's Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda, the man who whole shot both of the starts in this one, but went down halfway round the first lap. He's there in 7th. Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda 8th. A good 9th then for Chris Mills, and 10th Dan Thornhill on the Chambers KTM. So both of the Chambers KTM in the top 10. 11th place then Charlie Putnam, 12th Carlton Husband. This track then starting to really challenge these MX1 riders. We've got 3 more races to go here at Preston Docks for round 4 of the Apico of the Motul ACU British Championship. And so don't forget to like and subscribe on all of our platforms. We're on MXGB-TV on YouTube, FIM-Moto TV. Welcome to all of our European viewers as well, who no doubt are following Ian Doonson, Kai de Wolf and Kai Karsmakers in MX2. And obviously in we've got our Instagram feed as well for all the latest news on the championship between rounds. But here Muse then for the final time bounces over this really nice double down the back stretch. He will be pleased with his the first part of his day's work. Berm now blown out. It's almost off the. Going to be a drop off there. He's around the final turn then, and here he comes and takes the checkered flag. It is a win for the Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse, and he will retain his 100% record here at the Moto ACU British Championship in the Apico MX1 category, and he will take stock of the fact that he's still on for the possibility of a perfect season. It's on till it's not. Here comes the second placeman then, Adam Sterry. He inherited the lead then. In fact, he didn't. He took the lead from Joel Rizzi. Third across the line is Tristan Purdon, so a good ride from Purdon. Fourth then should be the DRT Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill. He's coming into shot in the background, hopefully. And a good ride from him, finding his feet on that 450, although he's quite a way adrift. Lap quite a way up the field. In fact, have we lost Hamill? Let's have a look and see whether still not got our fourth place rider over the line. I think there he is in the background. Then he'll be coming round under the Bardale tabletop on the Kawasaki. Here he is. So Hamill then crosses the line. A good fifth place then for Joel Rizzi, and I'm sure that he will be pleased with that. That's his best result on the 450, and taking a lap, a Planet Moto first lap leader award will be great for him. So Rizzi across the line, Gilbert across the line, Martin Barr dropping back. We've lost Barr on the last lap because he was in front of Josh Gilbert, and this looks like this might be Barr coming in. Right, we're going to go for a ad break, and we will be back with Jeff down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, okay, here we are down here at the winner's circle after that Apico MX1 opening moto. Conrad Muse, True 7 Crendon Honda, another moto, another race win. Obviously a restart, but I don't think that kind of affected you that much. Played it smart, and this speed up this straight where you passed Hurlins last year, same on Adam, you've got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, it was a good race. Nice to get the win. Yeah, I like that sand section out the back. That's my part on the track where I make the time up. You know, the track's quite difficult today. It's very slick under the wheels. As we see Josh go down there on the first lap, unfortunately. But yeah, it's tough. It's good. I'm not overly happy with the way I ride. I'm struggling a bit in these first races lately. So we're going to make a few changes and try and be better in the second one. But of course, it's nice to get the win, and I can't thank the Crendon True 7 Honda Racing team enough for the backing.
We've noticed, obviously, you kept it under wraps a bit. The wrist injury, the wrist braces are off. How's that?
Yeah, the wrist is good. It's still not 100%, but it's not to the point where it's affecting me on the bike, you know. So no excuses from the wrist side, and yeah, it feels good. We got to work, and we've been able to do some good work the last few weeks. So we're in a good place, and yeah, hopefully we can just keep improving from here.
I know he loves riding the sand, so you're really looking forward to the next race. Conrad, if you want to move out, we're going to get Adam in. Yeah, there you go. So again, Conrad, just another immaculate performance for him. Likelihood is we'll see him at the winner's circle next time around. Let's move Adam in. Just spin it on round, Adam. That's it. Slight angle. You got it. Well, Adam, I said in commentary there, you're not the kind of guy to roll over. You know you have to keep working all the way to the flag. And again, that's all you can do, really, you know, to keep trying to chase down Conrad. How was the race for you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was hard after that restart. Yeah. Obviously, like one sprint lap, and then we had to restart again, and then it started raining really heavy, so that was difficult. I had raced the whole race with no boot buckles on. You can't really see this, but
all of Adam's bootstraps have come loose here. That's the nightmare when that happens. That's not easy. I've had that.
No, I was trying to actually sore on the inside of my legs from trying to, obviously in the air, I have to keep the bike close to not let it slide off. Not that I think it would come off, but yeah, it's hard. I mean, I said before, I'm struggling a little bit with the setup when it comes to the British races, and that's taken nothing away from Conrad. He's riding really well, and that's something I need to improve on and get testing with the team.
Yeah, well done. Good starts.
That start was good. That was better than the first one. The first one I went a bit too hot into the first turn, but I had Carlton on the inside, and the second corner I went for it round the outside, and Josh touched me, unbuckled my boot, and I had to go slow down the outside of the jump. So yeah, lost a couple of places there, but gained them back, and then yeah, that was it.
That'll be it. Adam will go back, debrief with the team, obviously look at suspension settings, whatever, try and bridge that gap between him and Conrad, maybe in the second moto. Let's bring third place rider Tristan Purdon in on the SC Sports Home Husky. Another rider deciding to wear white kit on a dark sandy day, but it looks cool. Tristan, I mean, you're thereabouts. These top two, you know, are kind of, they're getting away, but you're keeping them honest the best you can, and it was another solid ride. Are you happy with that?
Not really. I was closing at him at the end there, but I just didn't feel myself in the beginning, and I think they got away a little bit, so just try regroup now and make some bike changes, come out for the next one. Track is really good. This is one of my favorites, and they do a good job here, and it's like a GP if you look at it.
Yeah.
So no, enjoying it.
Quite interesting, you know, born and bred in South Africa. You don't have too many sand tracks over there, from what I know of. So, but it's good that you like the sand.
No, we actually do. There's a track in Port Elizabeth Rover. It's where I learned my trade in the sand. So,
you've learnt your trade quite a bit doing the Scottish Championship, and there's quite a few sand tracks up there. So it's obviously a favourable condition for you.
That's why I'm up in Scotland. The tracks are better, and the Scottish do a really good job. So that's why I'm based up there, and just keep on chipping away up there.
Well, listen, good luck for the final moto. Obviously, you want more. Hopefully, you will give us a race. Get all three of you close together. That would be good. So there you go. Tristan Purdon coming in third in the first Apico MX1 moto. Again, we keep this thing rolling. You can ride on out. You can ride in front of me, Tristan. Go for it. Again, don't go too far because we don't take too many breaks here at this championship. We are now going to get straight into the RFX 125 class. You probably heard them go around behind me on their sighting lap. So I'm going to hand back to Phil, or we go to an advert. Don't go too far away. The second RFX 125 moto coming up next.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Start you want.
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Okay, so welcome back then, and we're about ready for gate drop for the second RFX 125 moto of the day. And a fantastic race one. Everybody there raring to go.
Different track out there now, Phil.
Oh, God,
from when
isn't it
these
just?
race. Here we go. The 15-second board is up. The revs are coming up. These 125 riders gate down, and who is going to get the whole shot here? Somebody from the middle got a ripper there.
Ooh,
looks like Lucas Moncrief, I think.
Is it?
Or is it Alfie Getters Green? It might be Alfie.
Yeah, that looks like Alfie Waggett there on the outside. So I think it was Waggett that's going to take the whole shot. It is the Ryan Racing 55 KTM of Ryan Waggett.
Oh no, it's Richmond.
Oh, it's Richmond
and Moncrief. Yeah,
548 of Aidenstadt in there as well, Jeff. So a little bit of rain on the camera lens, but I think the weather at the moment is holding.
Yes, I think we've gone past the worst of it, Phil. I'd like to think so. We got a bit of a... This race should be all right, no issue. Right, this is going to be good then, because Richmond, obviously, this will be for the overall, because Waggett got second in the first moto.
He did. Alfie Gettys Green there in 10th, but Stocks there in 6th, Stat in 5th. Another great start from the 79 of White McGregor. So he's got whatever he's on off the line very, very well. Not sure what it is, but our race leader then, for the first time, up through the Moto Verde waves. Ryan Waggett, our first round winner, went 1-1 there. And he is there. It's still in the championship. He's, I think he jumped back to second in points then, with beating Drew Stock in Moto 1. There was only a point separating them as they went to the line for that race, and Waggett then holding the advantage. And he will have moved up. But it is still the 30th Charlie Richmond that is the current championship leader. He sat there in second on the S. Briggs Commercials Yamaha, Jeff, and a rider that's building in confidence. But he's got Lucas, he's going to have Lucas Moncrief, Hayden Statt, and Drew Stock for company fairly soon.
Yeah, Hayden Statt he's going to want a really good race here. Didn't go for him in the first one at all, not where he wants to be, way down the field. Richmond doubling in and gets the job done. Didn't quite get over it cleanly, but it was enough.
Yeah, he didn't get over the first one at all, but he got over the second one.
So third. I think that's Hayden Statt already moved up to third.
Yes, you're right.
It is. He's honestly, he'll be livid.
Waggett round the outside, not quite there. So Waggett electing not to do the double into the turn in that one. I think that line is gone, never to be seen again in race 2. He was the only rider doing that, and we'll give him props for being the only guy we saw do it. Even Conrad Muse didn't do that.
So ignore the timing column, the K-Tech timing column. That is not right. That will refresh. Your Planet Moto first lap leader is Charlie Richmond. Another 5 points, because he obviously had it in the first one.
So Waggett tipped off in pursuit of Richmond in the first one, but I think he was of similar speed. Well, that was a lovely line from Waggett there, wasn't it?
Impressed by that, Phil.
There in third, Drew Stock then is fourth.
Much better start from Drew Stock.
Those 4 have gone.
Good God, that is a massive gap. What's happened there? Wow.
Yeah.
I've never seen a gap so quick like that after one lap between the leader bunch of riders.
Moncrief, Alfie Geddes Screen was up there in 6th position. He managed to find his way
back in front.
79 of McGregor.
Yeah, look at that. He's got back in mode. Obviously, while we were looking at that gap. Oh, game on. This will be good.
A look over the shoulder then from Richmond. So he wants to know where everybody else is. So Waggett's obviously got a really good line down the bottom, or Richmond made a bit of a mistake down the bottom end of the waves and paid the ultimate price.
We can't see it on. That's one place we can't get with our cameras. Down there, Phil, was a little double. I say little. It's actually quite big coming out of the corner.
I didn't get all the way down there the other day. So
maybe just Charlie hung it up on that. We can't see it. It's a difficult one because it's right as they come out of the corner.
So let's see if Waggett can do a little bit better through these waves, because this is where he lost the lead on the previous lap. He's moved to the centre of the circuit and he stopped he's got over it, so that's good for him, and Richmond cases it. So all of a sudden, the time that Waggett lost on the first lap, he's won it back and then some through that wave section on that lap.
Oh, a little bit sketchy through there, but he's pushing the envelope. He's going for it.
He's loose as a goose, right?
Yeah, he is.
That's a nice little line there as well.
I think Hayden Statt's going to be joining this party soon as well, and I wouldn't rule out Drew Stock, because in that first moto, Drew came from quite a way back.
He did. He's gapped off at the minute. He was 2 seconds back from Hayden Statt as they came across the line last time.
I'm amazed at the pace of these 4 to get that far away on the opening lap.
That's insane. I mean, it was just like half of it. There's a little voice in the back of my head going, "Oh, they stopped it again."
Look at the lap time there, Phil. I mean, that's like a 12-second swing in one lap. So unless there was a bit of something happened with the other riders, that's mad. But the top 4 have absolutely gone in this one. Waggett setting the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race that last time around with a 2:08.459, taking 2 seconds out of Richmond. So as we try to pick up the leaders again now, so it's Ryan Waggett back out in front. Then it's Richmond. He's, like I said, lost 2 seconds that last lap around. We're not entirely sure what happened, and he looked a bit casual, as if he was looking behind him to see what was going on. But I would say this much: Charlie has been around this sport already long enough to know that a 2-1 is going to be a 1-2.
Yes. So Waggett's still leading this one at the moment, and this is for the overall. Charlie Richmond can't afford to sit there. And don't forget that Hayden Statt had a disaster in the first one. I don't even think he was classed as a finisher.
Better lap from both of those top 2.
He was 20th, so Statt not going to figure at all in the overall.
Definitely not. And the top 2 have just pulled, I'd say, half a second on Statt on that lap.
Yeah, the Raji Raya Racing KTM of our race leader Ryan Waggett. Like you said, he just concentrated on sprint laps and then lost a little bit of concentration and went down by his own admission in your interview, Jeff.
Just want to highlight this bit of leg swag there, Phil. Just want to highlight this. Obviously, we said coming into round 4 that Charlie Richmond hadn't won an overall. He'll be conscious of that, leading the championship,
and he's at the moment
hadn't won he's
still not.
Yeah, hadn't won an overall, hadn't won a race, won the first race this morning. but they desperately want to follow that up with the overall victory. But he's got to get past number 55 ahead of him to do that.
He has. They've put 4 and a bit seconds into Hayden Stat, so Stat not closing in, and Stat has got a comfy lead then over Stock. Oh, Drew Stock then dropped off in 4th there. Here's the 418. And then it will be Alfie Geddes Green that will come into shot next. Ryder by on the 111.
Okay, it looks like, just looking at Lucas Moncrief, who was there in the top 5 originally, gone down to, where is he? He's dropped down the leaderboard to 10th, is he? No, 11th. So something's happened there for the 531.
Shout out to Fabian Junior Morrison on the 259. He's there in 6th. That's certainly the highest we've seen.
I think so, yep.
That Yamaha rider, and he's having a good go. But this is the battle for the lead. This is where the overall is. And no apologies for following the battle, because this is where the overall winner is going to come from. One of these two. Richmond round the outside. He's going to get a run. No, not quite close enough.
Nasty little kicker on that inside.
Yeah, he's starting to get like that, isn't it? But fair play to Waggett. He lost the lead and won it back, and he's held on for a couple of laps now.
You can actually see the ruts on that first takeoff, can't you? As it's grooved out. Oh, again, hanging it up. Ryan, a better stab of it through there that time.
They're being brave, aren't they? Because they know they've got to send it. Richmond will be knowing that, well, I can't just roll it because he's going to jump it. And Waggett will be going, well, I've got to jump it because he's going to jump it. The different lines through there.
That's good track design, Phil, that is. That's kind of inside, outside.
I wasn't convinced when I walked around on Friday, Jeff, that they were going to pan out. But obviously, look, these guys run this track. Nobody knows it better than the people that run it all the while. And I'm really pleased with the way that we've had. There's alternative lines there for everybody to use. But Waggett's still he's hanging on. He's riding a good race here, and he's making Charlie Richmond really, really earn this win. If he's going to manage to sneak it away, they're now 8 seconds up the road from 3rd place Hayden Stat, so they've checked out from the best of the rest.
Yeah, they have. They're just edging away from Stat, who will be frustrated. A third's not going to cut it for him, particularly after his first moto, outside the points.
Let's not forget, though, it's Stat's first year in this class. So I think the expectation, was a bit of a kicker, wasn't it? I think the expectation of Hayden Stat coming in, obviously with Jamie Keith and Josh Vale moving on and Stat being so dominant on the big wheel 85, that he was going to come in and maybe do better than he has. But I still think he's been really respectable for a rider that's finding his feet in this 125 class. This time Richmond follows him through on that inside line, deciding that there was nothing to be gained by running wide, and they're already starting to get into lap traffic. Ryder goes to the inside. Oh, it's going to be as he managed to go around the outside. Richmond's got at the inside. They're right together, and I think that Richmond's going to have a bit of a run on him here, is he?
Oh, he came up, bounced up that one. They both did, but Richmond more than Waggett.
I love that head-on shot, Jeff. It's so good.
Of course, it looks nothing on TV because we're looking straight down the bike. It doesn't look like, how are they not getting over that? Go and look at it from the side, and then go and look at the track, which we haven't got cameras down there. That is so whooped out and right out.
And props to our MXGB-TV team. Not the easiest of tracks to film this. It's a very tight and twisty track going back and forth in a really, really tight.
Well, yeah, there's bikes going everywhere. So when you're looking through a lens, it's you just see bikes going in all directions.
But as always, the guys and girls bringing us excellent pictures as always. Waggett then just got to find his way past this slower rider.
Now I'm wondering, Charlie, what kind of game is he playing here in second? Is he trying to get past as quickly as he can? Is he just still sat there? Obviously, the clock ticking down. There's going to be a point if he doesn't make the move in the next 3 or 4 minutes where desperation is going to have to start playing a part.
Well, he's going to have to do something soon if he wants to take the overall, but I've got to be honest, I think Ryan Waggett is just doing what he needs to do to take the win. Richmond's hanging on.
So evenly matched. This is where it might get. This could be Charlie's opportunity.
Yeah.
We're getting into a lot of lap traffic, and we're getting into what I would say the infield. This particular section coming up is probably the tightest section on the circuit.
This is going to make Waggett look for different lines. Oh, he nips up the inside there, puts a back marker between himself and the number 30, Charlie Richmond, and he's going to cut to the inside here. Oh, that was great riding by Waggett. That was great riding.
I think Charlie's going to be the one that's going to hold up. No, he also splits those two lap riders pretty comfortably. Now, this is where Waggett could really get held up, because if you can't get a run on getting over these jumps, and
you can see that this guy went to the side on.
Oh, see what I'm saying? They got a split rider. Whoa! Oh!
I've never made a noise like that on microphone before. That was a proper moment for Richmond there. He went for it. He saw that Waggett had got held up, and that was a handlebars in the face job.
I tell you what a brave young man, because he had that rider in front of him and he thought, I can't afford to lose time.
Well, the thing was, Jeff, if he'd have gone over that jump and followed him and the guy had gone one way or the other, he's got nowhere to go. So all of a sudden, Waggett has a little bit of breathing room, and we're talking a second and a half at the most. This is the furthest that Richmond has been behind. If that's not the stuffing out of the S. Briggs Commercials Yamaha rider, that's
I think it
no
did.
shame, because that was a massive hit.
He hit hard. Props to him for taking it on, honestly, because he didn't have a clear run on it, and you cannot falter Charlie Richmond's commitment there.
Did Richmond just have a bit of a look there? I'm not sure.
I think you're right, Phil. I think it's just knocked a bit out of his wind out of his sails. I'm not surprised if he banged his chest there on the handlebars and on the tank. It might have just taken a little bit of wind out of his. So
who have we got for the Phoenix Talks fastest lap then? I'm thinking that is going to be Ryan Waggett.
Yeah, it was Waggett earlier on, and I don't think it's changed. So
2:26 is his best lap. So
oh no, down here, look, Charlie Richmond 2:07.569.
Oh right, okay. So Richmond is going to be taking the points for that one so far. Again, there's some cash for these boys. And this is what we need now. It looks like Richmond's coming back towards him, so he's caught his breath.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what happened. And not only that, the adrenaline of it all.
Yeah.
Because he would have been in mid-air thinking,
I'm
like, this is going to be I either ride this out or this is going to end badly.
Yeah, fair play to him. He managed to ride it out. And
his heart rate would have gone up a level there. Yeah. As a rider, we've all been there, Phil, when you know you're coming up short. It's not a nice experience.
Oh, he's pulled 2 seconds back in just a few corners.
Yeah, he's got back on it.
He's right there, isn't he?
Let's see if he takes it on again. Still does.
Oh, he's gone for it again, look.
But at least he was straight at that time. Ryan, I thought, was going out the front there.
Yeah, I thought exactly the same. But the 55 Rajiroy Racing KTM then. Like I say, the multicoloured Ryan Waggett. I will say he was a shock winner in the first round. I don't think that's unfair. He was one of the riders that was not talked about. Obviously, Jamie Keith was the man that everybody was talked about, and we had him in the studio earlier on, recovering from injury now. So he was out. But Drew Stock and Richmond and...
this is going to be good. This is good now. Richmond, do you know what? I think that when he cased that double, as much as it winded him, I think it's also gone... He's gone, right. It's actually fired him up a bit, I think.
Yes, it has, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's on him now. Okay, but being on him is one thing, making the move. He's already done it once, and of course Ryan then got him back.
And like I say, we don't know the circumstances of that pass, but what we did see was the fact that when he got to the back of Waggett, he couldn't make the move. Once Waggett had passed him back, they're side by side. Waggett's going to shut him out here.
That was close at speed as well.
But look, that's racing. You're not going to move over and give the guy room.
Well, Charlie's had a lot of that last round at Blacksaw, of course.
Yeah.
He had that titanic battle with Drew Stock, and now he's at it again, this time but with Ryan Waggett.
Yeah, so Stock, Alfie Geddes Green in 5th. Another good 6th place then for the 17 of Harry Lee. And it's Fabian Junior Morrison. The 444, now who's the man that we saw boil up in DNF? Tristan Duro, he's there in 8th. So he's having a good race as well.
He is, yeah.
But this battle for the lead, I'll say it looked like he was going to have a run up the inside there, but looking the angles, it foreshortens it no end. That's the view where we get to see how far it is between those two jumps. There's the 5:31 of Lucas Moncrief.
Yeah,
so
I'm not
he's
sure what's
obviously
going on with Lucas. He's down out. He's dropped way down now, outside the top 20, I think.
Wagner's made a mess of that. Oh, it's going to be a change in the lead. Surely Wagner's going to ride him to the outside. Oh,
Charlie saw that one coming, but this is where Ryan's been going wide.
He hasn't, but look, the lines are not going to come together because Richmond cuts across.
He pinches him. Yeah,
Wagner's coming back. Wagner down the inside, rides him out.
They scrub him. He's almost going to touch wheels as that was great. Heads up, riding on both of them.
2:34 to go then, +2, and Charlie Richmond fires his way back to the front of this RFX Ron 25 Moto 2. That pass gives him the overall with a 1-1. Waggett will want to come back at him if he can. Has he got anything left in the tank?
Yeah.
Of that KTM?
It's between these two for the overall, no doubt about it. Drew Stock's currently in 4th. He took a 3rd in the opening moto, so here go 3-4 for 3rd overall.
Yeah,
obviously Stat was way down in the opening moto, so he's not in overall top 3 podium contention.
So this was where we saw Richmond make the mistake at the beginning of the race. 150 to go.
So they come back up over the Moto Verde waves on the other side. They're going to be coming into view. So Richmond, if they hold on this corner, he's going to come in stage left. Oh no, there we go.
There we go.
Switch cameras just as he did.
So that gap has already just started to eke out. Richmond then has got a couple of seconds in his pocket already. And I think that Ryan Waggett has done everything that he could do to try and keep that race lead. But you can see, Jeff, there's already a back marker between them, and Richmond has started to pull away.
He doesn't know that yet. I think when he comes around and gets his pit board, then he'll be able to realise he's got a bit of time to work with. Said it before in the opening moto, if you've just got that buffer of a few seconds, you can maybe be more confident in taking wider lines, knowing that you're not going to get overtaken. And he's timed this well, I have to say. He looks good as well. He doesn't look like he's fatigued at any point, Phil.
No, he doesn't. He looks like he's riding well. Like I say, fresh off that excellent result, a second in a moto at the Junior World Championship a few weeks ago in the mud in France, has definitely put a spring in his step as he takes a quick look over his shoulder. He'll get a pit board, hopefully telling him that he's +2 or +3. He's going to have 2 laps to go next time by. So
3 to go from here then.
Yeah. But props to Ryan Waggett. He lost the lead and won it back and held Richmond at bay for pretty much 2/3 of the race distance before the Yamaha man finally got a chance to make a pass, which he managed to make stick.
Yeah, looks like Waggett's just, I wouldn't say physically run out of steam, but I would say maybe psychologically.
He gave it everything to stay at the front. You could tell by the way the gap that they've pulled on Hayden Stat and Drew Stock. It just tells you how hard those guys have been going. They're not even in shot yet.
No, they have checked out. Look at that.
Oh, unbelievable.
Last time around, the top 2 were like nearly 7 seconds, nearly bordering on 8 seconds quicker than Stat. So they've kept their pace up where the others have dropped off. Charlie looking behind him, and there's nobody really there within view.
No, and obviously, if
last lap of the race was also Richmond's fastest, so he went quicker. Not by much, only by another few more tenths, but it just goes to show.
Banging that time in at the end of a 20+2 on a track that's deteriorating lap by lap. That shows you the level at which Richmond has elevated his riding. Those jaunts out, the EMX 125 races that they've done. These guys having to ride at a level that's so much higher than they have to ride here in the GB, and it pulls them along so well. He's not going to jump these now. I think Waggett will have got the plus loads pit board, and he will ride in and take a really well-deserved second overall. And let's not forget, that's going to move him to second in the championship, because he's only a point behind Drew Stock, and he will take second overall and the extra points all.
It's Stat that's going to see the damage of this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not
he's
sure whether
he's going to lose a bunch of points from where he was in 4th.
I'm not sure whether Harry Lee is going to overhaul him with that DNF. in race
maybe,
one.
but he's going to basically lose a little bit of touch with the top three. That's the more to the point.
But what that does mean is that for the rest of the season, a man from the northeast has just got to ride every race and try and win it. He can't be thinking about the points. He's already quite a few adrift, although it was only 13 at the start of today. That first race is going to really hurt him. Oh, last lap, Richmond, then 2:10, Waggett 2:13,
Wow, look at that.
2:18.
There you go. That's proof in the pudding right there.
And all of a sudden, like I say, Waggett is a whole length of the straight away from the man that he was battling for pretty much the whole of the race. But that's smart. He gave it everything that he could for as long as he could. But Richmond, look at this, is where the lap time's coming from. Still bouncing up there like it's the first lap of a 5-minute sprint session.
Yeah, I just think his confidence has gone up a level. We mentioned it in the first moto, but when you finish anywhere top 5, top 10 in a world championship race, but getting second, we know, he couldn't follow it up in the second moto, but it's still,
that was more down to the conditions than anything else, Jeff. It was a lottery.
But the confidence of it, you're like, you've got to come away from that event going, ooh, like, look at that.
And sometimes that's all it takes for these young riders.
And I think it's showing. It's showed today in his performance. He's executed good starts, good racecraft. He got overtaken in this one. He didn't panic. He's just methodically kept him in tow and applied pressure at the right time. And now he's just checked out. It's a wonderful performance at this point by Charlie Richmond on the S. Briggs Yamaha.
Yeah, so this one's kind of blown itself out a little with the front, massive gaps down the field as well. Charlie Richmond then, he's going to come across the line, take the 1 lap to go board. Well deserved race victory. Has another look over his shoulder. There's Ryan Waggett in second, the 5:48 of Haydenstadt third, Drew Stock the 4:18 in fourth, and a good ride again for Alfie Geddes Green. That's going to net him, I think, 4th overall. 5th should be 6th will be Harry Lee, which I think will get him 5th overall. Jack Evans up to 7th, and a really good recovery from the 444 with Tristan Duro. He's still there. He's there in 8th. Fabian Junior Morrison 9th. Zane Stevens number 80 on the I think that's the second of the S. Briggs Yamahas. He's there in 10th. But a really competitive field of 125s, and this is the future of the sport. And if you're a decent 125 rider and you want to come and have a go at this, and you're a youngster, then please do, because this is where the future of our sport comes from. Richmond then just obviously toned it down a massive amount, working his way through traffic. He's into the bottom end of the top 20 already, I think. Look over the shoulder then, but he is checked out. Wyatt McGregor, he's ended up down in 21st, but he's been a good performer this weekend. And I think he's may have had a little bit an off with Lucas Moncrief, because they both ended up dipping down through the order. But I don't think there's any chance that Richmond is going to give this up. You can see that rutted face of that jump. Very, very easy to make a mistake. Well, here he comes for the final time. He'll be glad to not have to go through these again. Doesn't double through. He'll clear this tabletop nicely and enjoy the plaudits of the crowd, who will have enjoyed the race that they've just witnessed. Ryan Waggett doing everything that he could to hang on to the lead for pretty much 2/3 distance, but Richmond finally putting the pass on him and motoring away at some rate of knots, improving his lap time along the way. And he will come across the road to take victory in this second RFX 125 race and the overall victory. His first victory of the year. He'll go 1-1, and he will join Drew Stock and Ryan Waggett with 2 race wins. There's Waggett across the line. That's a good result for him. And he definitely did everything that he could do. And it's Haydenstadt who we're looking for. And his Stat coming across the line on the 418. In fact, it's coming into the wave section, so that's Drew Stock on the 418, I think. Yeah, that is the 418 of Drew Stock, so he's currently in fourth. Oh, he manages to do that double into the turn that we didn't think was on, so props to him for doing that. But whatever problems he had, not able to do it. Haydenstadt comes across the line in third. It will be Stock fourth, and then it should be the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green in fifth. So Preston Docks then in the books for the RFX 125 class. Some great racing, as always. If you like what you see, please like and subscribe on our YouTube feed on MXGB-TV. And for those of you watching on FIM-moto.tv, then like and subscribe to that if you can. And obviously that's our worldwide feed. As the rest of the races come by, we're going to be going down to Jeff in the winner's circle very shortly. We'll take a short ad break and we will be back with Jeff.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, okay, we are down here in the winner's circle. We're going to do something a little bit different this time. We normally wait to the end of the day to do the podium presentation, as it were, but we're just waiting for the official results. How we're going to do this time is I'm going to basically stand out of the way in a minute. Roger, our MC, Roger Warren, doing the event commentary, is going to introduce to everybody here the top three. We're going to get them up here, and then once we've got them here with their plaques or whatever, I'm then going to move back in and have a word with the top three. So just if you want to just spin round, we can just see while they're waiting and what they're up to over there while we sort out these awards and the results. I think we've got them. Waiting for the official result, that's the issue. Yeah. Am I going to hand these out or what?
Well, I think we're going to be one fucking camera.
Well,
You and Roger.
I've got.
Have we got confirmed results?
No, not confirmed. I know the result regarding what I think it is.
Yeah.
Just
I'm reluctant to do that until someone tells me. Oh, Neil's coming down. He should have it.
Right, we're just sorting out the. Obviously, we're trying to get everything back on it. Yeah, we're just trying to get everything back on there on time. Obviously, we've lost quite a bit with the 2 race stoppages, and we're keen to get our podium presentations underway. So our gate then being cleaned for our second MX2 race of the day, Jude Morris Foundation Under 21 Championship. And I think we're going to go. We'll get everything sorted out down there. I'm not sure whether they're going to be able to do that presentation, but if not, Jeff will do our winner's circle anyway. But I'm sure you'll agree. Fantastic racing then from our RFX 125 Championship class. And Charlie Richmond taking a double race victory will cement his red plate, which I hope we see on the front of that 125 Yamaha from the S. Briggs Commercials team for round 5 down at Landrake in a few weeks' time. And he's certainly been the coming man, and Ryan Waggett pushed him hard, and as a result manages to elevate himself to second in the championship. All of these points obviously, and all of that will be updated on our website and our Instagram feed as soon as it's updated on my laps. We're going to throw to a quick ad, and then we will be going back to our presentation.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Ryan Wagger. But the man on the top step, it was a perfect day for him. Ladies and gentlemen, your race winner, your event winner here, Charlie Richmond.
Do you want to do the red plate? Just announce them the red plate as well on both of them.
Richmond.
And the red plate, ladies and gentlemen. The red plate goes to Charlie Richmond.
Okay, let's bring it in. There you go, Charlie. Let's chat to all three of them very quickly as the MX2 go on the side. I would start with third place, Drew Stock. Drew, again, a solid performance, but just those starts just crippling you a little bit today. By the time you got going, these guys were already gone.
Yeah, not a good start again, but the rear wheel wasn't right then. It's come loose and one of the adjusters is wound in, so the wheel wasn't straight and it wasn't handling right. I crashed on the back and it all just went upside down. It weren't good, but we're all right.
But you're still fighting this championship. It's going to be such a close run thing between you three. Well done on today. Let's move across and speak to Ryan. Ryan, I spoke to you, obviously, first moto. I said you need a good start. You kind of got it. You made a move. We couldn't see what happened, so quickly talk us through how you got past Charlie, because we didn't see it.
Well, Charlie got a good jump. I think he had me coming around the first corner, but then I passed him coming out. And then over the back, I found a little, fast line that cut under Charlie. I managed to do that and get past him, so that get the lead for a good couple of laps. And then I tied it off a bit, and then Charlie come past us.
That was a tough race. You pushed each other all the way. I can tell, is that what happened towards the end? You just ran out of a little bit of steam at the end.
Yeah, I was pushing hard from the start to the finish, and it just ran out a little bit, to be honest.
It's not fair, is it, that we actually get you to talk when you're after a moto, but that was a solid performance. I mean, I know you always want to win, but, 2-2, you're still very much in this championship battle.
Yeah, good day. Good to get back to work tomorrow.
The reality of being a young adult. Well, wish you the best of that. Luck with that. Charlie, listen, we said that you're leading this championship and you coming in and you hadn't run a race or an overall. Turn that around. Got your first race win, followed up by another one, and your overall. You've got to be pleased with how it went. But we also saw on that live stream there, talk us through that double over there, because the commitment, we thought you weren't going to do it, and you just thought, I'm having it, I'm doing it, but you came up a bit short. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I had a perfect day, 1-1-1, but then the second race was good. It was really good. I had a good race with Ryan, but I hit a massive kicker on the double over the back, and I don't know how I stayed on, to be honest. I was in agony, but it was really good. I managed to get around Ryan.
He's being polite. Basically, he's smashed his never regions. As always, you've got a great team behind him. I think that they deserve a name check, so far away.
Yeah, I can't thank S. Briggs Commercial, Airport Autos, and everyone around the whole team. I wouldn't be here without them.
Good stuff. So there you go. This is your top three in the RFX 125. We're going to go to MX2. We'll just leave you with this passing shot of these three riders who've performed really well today. We're going to go back now to MX2 for their second moto.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome back then to Preston Docks for the conclusion. Our final two races of the day here at round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. So we've been lucky with the weather. It has started raining again. All of our all of our MX2 riders and our Jude Morris Foundation riders all just returning then from their sighting lap. There's the 441 of Billy Askew. Everybody just coming back into the holding area. There's the 337 of Glenn McCormack and Sean Simpson under his umbrella. And that's the Chambers KTM of the 337 of Glenn McCormack. He had a decent ride in the first one, finishing 8th. And they're all just getting all their start devices and everything sorted out. We've got our race results then from our MX2 Race 1 restart. Then it was a win for the number 1, the reigning world champion, Kai de Wolf, on the Husqvarna, he took a race victory from the 33 of Kai Karsmakers on the DRT Kawasaki. And the Starnowski rider then running out a win by just over 6 seconds. And it was an all-European podium, Jeff, which I'm sure you noticed when you were down there. 2 Dutchmen and a Belgian taking the top 3 places. Gian Dunson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM taking 3rd. And then an impressive ride from the number 422 of Charlie Heyman.
Yeah, it was, great that we've got these riders coming over, particularly a world champion, as I mentioned before. But yeah, it was almost had a hint of a Dutch national last time, not a British championship. So, but understandable. I was really pleased to hear that both the Dutch riders saying, this track's cool.
That's good. So a good result from Heyman. 5th then was the 456 of Ollie Colmer on the Chambers KTM. 6th the 163 of Ben Musto. 7th 479 Phoenix Tools Fantic of Josh Vale. 8th 337 Glenn McCormick on the Chambers KTM. 9th was the 494 of Maxi Werner on the 2nd of the Gabriel SS24 KTMs. And 10th number 45 Jake Nichols on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Billy Askew fell out of 6th place on the final lap and came home 11th. And obviously that's going to affect the championship points. And although I think Billy will still lead the points at the end of today, obviously that's points that he's given away to Tommy Searle when he comes back. There's less that he's going to have to make up. I'm expecting better things from him in this one.
Yeah, totally. Just seeing Chad Yarrington there, obviously that Ride Race Kit, one of our sponsors and also a sponsor of the 772 team. I was speaking to Craig Chamberlain and Chad yesterday. I'm like, surely it's not too late now we've structured the championship that you two can roll out at one of the rounds. So I'm putting out there right now, Craig Chamberlain is gonna wreck. I'm making it happen.
Are you making that happen?
I'm leaning on him. So get the team manager out. I said, surely you can go and do like Duns maybe?
Yeah.
To be honest, he started to think about it, so we might see the team boss out. Let's start a petition. Get him out there.
Let's do that.
This rain's coming down harder now.
It is coming down harder. A big mention then to Dirty, who supply our Marshall's bibs. Dirty.com. They are your organisation for all of your adrenaline sports. You visit their website and they can take you to all sorts of places for pre-arranged events and stuff. And you can see the rain coming down there. We were going to cut to an ad break, but I think obviously we've just got to... We're trying to hurry things along here with the race stoppages that we've had. So we are going to go to... Yeah, okay, and we might have a bit of time. We're going to take a quick ad break and we'll be back with the gate drop.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
So as the rain starts to get heavier, last few riders coming to the gate for this second of our MX2 races here on the Jude Morris Foundation JMR Under 21 Championship. Close to the 15-second board going up. This is going to be a messy race, Jeff. The weather that stayed away pretty much through the other races has now started to close in, although the MX2 guys did get the worst of it last time as well.
Yeah.
Here we go, 5-second board is up. Gate down, away they go.
That is coming down out there now. De Wolf pushing for that start, but he hasn't got it.
He's not got it, has he? Is that Colmer? That looks like Colmer.
Wow, he's such a big... Yeah, we're saying Colmer, just by the sheer size of his frame. But De Wolf charging around. No, it's Musto.
Musto.
but the champion, but by that I mean the world champion,
Yes.
not the British champion, making light work.
As you would expect, but Ben Mustow's there. That looks like that's a Husky. That looks like that's Heyman there in third. Triumph there in fourth. That looks like that's the 441 of Billy Askew. In fact, no, it's the 32 of Callum Green. So Green getting a great start in this one. Did not see Askew come through. Is it Callum Green?
Callum Mitchell.
Callum Mitchell. Sorry, Callum Mitchell.
Yeah, on
Callum
that
Green 450 rider.
Yeah, he is on that Works Oakleaf Triumph. So yeah, this is good for sort of Ben Mustoe. Obviously, he's got to keep the rubber riders at bay, but if he can just like try and go with Guy Wolf for as long as he can. We said he's a gritty old, well, he's not old, he's a young rider, Ben Mustoe, on the AC United gas. This would be good for him, bit of clear track, as it were. Want to be back down there, getting filled in. Oh, look, see there, it's that kind of stuff, Phil. You saw he pushed into the seat bounced his way over it. That is World Championship standard.
Rain is absolutely bouncing down now. Mustoe still hanging on to second place from Heyman. Mitchell there in fourth. McCormack fifth. Carsmakers sixth. Askew seventh. Vale eighth. Hopkins had a great start on the Triumph as well. He's ninth, and Gav Stevenson, as you say, 10th position. Are these boys going to get over the? Oh, so that's Carsmakers up to second already, Jeff.
Sorry, I was just in awe of the world champion, the way he was just flicking the bike left or right. Yeah, well, I did see. That here he is, Carsmakers, making the move up into second. I think he really enjoyed it. I spoke to him in the winner's circle. He seemed happy with his debut. I mean, you know,
can't ask for more than that.
Second behind the current world champ. Look at that. Just like, not just have a little wipe of the gloves.
Yeah, with the Planet Moto first lap leader then. Pider Wolf, and comes across the line and in through the Apico waves, and already starting to make a bit of a gap. We'll see how much as a clean front number plate this time. He was a bit dirty in the first one, but he's already starting to go away. It's going to be the green bike that coming in the shot next. There's Carsmakers, then Mustoe. Askew there in fifth behind Mitchell. In fact, that's Heyman, so Mitchell's back to seventh.
This is quite interesting from a Charlie Heyman point of view, the SC Sports Homes. He's in a position here where he might find himself on the podium at the end of the day.
Doing some buried in 13th, Jeff.
Yes, that's what I was looking at.
Yeah.
You know, obviously
brilliant
the two
pass. Brilliant pass by Heyman as well.
Yeah, so there you go. So if we put the flag out now, which of course there's 21 plus 2 to go, 20, oh well, even longer, 21 plus 2 to go. He would bag that third overall.
That'd be a big deal for him. But let's not count our chickens before they are hatched, as we say. And but a good move from Heyman to find his way past Ben Mustoe as they came up the Moto Verde waves on lap 2. And whether Heyman has anything for Carsmakers, we need to see if there's any rate of ascension from Gian Dunson, who obviously got an absolutely terrible jump off the gate.
Heyman looking really good. I'd say he's probably pegged Carsmakers back a bit there on that lap. Not loads, but you know, he's showing an interest. That's no doubt about that. Is that McCormick? Yeah, but it's yes, McCormick.
So McCormick's there. So Askew has Askew found his way?
He's found his way past him, I think. Or has he gone missing?
No, I think he's gone missing.
There's Mustoe.
Yeah, there's Mustoe.
You're right. He's
there's
missing
McCormack
again.
Yeah. So that's the 331 against McCormack, the man on the Chambers KTM. He's having a decent day.
Yeah.
Eighth in race 1.
Then it's Callum Mitchell. So sorry, ignore the timing.
Yeah.
Well, it's already starting to redo now. Look at that. So again, we've lost Billy Askew from the leaderboard. Trying to see if he's any. We can't see much.
It looks like there's been somebody on the floor down there.
Definitely been somebody on the floor there.
It looks like there's more than one rider been on the floor down there. So whether that's there's Dunson. He's already up in front. He's 10th.
Tyler Hooley going through. Yeah. So let's see. I'm trying to find
across the line, 27th. So
right. Fastest lap of the race. Phoenix Tools. Fastest lap of the race thus far is from Kyder Wolf, your race leader. He has done a time of 2:01.2. I expect that to maybe even come down as the race goes on.
So looking at the championship positions, so there was 28 points between Ben Mustoe and Billy Askew at the start of the day, and Mustoe took a 6th in race 1. I can't do this mental maths, Jeff. I'm going to run out of fingers and thumbs here.
Phil, don't try. Let's just let somebody else worry about that.
Let somebody else worry about that.
What I will say at this point, as much as he's a team member and they want him to do well, secretly, Tommy Searle's probably thinking, well, this is not so bad for me.
Yes. And Tommy here on site this weekend.
I don't think he's going to lose a bunch of points. I mean, he's going to obviously lose the championship lead.
Yeah, I know, but as far as Askew's concerned, he's going to have the worst day ever and still take the championship lead, which is really hard to fathom. But he has not taken advantage of the opportunity that was presented him by, obviously, Tommy not being here this weekend. Charlie Heyman keeping a decent leash on the second place Kawasaki, the DRT Kawasaki of Kai Karsmakers, whilst Kai de Wolf disappears into the distance.
And of course, Billy Askew is also leading the Jude Morris Racing Foundation under 21.
He is.
So Mustoe might take some points out of him in that as well. Bobby Bruce, who's currently in second, is going to drop way out of the
so
contention.
there's only 26 points difference. Well,
And
the difference has to be the same almost certainly. But
Charlie Heyman's going to be the benefactor if it stays like this. He'll suddenly shoot up quite a bit in that, because he's also registered in the championship as under 21.
The rest of the riders come through then. So can we see where Billy Askew is? Is he out?
Well, he was close, showing us down in the 30s on the screen last time. Well, yeah, look at that, 31st.
Right, so he's out then. As we look at this as they come up through, and it's still the 32 of Callum Mitchell, knowing everything that Josh Vale can throw at him on the Phoenix Tools. Fantic, the Fantic rider then. This is a good battles down the field here. So Verner, Gav Stevenson, Cian Doonson are all there closing in on these, but this is a decent performer from Callum Mitchell.
Yes, it is.
But Vale looks across. Is he going to try and chop and take the inside? No, Mitchell's going to run him wide.
Oh, super aggressive. I thought he had that done.
I don't think that was as bad, because I think that Mitchell had, Vale had already decided he was going outside.
Yeah.
We'll find out in this turn.
He's come back inside
He's come back
of him,
underneath him, and he's made the pass.
Actually, that was pretty good from Vale, because he could have still committed to the corner and they could have both gone down. So he just hung it up a little bit, gave up the spot back. But look at this, Mitchell fighting back, and this time he's got the inside again. Oh, brilliant stuff from these two.
And let's forget, I think Mitchell, a fair bit older than the 479 of Josh Vale. He's got a lot of moto experience under his belt, whereas Vale first year in the class in MX2. A little bit of old age and treachery, not that Callum Mitchell's old, but he's certainly got a lot more experience in MX2 than the 479 Phoenix Tools Fantic of Josh Vale.
I was just watching that coming out of that corner there, Phil. Surprisingly how hard it is underneath. You could still see the little sharp edge jutter bumps when they got on the gas. So it's a difficult track to read, you know. We've got some really nice deep loamy areas, and underneath it you've got to still be really good even in these conditions with your throttle.
Bit of steam from the breather on that Fantic as they make their way down into the back loop.
Well, credit to him, he's not following, but that's the first rule. Don't follow the rider in front when you're trying to get by them, unless you're that confident that you've got a spot on the track where you're going to pick them off. Mustoe putting together a solid ride in fourth, but he's lost a little bit of ground to Heyman, who's putting in a blinder here. As we said, if it stays as it is, and that's a big ask, we know so much can happen in motocross, but your top three in the race are currently your top three overall.
Looking further down the order, Jeff Ollie Colmer, who was fifth in race one, he's way down, showing in high 20s, low 30s, so he's been off somewhere. Matt Colmer there, 28th and 29th, so I'm thinking that he's another rider that is going to be a DNF as Vale tries to squeeze a way up the inside of the Triumph of Callum Mitchell.
Just looking at Max Werner's performance today, obviously he's been off the bike. You know, as coming back. Not sure if he's overly enamoured with that. 8th place he currently is.
Beat your teammate.
Yeah.
He's beaten his teammate in this one. And I think that, look, just being back on the bike, being back in the team, will make him feel good, because obviously he ended up, he literally got to the end of the start straight at round 1, and he's got a long road back. Not sure what the extent of his injuries was. I believe it was a shoulder injury, where he hit the bank quite hard. But whatever it is, it's taken him a while to get back on board. But it's certainly something that he can build on. I did talk, speaking to somebody in the team yesterday, he did say that they would be going to the next GP, and both of them would be riding in MX2 against this man, and the Stan Husqvarna of Kaider Wolf, who put in on a clinic at the front of this one. Absolutely nailing it. We're waiting for Kai Karsmakers to come into sight, but no sign of him in the background. There he is. He's almost a loop behind the world champion.
He has. He did go quicker, like I thought he would. He's now got the lap time down to Phoenix Tools' quickest lap of the race. Kaider Wolf has now got it down to 2 minutes .79.
And this track, of course, getting more and more dug out as the day continues. So every lap, the track getting more brutal, the ruts getting deeper, the bumps getting bigger. But De Wolf making light work, a little bit of a kick there, but as always, handled perfectly.
That's the bit I like, what he does so good, is the way that he can just correct the bike in the air. Almost like we saw McGrath change the game with that BMX technique and freedom on the bike, and now to put the bike where he wants. And Kai's definitely got that. Like you said, he took off all swirly.
Yeah.
And when he came into land, better than some pilots landing at Heathrow.
This is where the top riders, it's when it's their mistake recovery. Stuff gets away from them very, very frequently, but they always manage to drag it back. So Karsmakers then still a creditable second, and let's be fair, Charlie Heyman at 3 seconds adrift of the DRT Kawasaki man. That is still a really good ride, and if he brings that home, I believe that will be his first MX2 podium.
Yep, by my reckoning. But obviously, somebody might be screaming, but I think that's right. I don't recall him ever finishing top 3. Look at the gap now, just suddenly.
You see how wide and dry that corner is. There's Karsmakers in second, Heyman there in third. So Karsmakers can't ease off.
Definitely not.
He's got work to do still. With 11:45 and 2 laps to go in this second of our MX2 races and the June Morris Foundation Under 21 Championship.
Well, if Charlie's feeling good, there's no reason for him to really try and challenge him at this stage. You know, don't just go, okay, I've got a third overall and rein it in now. There's still 11 plus 2. I get it if there's like 2 laps to go, you'd go, okay, it's my chance at a first overall. Bring it in.
Yeah.
Plenty of race time for him to still close that gap on the number 33. It's kind of holding about the same feel, like you said, you know, like around the 3 minute mark, 3 second mark, 3.5 seconds. So, yeah. The car, by the way, De Wolf has a lead of 15.4 over the fellow Dutchman.
Certainly no shock that he would be at that level. In front of it is the best of the rest. Oh, you see how dry it is there, Jeff.
I know.
Kicking up dust. And here's Heyman. He's not giving this up, you know.
Definitely
I would imagine the team are telling him that, you know, you're good for the podium. But if he can see the bloke in second, and that's going to put him second, imagine a Husqvarna 1-2 and him rolling in second behind Kaider Wolf.
Yeah.
That's a massive deal. Massive deal for him. Massive deal for the team. And obviously Kaider Wolf is going to be he's going to be none the wiser what's going on behind him, but Karsmakers, he's not going to want to give this up. Look, we've still got 10 plus 2 to go.
It'd be tough because obviously we had Dunson there in third in the opening moto and Charlie got a 4th. So even if he overtakes Karsmakers and Kai finishes third, I think Karsmakers would still get the second overall, just because Charlie had the 4th in that first moto. But that's not to say
it was a yes, you're right.
Not
Jeff,
to say like, don't try to overtake him because of that.
It isn't going to make any difference.
But it won't make a difference to the overall result unless he went on to catch the Wolf. Highly unlikely.
Yeah, not going to happen, is it? But anyway, it's still a great day. Let's hope that Charlie can bring that home. We saw this from Ollie Colmer last time at Blacksall, and that went pear-shaped fairly quickly. But the man, he is close. He's still there, isn't he?
Yeah,
I think he's up there.
I think he's got a bit closer that lap.
He's economical with his movement, and he doesn't look like he's labouring anywhere. He's got to find his way through the traffic. Again, props to Glenn McCormack sitting there in 5th, 5'8". That might give him 5th overall, you know.
So I'm not sure what happened to Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph. He went as far down as 32nd, 31st. He's now he's circulating. He hasn't pulled out. He's now moved up to 28th, but still out of the points.
Okay, so maybe just well, like I say, looking at all of that flattened ground as we went down into the bottom loop, I think that it's fair to say that somebody had been on the floor there, and it wouldn't be too much of a leap of faith to assume that it was the 441 Dirt Store Triumph. As Cars Makers gets over, but he's not.
Not as clean as Heyman. Beautiful, straight lining through there.
This is going to come out. Okay, so it was 4 seconds last time by. I'm expecting that it's not. If it's gone out, it isn't by much.
Oh,
you know,
no, that's not. That's definitely got. He's half the gap this lap. Got beautiful technique. Looks
that
good.
was really nice.
Really nice. And again, just picked up the front wheel a little bit over that bit. Yeah, this gap's going to come down. I would guess it's under 2 seconds now, or borderline. So he's got a half the decifit here.
2.2, Jeff. So
yeah, so
right.
Christ, yeah, nearly, not quite.
So still interest at the front of this one, and whilst, like you say, it will not affect the overall result, it's certainly a feather in the cap for Charlie Heyman. His highest ever moto position, as far as I am aware, and the gap to back to Ben Musto.
Yeah, they've really checked out.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the gap on your screen there. They were long gone round that other corner. It's 14 seconds.
Yeah,
between Heyman and Musto, and then off the lead, Musto's basically fought about 38 seconds off the actual race leader.
Yeah, so been stretched out at the front. But right down in the waves there on the opposite direction. Not sure who that was. There is Heyman. Just, like I say, he's really starting to get to grips with that Husky this year. Does look like he's lost a little bit of time because that gap has gone out again. And maybe just a mistake over the far side of the circuit. Or maybe it was just a bad lap from Cars Makers, didn't get over something down the back.
Quite possibly, Phil, yeah, because he's, like you said, he's...
Yeah, that's gone back out quite considerably, and Charlie's not... Charlie's...
Yeah, he lost...
With 6 minutes to go, I think you give this one up. You've got a long way back to Ben Musto, and you take what's on offer.
And I think you're right, Phil. You know, if the dangling carrot was, if you got past Cars Makers, you're going to get third overall, or second overall, sorry, you'd roll a dice. He's not going to gain anything regardless of obviously the points, but not the overall position. So I do exactly that. You know, when you've got the opportunity to get on, top 3 MX2 for the first time, take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this is going to end up with the under-21 championship, but he's only 2 points behind Ben Musto, and obviously Musto is just behind him in this one and finished just behind one other place behind him. So I think he might just nip past Musto.
He will.
And it's whether he's got enough to overhaul Billy Askew. It's going to be tight. Whatever happens, it's going to be a handful of points between the top 3, no matter which one's first, second or third.
Oh, it's definitely all going to tighten up, not only in the Jude Morris Racing Foundation under-21 championship, but also MX2. You know, we're going to see a new championship leader, which should be Billy Askew, just about. But Ben Musto and Charlie Heyman have now put themselves a bit more in the mix for the MX2 title.
How are we looking for the battle with Callum Mitchell? Is that still fairly tight, or have they...
So the gap is it's very tight back there between Doonson, Mitchell and Nichols. There's 1 second between each of them, so there's only 3 seconds apart. So maybe we can pick up on that. The battle, there's some very intense racing going on for 7th, 8th and 9th. So we're going to try and get our camera crew out there to pick up on that race going on, because, as I said, that is, in fact, honestly, like, it is so tight. Beyond that as well, like Stevenson, they're all. I'm just waiting for the screen to refresh. Look at the gaps here, Phil. There's only there's only 1 second for each rider. Wow. From 6th to 16th, that there is no more than a 2-second gap between each rider.
Well,
that's
where we need
nuts.
That's where we're trying to get, but obviously 4 cameras here at Preston Docks. Difficult to switch from one to the other without losing the run of the race.
It's opened up a bit more now, but certainly between those other riders, that was maybe where it's just refreshed. The timing, maybe a bit of a glitch there. ACU is up to 27th, but still not in the points. Yeah, so you've got Dunson 574, Mitchell 32, Nichols 45, and Stevenson. There is basically about 5 seconds separate those 4 riders.
Yeah, so this is the battle here.
So there we go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Werner.
There's Dunson. There's Nichols.
So this is the battle on track.
And not far behind will be Gav Stevenson coming in a shot in a minute. Oh, he's lost a bit of ground though, I think now.
So 3-rider battle then as they come across the line.
Yeah. So you've got the 2.
So it looks like we've lost
Gabriel SS24 riders.
Mitchell.
Yeah. So yeah, there you go. This is super tight stuff. But you've got the as I just mentioned, you've got the Gabriel SS24, 2 team riders going at it, and then you've got Nichols coming on strong right behind them.
Yeah. So here's Jake then, and Josh Vale. So they're just they're having a good battle. So the veteran of the class and Josh Vale, and then the battle coming up, the waves on the other side, so we can pick us through the other camera. We'll pick that up. That is the battle between Werner Dunson, and I think it's going to be Glenn McCormack. Here they are, look, coming up the hill now. So 3 riders line astern.
Just let you know, De Wolf has got his lead out to 20 seconds, just slowly keeping edging away. He's not going any quicker now. He is kind of bringing it in.
In fact, that's the 38 of Gav Stevenson, so it's Stevenson and Vale. Callum Mitchell then has now dropped to 11th, but there he is on the Triumph coming through there.
I would say other than that, the top 5 or 6 have all kind of settled in.
They have indeed.
I don't see much changing in that unless somebody makes a mistake. So this is probably the closest battle we've got on track, certainly within the top 10. Vale going up the inside, he's going to run him. Not quite. Little bit of a... I'm here. Just a little tap to let you know.
He plugged a little bit in the corner there, didn't he, Gav Stevenson? And Vale just... there's the battle coming through the waves, look here. So this is Dunson coming towards us. This is all of these guys, so that's the battle just in front, but this is Vale.
Yeah, Nichols just got held up there. Did you see that? He couldn't do the jump.
Fantic smoking still. Time to worry is when it stops smoking.
But it was doing that in the first race as well, so... just clogged radiators. He's going to go around the outside here. Now Gav sees him. Who was that on the inside there?
It wasn't Charlie Heyman, although it could have been, because Charlie's still showing as 3rd. So, is a white bike? I don't believe it is.
No, yeah, because Heyman's in that flow kit. He's in the brighter coloured kit. So, yeah, that was a nice move from Vale. Again, patient. We saw him pretty patient in the first race, actually, where he kind of could have ran it in there and just bided his time. Keeping himself out of risk, and the other rider he was racing. That looks like Charlie Heyman going through the shot there. Is it? Maybe, yeah.
These berms getting really nice now for these guys.
They are, but they're also getting to the point where it's just tiring to ride them. Yeah, but the track forming really well. We've the rain has actually, I would say, helped the track a bit. Obviously not so nice for the spectators that have come out. They've had to bring their brollies, but regardless of the track, it's been good, Phil.
Yeah, he's Dunson then. Nichols, this is the other battle. Vale's closing in on as well. So time is up. So,
Yeah, there's Guillaume Dusson on screen. There is Josh Vell trying to chase him down. So he's actually closing on him pretty quick. Or was that Nichols? Sorry, that might be Nichols. Yeah. That's Gav Stevenson in the all red. He is now in 10th, just propping up the top 10. Callum Mitchell just dropped off a little bit. There's our race leader over the other side of the circuit.
Yeah,
he's on his, 2 to go now, isn't it? He's already, next lap round will be 1 to go for.
Well, I'm not sure. I think he might have just got across the line. We'll wait and see. We'll know when we get there, because he'll either have 2 boards in his hand or 1 board and a flag. But we will enjoy the final few. Oh, did you see that at the back? I did. We'll enjoy the final few laps of Kyder Wolf here at Preston Docks in this MX2 Race 2. It's been a clinic that he's put on. I'm sure the fans have enjoyed it. He's enjoyed riding, Jeff, I know that. Decided not to give it the big send over there. Just I've got this covered. I just need to get myself on the plane now.
It's unusual, wasn't it? That must be so whooped out for him not to do that.
Yeah, but if he's just got out of gone out of kilter a little bit,
yeah,
he's gone up the face. He's just gone. Yeah, do you know what? I don't need to do this.
He keeps looking down at the side a couple of times there at the side of his bike. I don't know. Maybe that might be a reason, as he could be. You never know. He might have a little bit of a technical issue that's stopping him doing some of these jumps. It might even be. He was looking down at the left side, which is his gear lever side. Wonder if he might be sort of stuck in a gear or something. Might be, you know.
Obviously on the floor or something. So let's have a look, see what we've got this time.
Not so bad this time.
I think that's 2 laps to go, because there was a 1 lap to go board. But it has been a sublime performance from the current world champion, and we are honoured to have him come and grace our British Championship on the K-Tech Tower there. It's Kyder Wolf then leading from Kai Karsmakers, 2:09 from Karsmakers on the last lap. Heyman still in 3rd, Busto 4th. A great ride from Glenn McCormack in 5th. Pretty sure that's going to be his best result of his championship so far. And it's Doomson, Nichols, Werner, Vale, and a good 10th place from Gav Stevenson. Should he be able to bring that home?
Did you see the leg swag there from Cars Makers? It was a bit like Bob Hanna at Unadilla, that famous shot.
Yes.
He had that going on. I have to say, though, the world champ, on a personal level, I do like watching him ride. I'm really looking forward to watching him. You know, I don't know if they've announced the Dutch team yet for the Motocross of Nations, but you'd assume that he's going to be in it.
They're in a strong position with him. If Jeffrey's back to fitness and Glenn Colden-off, can you say that they're not in with a chance? If both of those guys hit their marks and Glenn Colden-off does his usual Glenn Colden-off at the MX of Nations.
And he's done it in America before. Obviously, he went 1-1 at, at
Redbud, didn't he?
You know, there's certainly an MX of Nations contender championship winning team, but I'm really looking forward to watching him ride over there on that Ironman circuit. It's going to be good.
Still getting over the doubles down the back stretch.
Just to highlight on that very quickly, Phil, by the way, if you want to support the British Team GB team, hasn't been announced yet, get on their socials. Remember, buy the merch. There's some Team GB merch coming out soon and whatever. Just keep following them on there. You'll find them. Team GB MXON official, I think it is their Instagram account. And by buying some Team GB merch, you're contributing to our British team when it's selected, which I don't know when that is.
There's the checkered flag then, Jeff.
Oh, I better go.
Yes, you're down there. We're a lap adrift. So checkered flag then for Kyder Wolf. We were thrown a crippler then by the flagman. We thought we'd still got 1 to go, but we can't see the other side of the boards, obviously. But a fantastic result then. There comes Kai Karsmakers. He's home in 2nd, and I think that's Charlie Heyman just running wide, and he's going to have a big whip there. And the 422, the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna rider, he will make it a 2nd Husqvarna on the podium. And a great result for him. And here's the battle. They come to the line. Oh, it's all getting a bit. Oh, that's tight. Oh, that is tight. I'm not quite sure who got it over the line. Let's have a look. Waiting for our live timing to update. I know we've still only got the top 3, so those boys were a lap down and they're still battling for points. So 4th across the line, Ben Musto, a great result then for the AC United Gas rider. That's going to be close to his best result of the season. And then it's McCormack, Doonson then comes home in 6th, Jake Nichols in 7th, then it should be Max Werner, Josh Vale, and a good 10th place for Gav Stevenson. Billy Askew showing 36, so a disaster of a day for the Dirt Store Triumph team on all fronts. No Tommy Searle, and Billy Askew having a bit of a mare. I'm going to have to try and pull something. The only light at the end of the tunnel was the great performance in MX1 from Joel Rizzi. So Tyler Hooley comes across the line in 11th. That's his best result of the championship so far. We're going to throw to a quick ad break, and hopefully Jeff will be down there in winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, we are here with Akida Wolf, another emphatic performance. Did you enjoy that? I mean, the weather's turned bad, but I don't think that really affected you. Look like you had a lot of fun out there, bouncing around the circuit.
Yeah, amazing day. Really enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun. So yeah, hopefully can be back in the future.
That would be really cool. How did you find it? You know, the whole thing, the venue, the whole experience of racing the British Championship. Have we done enough to entice you back to another one?
Yeah, definitely. The track was amazing. Yeah, like I said, enjoyed every single second out there. Had a lot of fun with the bike, and yeah, had a good day.
Good stuff. Well, if you want to move out, let's start. We're going to do the podium presentation in a minute. We're going to keep this rolling. Who can I speak to next? There's a bit of a chaos down here. Let's bring in Guy. Do you want to come in? Let's bring in second place rider. We're actually going to do these interviews now because we haven't got much time before we get to the Pico MX1 class. A good debut, I think it's fair to say, on the Kawasaki, on the DRT Dixon racing machine. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I enjoyed riding. The track was quite gnarly, second motor, not so heavy, but like hard places underneath. I got a little bit of arm pump, but no, I was more happy with this first moto. But overall, 2-2 is for second overall. On the first day on this bike, it's not too bad, I think.
And how is the bike? I mean, you know, the brand or whatever, did you feel, clearly you felt good, comfortable on it. So are you pleased with how that went? And as we said, are you going to be speaking to Steve now after this event, say, come on, I want to do some more?
Yeah, I think so. We need to have a meeting maybe. But no, the bike is very good. I just brought my own suspension to here, so I feel directly comfortable. So no, it was good.
As we said, it's great to have you back. If you want to go and get ready for the podium presentation, we're bringing one more. Can we bring in Charlie over there? Charlie, do you want to come on in? So that was a solid. I mean, you're dripping with water or sweat. I mean, we were out there watching the action, and we were going. You were pushing on, trying to get Kai there, but at the same point, it wouldn't have really affected the overall. Was you acutely aware of that?
Yeah, I kind of knew, like, in my own head, and the pit board told me where I needed to be on the podium. But I was like, I'll have a go. So halfway, I was like, just pushing, and then I was like, he pulled away a bit. I hit a few back markers, so it's like. Just settle down and kind of use my head and get on the podium. So just really happy, like everything seems to be coming together. Team's mega, all my sponsors, like, big thank you to everyone. So
I'm glad you said that, because we brought it out in commentary about how this transition from being a youth rider to pro, it's not a straightforward job, is it? And it takes time to get there. And it really feels like for us watching that it's all starting to come together. Maybe those trips to America has helped your confidence as well?
Definitely, like, training with the team, going to America, racing in America, like, it all helps big time. But it kind of, yeah, it's been a few years, like, quite a tough few years. I've had a few injuries and everything, but like the last month or so, it's kind of really come together, and the confidence as well. Like, I just feel like I belong up front now as well, which I used to always be up front in the youth, so it's nice.
Good stuff. Well, you can get yourself ready for the podium. We're going to do that right now. I think Roger's going to do this, so we're going to go to a quick advert. When you come back, if there's time, we'll actually show you the podium presentation. Don't go too far away. I'd use both of them.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. Ride.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have the podium presentation for the MX2 class, and what a race it's been so far today. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charlie Heyman. And in second, on his debut for the team, it's riding for the DRT Castlemakers, ladies and gentlemen, for DRT Kawasaki. But no doubting our winner, riding for Nestan Husqvarna Factory Racing, our current world champion, ladies and gentlemen, Kai de Wolf.
Do you want to
Who's red plate?
Really? Call it. Yes, call it.
And our red plate, ladies and gentlemen, well, this is definitely a surprise. He's walking around here today, not racing, but he's still got the red plate. It is Tommy Searle, ladies and gentlemen. So Tommy is coming down towards us now. I'm sure he didn't expect this, but he is still by 1 point our series leader. Here he comes, fully prepared, but there we are. Tommy Searle, you still got the red plate without even riding.
Okay, so there you go. That is the MX2 done here today. Tommy was really surprised by that, keeping hold of his red plate. Great stuff from all these guys. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to go back on the track action now for the Apico MX1 class, the final race of the day. All eyes on the start for this final moto here at round 4 here at Preston.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another level, above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another level, above me.
Right, so here we go then. Right at the gate drop of our final race of the day. Away they go. Let's see who's going to make the gate. Who's going to make the charge down the inside. And it looks like it's the. It looks like it might be Gilbert. In fact, it's not. Is that Jamie Carpenter? We've got somebody down in the first turn. That looks like that might be Carlton Husband. It is Husband down in the first turn. Let's see who that is. No, it is the 326 again of Josh Gilbert. So Gilbert takes the whole shot from the 811 of Adam Sterry as they make their way through the Apico waves for the first time. Let's see if Gilbert can redeem himself. Not seeing the red plate there in third either, so that looks like that might be Gilbert's teammate there, the 212 of John Adamson in third. Looks like it was Muse in fourth, Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill there in fifth as the rest of the field stream through on this opening lap of our final Apico MX1. Second race, they come through the waves and it's Sterry around the outside. Lovely pass. Looks like Muse has moved through to third. The rest of the field coming through. Grimshaw well up. Everybody safely through, but it is the pair, Adam Sterry. The Welshman leading for the second time today as they come across these across the doubles, nicely over the first one, nicely over the second one. Conrad there in the background in third, but it is going to be Adam Sterry that leads across the line. So he Planet Moto first lap leader for the second time. Is it the second time today? Yes, I think it was, because obviously we had a restart, didn't we? I'm not quite sure how we got that. We got more than... Did we get a first race start? No, we didn't. So, yeah, it was the restart. And he did, because Josh Gilbert went down on the first lap. So, Planet Moto first lap leader and another 5 points for the Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry.
Yeah, and he's already just, I saw him looking behind, just thinking, right, and obviously checking, I would imagine, where Conrad Muse is. Seeing that Conrad's back there, well, he's now in third. He was in fourth at that time, but he's managed to pick off Taylor Hamill in the meantime.
It was actually John Adamson that was there in fourth, Jeff, so he picked off Adamson and Hamill and Purdon have both managed to...
he's gone past all of them, yeah.
He managed to sneak past the Scotsman, so I'm not quite sure what happened, but he was there in third briefly. Both of the Lexa MX Hondas in the top three.
I just saw, credit to him, Tony Craig in the top 10.
Yeah.
The Scotsman trying to come back to fitness at the ripe old age of, what did he tell me he was, 32 or something like 33? I'm like, God, you're chicken.
I saw him out there earlier. I'm like, is that who I think it is? And I'm looking the programme. It certainly is.
So I had a chat with him yesterday, and he's like, I'm trying to. The only way you can get fit is to come to these British Championships and get your speed up.
You've got to ride yourself into fitness. I always doubt I've need a few more weeks and then I'll be ready. You just need to come and have a go, and you go as long as you can, as fast as you can, for as long as you can, and then the fitness comes back. It's so difficult.
A top end level for sure. Yeah, so good to see Tony in there. I said we'd give him a name check if we saw him, and we definitely have. Inside the top 10. Go on.
Yeah, good to see him back. And obviously, it's been a bit of a messy day from a timing point of view as we watch Conrad Muse try and find his way past Josh Gilbert. Gilbert moves to the outside, and of
course,
Conrad's just going to nip up the inside and make a nice clean pass.
Former teammates, of course.
They were.
They know each other well, regards of on-track activity.
But Gilbert then moving teams, obviously the option to do GPs with Lexa against Stain and just doing a domestic campaign with the Crendon True 7 Honda team, I think influenced his decision.
Definitely. Props to Chris at Lexa. Invested heavily into the sport, loves it. You know, it's not, yes, of course they got the big rig, it all looks great in the paddock, but there's more to it than that. It's not just a big truck.
No.
They are investing in the team, in the structure, the tuning of the bikes, all those things.
And the thing with those big rigs, and obviously whilst it's a nice unit, they are not as expensive as they used to be.
I stand corrected. I thought I called it a bit young. Yes, 39 years of age Tony Craig is, not 32, so I'm giving him a disjustice there. He's still the right side of 40.
Is he a Scotsman?
It's a Scotsman, so thanks to Morton.
So he's the Scottish Tony Collaroli.
Yes.
He is.
Yeah, he's got plenty left in the tank.
He has, hasn't he? But always been a good rider, and remember commentating on him many years ago in the Masters, and he was a good performer there. So Tristan Purdon then all over at the back of Taylor Hamill. In fact, he's passed him, so Purdon is up to 4th on that lap. The man who was seemed a bit disappointed in his speed in that first one, even though he managed to come home in 3rd place. But he's there in 4th, and this will cement his podium position for the weekend as it stands at the moment. But as it stands with 19 and a bit plus 2 to go, it's Adam Sterry in the box seat, and we'll see what the gap is as they come across the line next time by. Everybody looking for lines, trying to miss all the kickers. A little bit of a moment there for Purdon on that SC Sport Homes Husky. That's a nice line through there.
Yeah, that was nicely done, all of that. The way he rolled on the throttle really well there. Again, that's one of my favourite jumps on the track. It's not even that big. But the way it sets up the corner before the finish, they all keep it low, and you come down, and it forms quite nice bumps coming down there. Nice bit of course design. You don't always need big jumps for them to be technical.
No, it's very easy to go too big with the jumps and just take the ability to finesse them out of it. But this is where you see the track that leads both of these guys, feet on the footrest all the way around. Taylor Hamill again having another great ride on that 450 DRT Kawasaki. There's Adamson. The gap at the front last time by almost 5 seconds from Sterry back to Conrad Muse, Jeff. So Adam's got a little bit of a breathing room there. Yeah, but I do feel that we ought to go back and have a look and see what that is next time by, as though as Purdon starts to close in on Josh Gilbert.
He said about his suspension, close it in? Oh, look at that. He didn't waste any time there.
I do not know what happened there, whether Gilbert just got himself a bit stood up in the corner and just had a bit of balance loss, but Purdon did not need a second invitation, did he? And that's SC Sport Homes Husky whipping through.
Didn't he ever?
Yeah, the gap, just see it in the background there between Sterry and Conrad Muse, looking like it is still around the 4 second mark. Certainly no closer than they appeared when they went across the line last time. If that gap starts to close down, we need to go back, because we've been caught out with this one before, where Conrad suddenly gets a turn of speed and pulls 3 seconds a lap back.
Interestingly, let's see if he does, because right now the Phoenix tools fastest lap of the race as it stands is set by Adam Sterry with a 1:59.263.
So what were the lap times last time by, Jeff?
So last time around, Conrad got it down to a 1:59.3, and Adam was on 2 minutes 1.
So it's come down 2 seconds. So it's down to 3 seconds.
So he's taken a little chunk out of him there. Is that Preston there? Was he wiping his goggles there? I couldn't quite make that out. Or where he was, looked like he was wiping his goggles. Surely he's not out of, is he running roll-offs or laminates? I'm not sure what the rule is in here. Some tracks, of course, we don't have it, so you can run tear-offs or laminates. I can't remember what we got going on here. But it looked like he was wiping his goggles there. See the wet moisture in the air. And we had a bit of rain and the wet standstick. Yeah, look at this. So see Conrad closing in the background. Adam knows at the speed he's got up those Moto Verde rollers, that's where he's gaining a load of time. That has come down very quickly in the space of a lap.
They've caught us out like this before, these pair, and it's more the fact that Conrad just finds a turn of speed where he needs it, doesn't panic early on, and Adam is, running decent pace. But Conrad closing in there, he is in the background on that Crendon True 7 Honda. And, I think it's a little bit of blood in the water maybe, that Adam Sterry knows he's coming. And I don't think he's going to... It's not the kind of track that whilst I don't think it's easy to pass, it's also not easy to defend.
Yeah. Valid point, Phil.
There's a couple of places where, especially up the Moto Verde waves at the back, and then down this section of track here, if you're not absolutely on point, they just ride by you. And we saw that happen earlier on.
Yeah, we did. I mean, when he passed Conrad, I'm on about, when he passed Adam in the first race, he didn't even see it coming. He just suddenly got so much momentum up those rollers, and
I think it was a small mistake from Adam, and Conrad absolutely nailed it. So Phoenix Tools fastest lap then was Adam on a 1:59.263. We'll see whether Conrad has managed to better that. And unfortunately, the Phoenix Tools, their rider was down in turn 1. Carl Husband.
Oh, good save, Adam. Could have maybe...
He's not giving this up, is he? He's having a go.
That could have been worse, but ultimately as well, hopefully he hasn't hurt his groin there, because his leg got left behind.
It did a bit, didn't it? So there's Preston in third. And we come back up the wave section, and Adam made a bit of a mistake again.
Yeah, here it comes. This is where he's just jumping over this. Look at that. There it is. Same thing. It's just the timing by Conrad going out left to right. He gets a run over that last one, where Adam's jumping off it and hitting it. Conrad's jumping over it.
But in fairness to Adam, he's got to defend the line.
Yeah.
He can't give the inside up at the bottom end of that to Conrad. He's got to ride where he's got to ride, and as a result, Conrad can go where he wants, and that's always the thing. This is one of the things where this track, it's ridden really well today, Jeff. I think with the weather that we were promised and all of that stuff, okay, it's a few grooves up the jumps there,
yeah, but that's motocross, Phil. Honestly, the track's in great condition. You know, we don't want to get into this habit. Safety, I get it, but I'll be disappointed if we get to a level where we're out there in between each block of racing, leveling all the jumps off every time.
Adam made another mistake there and didn't get across the first double very well, and the gap suddenly out to, well, it was 2 seconds across the line last time by in the favour of the 811 of Adam Sterry, and I think it's going to be about 3 seconds the other way. So those two small mistakes from Adam, well, maybe not so much, but those two small mistakes, and Conrad absolutely hitting his marks all the way around that lap, means he's taken the lead and extended it to quite a comfortable margin already.
I just think, a personal observation, this is strictly a personal observation, I just think Conrad's obviously at a place where he's just that little bit better, faster. I also think that Adam is just not quite where he wants to be with his bike setup either. That coupled with, put those two together, and we saw it at, good for a few, like half the race, but then if your bike's just not where you want it to be, it fatigues you, it tires you out a bit more.
I did hear him say on the interview that he was struggling with his setup at the British races, and I totally get that. I mean, I know guys who are pros back in the day used to say there's no point us going to practice on tracks that people like me rode on, because all the bumps are in the wrong places, and obviously the way that Adam's getting his bike set up for GPs, racing against the best in the world week in, week out, you come back to the British Championship, the riders are not quite at that level, the track's developed differently, the suspension needs to be just a little bit different for a different type of bump on the way in and the way out of the corner, and it really is that critical. The days when you could just ride around stuff like that, they're long gone.
Yeah, just looking at the lap charts here and the times, top three are really spread out now. I mean, Conrad's just suddenly opened up a 2-second gap when they crossed the line last time. That's going to probably double or more. Then you've got Tristan Purden on the SC Sports so much in kind of no man's land in a very lonely third. Quite a ways behind these guys, but, you know, comfortably ahead of then Taylor Hamill. And that's probably the best battle in the top 10 is between Hamill and Gilbert. There's only a couple of seconds in it between those two. Then there's another 5-second gap back to Adamson. Rizzi is then another 12-second back. So these MX1 riders really spread out.
Yeah, they're just, I won't say, I hate using the phrase, I'm just putting in my laps, but you've got to get in a rhythm, you've got to race the track, and sometimes that rhythm, these riders, look, these are the cream of the crop, these are the best of the best in this country, and they're in the order that they're in. We don't see many times where riders ride through from the back, unless you've got the likes of one of our top front runners go down. They've all got a lap time that they can, they know they can do for 25 minutes plus 2, and sometimes and they ride a lot more conservative at the beginning of the races, I think, and keep that pace for the entire race.
Well, let's word it like this, Phil. I think if you were like a betting man, you know, on an accumulator and guessing the result, you've got more chance of probably getting it right in MX1
without a doubt
than the 125s in MX2. That's probably a fair way of saying it.
But let's not forget, like I say, these guys have taken a long while to get to this class.
Yeah,
and a lot of people have fallen by the wayside and never made it here. And our 125 riders, there's probably going to be a handful of those that are going to make good 450 riders at the end of the day. And when they do, they're probably going to have to race against the likes of Adam Sterry and Conrad Muse, because I think they're going to still be around for quite a few years yet. And we look for a younger guard to come and push these guys towards the end of their careers. I don't think Adam Sterry's, I think he's the same age. I think he's 27, Adam. Been 450 rider now, I think, for four or five seasons. But a really, really nice economic style. And like I say, talking to his dad yesterday, really happy that the bike that he's got this year, and he got everything that he's kind of asked for to a certain extent. That was
another good save. That's what that was. The mistake was initial, but he experience made him pull out of taking on the second one, bring it all in line.
Yeah. But Tim Chambers obviously been very happy with what he's done. Expanded this year by Greg Hansen, the man that the legend that from back in the day.
I just think it's great twofold, Phil. It's great that Adam's back racing the British Championship, because, you know, a former British champion, we missed him, calibre of rider.
Yes, definitely.
And it's also brilliant that Tim's come back.
Yes.
You know, it's twofold. We got Chambers' team back and Tim part of British Championship again, and Adam. So it's a win-win for me.
And also, again, they're taking Adam to Worlds, and they're also taking Ollie Colmer to EMX. So they're getting value from their investment. You've got all this kit, you want to use it, and they're going and doing as much as they can do with the riders that they've got. And obviously Dan Thornhill doing the beach stuff for them as well. Nice people to have around the paddock. Martin Barr, 7th then. It's another decent day for him, the veteran Irishman on the Apico factory racing Honda. We've got somebody off.
We've said that about he's going to jump over his bike. Well done, Adam. Just about getting over the fallen rider's bike. Was that Chris Mills? No, I don't think it was. Yeah, that was good heads up riding. Just about saw it the last minute and picked up the front wheel and got over it. Yeah, Martin Barr, the Apico Honda team. We've got to keep Martin riding till he's probably at least 80 and get to bus pass, because we need him to do at least get it to 50 Motocross of Nations.
Yeah, he just needs to do more than Tano Leop, doesn't he?
Yeah, come on, Marty, keep it going.
But again, another man who's been really good.
It was Chris Mills. I thought it was.
All bars bent there on that 450 Yamaha. Not such a good day. Mills was really good at Blacksall. Not had such a good day today. He was decent in qualifying, but he's probably thrown it on the floor there, and that'll be a DNF for the man on the number 27.
Yeah, you didn't quite see that off screen, but we managed to see it on the other screen. And then Chris's bike is all steering going one way, handlebars going one way, wheel going the other. He'll be pulling it in.
Yeah. So 6:40 left on the clock. Our final moto of the day. Pico Factory Racing MX1, brought to you by Dirt Store and MXGB-TV. Say like and subscribe wherever you can, and you will be reminded of our content going forward. We're at all of these races this season, bringing you the best of British motocross. And MXGB-TV crew doing a fantastic job, making our job a lot easier with great pictures. So don't forget to look up the Prox Pit Pass, which drops next week with all of the details and the behind the scenes stuff that we don't get to show you on race day. And as I always say, you can't beat being at the track, but if you can't, get onto MXGB TV and we will keep you abreast of all the action. Conrad just busting out his laps. Tristan Purden going the other way. There's a massive lead. Purden in third.
Yeah, Conrad has now got the lead up to nearly 15 seconds. 5:28 on the clock, 27 you can see, plus the 2 laps. Let's not forget that. So he's got about 10 minutes left of this moto.
But yeah, I think that the way that the weather forecast was set yesterday, people have been blessed with the fact that they haven't got really properly bounced down with rain on all day. I'm sure that there's a few people decided this morning that, you know what, might we stay home and watch it on the telly, but they've been treated to a great day's race in our RFX 125 class, and our MX2 races been decent. Our 450 races have gone to form, but let's be honest, when you get to the top level of most racing, isn't that always the case? Not many surprises. But Conrad Muse then running down the laps on the Crendon True 7 Honda, and his team had a decent day. Didn't see Jamie Carpenter obviously on the gate for race 2, so hopefully he will catch a break, and he's just a little bit banged up. And again, we apologise that we can't bring you all the latest news from the circuit, but we are here in the booth pretty much non-stop. Jeff gets to go out and get a bit of fresh air to do the
they let me out once in a while.
Let you out once in a while to go and do the winner's circle stuff, but we don't get the as much info as we would like. But certainly, hopefully, Jamie Carpenter will be good enough to beat down at Langrish in a few weeks' time. What's the date for the Langrish round, Jeff?
Landrake, yeah, we're down at Landrake on the 10th of August down in Cornwall. That is the next round.
It is a fantastic track as well.
Yeah,
I really like
Phil and his team down there always do a good job. Phil Congdon.
Yeah, I've been there a couple of times in the last few years and always enjoyed it. As with everything, it's a little bit of a trek, but an hour, 2 hours, whatever. Once you're on the road, if you're down in that part of the world,
take a sickie,
motocross,
take a few days off and make it a long weekend.
Well, that's what I've been doing this year, trying to run a few of these in and a few extra days here and there. But seeing parts of the world that you normally just nip in and out of on the way to the track, and enjoying all that has to offer. So it's certainly a lovely part of the world to do that. Hopefully the people down there in the southwest and the riders down there will support it. We've been blessed with a great entry here this weekend, pretty much full lineups in RFX 125 and our MX2 Championship, and a healthy entry of quality 450 riders to back that up.
We've got watching Conrad through there, extremely confident. He went on a completely different part of the track that time. Over the right hand side, other time he was on the left hand side. No matter where he's going, he's still popping that double, both double, nice and comfortable. That's the thing when you get a sand track like this. If you haven't been on a part of the track for all race, you just, you got to have confidence to hit some of these jumps on a new line.
Yes, and this is where the skill level of these top guys certainly comes to the fore. because they are just finding lines that most other people do not see. As the 134 of Liam Knight.
Getting the blue flag, if you're new to this sport and wondering, well, what's going on there, that basically tells riders that are about to be lapped that the leader is fast approaching.
Yeah, just give them a warning that they're about to get swallowed up. The rule is generally don't do anything unpredictable. And that looks like... Right, let's have a shout out. Carlton Husband up to 10th after being on the ground and in some discomfort on lap 1.
He's a charger. He's
crept through. I've not seen him coming. He's just managed to... So Charlie Putnam on the 91, he's having another good ride. He's there in 12th, which I think 11-12. I think that's close to being as good a performance as we've seen from him at British Championship.
Yeah.
And it's a good top 10 in front of him. Joel Rizzi, 2 top 10s for him on that Dirt Store Triumph. That'll be a good confidence boost to him. John Adamson 6th after that spectacular off.
That was spectacular. But it normally is with John. When he gets off it, he doesn't have a little plop off in a corner.
No, he goes out. He's all or nothing. So Liam Knight then, who went a lap down, he's actually running in 13th, so he's well inside the points. It just goes to show you that as this race runs down to its conclusion, that the pace that Conrad Muse runs at the front is a step above. He's put 20 seconds into Adam Sterry and almost a minute into Tristan Purdon.
Well, we haven't announced the Team GB team yet. I say the Royal We. Nothing to do with me, by the way. I just like to highlight. I'm no part of making the choice. That is entirely up to Mark Chamberlain. But, you'd have to say again that Conrad's obviously a shoo-in to go and represent Team GB at Ironman. Now, his performance last year at Matterley, I think, although he doesn't race GPs and that debate rumbles on whether he should or he shouldn't, I think his performance last year at Matterley, even though he had that ankle injury he picked up from the first race, still toughed it out in the second. I'm pretty confident that Conrad could do pretty good things at Ironman.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I didn't make the Nations last year. It clashed with a race I was doing in Belgium, so we were over there. But my lad was there, and he said that's the best he'd ever. First race, he said, it was the best he'd ever seen Conrad riders. We've got a rider just pulled off to the side of the circuit there. That looked like that might have been a Fantic. I'm not sure whether that was Carlton Husband or not. I don't know.
That would be such a shocker.
No, it's too far up because he's only just got lapped by Conrad Muse, and Carlton's nowhere near that. Carlton's on the other side of the circuit. So
I think that's Dan Thornhill just ahead of the race leader.
That would make sense. We've lost somebody out of the front group somewhere. Who's gone missing, Jeff?
We have, because Dan Thornhill suddenly shot up. Joel Rizzi has gone missing.
It's Rizzi that's gone missing. So that's the white number plate. So it looked like a white rear mudguard.
Yeah.
So that's Rizzi stopped down the far side of the circuit. So his great weekend has come to a premature end, which is a shame for him. But I think if that's a mechanical issue or whatever, then he can still take something away from the weekend. His speed's been there. And that's something to build on for Landrake on that 450. So Husband then up tonight. A great 8th place from Tom Grimshaw. He's there on the back of his teammate Martin Barr. Both of the Apico boys then inside the top 10, 7th and 8th. Thornhill then 10th. Yeah, Rizzi down the 21st. So that is a shame. Nice to see that we managed to get the run through both of these, all three of these second motos without any further incidents. So 2 lap board goes out for Conrad Muse. And he is just going to bring this one home.
It's the subtle things, Phil. Are you noticing how he literally just picks the wheel up, both wheels, over the smallest little bumps? He's done that twice on that lap. He's done it coming into what would be the first corner. Literally marginal, just triggers the clutch a little bit, compresses the suspension, and just glides over a couple of bumps where others are hitting it.
This is where he saves energy. He's economical with what he's doing with the bike. It's why he looks so smooth everywhere. And I think we saw it in the corner before, where you come round the end of the start. He just doubled into there a couple of times on the final couple of laps over a little braking bump, and you're just like, it's just so nice.
All that through there, that was absolutely beautiful. It's probably the cleanest, although he didn't get over the jump at the end, but that's because the track's just got that rough.
He's just riding this in now, not taking any risk. He's lapped up to Here's Dan Thornhill now in 9th, Liam Knight 10th, Charlie Putnam 11th.
All of that. That's just, you could just keep it on Conrad and look, just admire.
Tom Murphy in 12 points for him. Callum Green, Travis Steele's having a good run. Tony Craig 15th, points for him. Josh Canton 16th, points for him. And these are guys, Josh Canton travels from I think it's Haverfordwest in South Wales. That's almost America.
That road goes on and on.
That's almost America to me.
You get the Swansea and you think you're doing well, and then it just goes on and on there all the way down to Pembrokeshire. So fair play to him for doing that journey every time.
He's not going to be home today, that's a certainty.
And of course all our Irish and Scottish riders that travel all around, particularly the Irish guys that have to take a ferry every time. Big up to them.
Yeah.
It's here, he just pops over and he changed his line a little bit there. But it doesn't matter anyway, because what's his 20-second lead? Right, I'm going to get out there with Roger to do this final winner's circle, and I would imagine we're going to be speaking to Conrad Muse.
I would say that that's pretty much the way things are going to be. So Jeff makes his way down to the winner's circle, which obviously isn't really a circle; it's just a board. But it's a metaphoric circle. And joining our on-circuit commentator, MC Roger Warren, who's been MCing the on-track activities. Conrad then for the final time down the far end of this circuit. It would have been nice to have had a camera. Look, we've done 4. We do great coverage here at MXGB-TV. 4 cameras is what we have the budget to do. That extra camera and the extra body and the extra processing, just a little bit. Some of the tracks, it doesn't actually give you that much of an advantage. There's always going to be a little bit that's blind. But watching Conrad come up through there lap after lap, absolutely fantastic. So I hope you've enjoyed our coverage here this weekend. Despite the race stoppages, we're running a little bit behind schedule, but it is what it is. We got all the races in, which is what we came to do. And a massive thank you to all of our crew here, the crew at MXGB and the ACU, and all of our sponsors who allow you to watch this live stream for free on MXGB-TV and FIM-Moto TV. It's Conrad then just closing in. I think that Tom Grimshaw, if he knows that Conrad's behind him, he's going to look over his shoulder and go, after you, mate, I don't want to go round here another lap. But a good return for Tom Grimshaw. He's been out for the first 3 rounds of the championship and riding himself back into fitness. I chatted with him at Blacksall and he was keen to come back and enjoy his 450 again. Said it's been a long while out of the saddle and he was struggling with sitting at home. But here comes Conrad Muse. He will take victory. He will go 1-1. He will retain his 100% record. 200 points in the championship. It will be Adam Sterry that will come across the line in second on the Chambers KTM. He is going to be 20 seconds adrift, and he knows he's got he's got work to do. I think that he acknowledges that Conrad's just on a different level at the minute, and rather than throw himself up the track trying to do something that maybe he's not quite at that point of doing, he's going to carry on plugging away at GPs and doing as well as he can there. I'd say coming off a career weekend, 3rd place for Tristan Purdon, goggles round his arm, so he was struggling with the vision early on. At the end too, a decent day's racing here at Preston Docks, and all the staff at Preston Docks MX, thank you for making us welcome. This is Purdon, I think, coming in. That was one of our was lap down. No, wave back from Purdon. So Purdon comes across the line to take 3rd. It was almost a minute down at the end, but that says more. Oh, it was Carlton Husband. We've got Carlton Husband down in 21st. So he's gone missing. So we've lost quite a few people on that final circuit. So Purdon 3rd, Hamill 4th, Gilbert will be 5th, Adamson 6th, Martin Barr number 50 on the Apico Honda will come across the line in 7th, and 8th place should be Tom Grimshaw. Ninth will be Dan Thornhill, and 10th, and already across the line, is Liam Knight. We're going to throw to a commercial break, and we'll be back with Jeff and Rog down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
MX1 podium, ladies and gentlemen, here at Preston Docks, round 4 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. In third position, ladies and gentlemen, Tristan Purden. And in second place, riding for the Chambers KTM squad, it is Adam Sterry. But no doubting our winner, another perfect score, another perfect day, riding for the Crendon True 7 Honda team, ladies and gentlemen. Our winner here at Preston Docks is Conrad Muse. And the red plate stays firmly attached to the Crendon True 7 Honda, ladies and gentlemen. Our red plate holder going into the next round, Conrad Muse.
Good stuff. Okay, let's grab a word with some of these riders, top three. Tristan, we spoke to you after the first race. You said you like the sand, but we're trying to bridge this gap to these guys. Again, charging on, but by the time you get into the groove, big gap to try and chase back. Are you overall happy with the result, or still want more?
Still want more, but it was a good day. Just I need to work on my starts. That's my weak point, and if I can start with him and get the toe. But the beginning of this race was a lot better for me. I was awake and was making good moves, and then I just jumped off the back and then on a big tractor tire and went over the bars. I was lucky I got up and still in third and just nursed it home. So lucky to be on the podium with that one. But yeah, good day, and thanks to the team and everyone that's behind me, and bring on the next one.
Keep it rolling. Well done. Congratulations. Let's move around and speak to Adam. Adam, we spoke again, first race you had a boot issue. This time the boot stayed on. You didn't have to fight that. But again, it's, led some laps. We could still see, I think you're still, saying about your bike setup and getting, it's maybe just putting you off a little bit. But another solid day in the office.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's hard to be disappointed with 2-2 at the British Championship, but I keep working. Congratulations to Conrad, he's riding unbelievable at the moment, and I wanted to get past Josh early in that race and sprint some 5 laps, and yeah, I sprinted and he was coming a little bit, and then he got me, and then unfortunately I missed the double on the lap that he passed me, and yeah, that was it. I lost the toe, I couldn't see him anymore, but congratulations to him, and we'll keep working.
Keep going for it. Well done. I know everybody here as well. One more time, round of applause for the red plate winner on the day, Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Honda. We're going to have to rename this section of track over here because you really do like that bit. Again, you got the move done on up there. How was that out there for you? Again, just churning out the laps, going to the distance, time against the stopwatch. That's what it looked like anyway.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. Got off to a good start again and just tried to settle into it, I didn't want to get caught in the mayhem at the start and people everywhere, so settled into it, got into second. Adam had a bit of a gap and he was sprinting, man. He was he was pushing on, so I was pushing to catch him, and I could see it a little bit, only minor, and I think it was just that sand section at the back, you have to use a lot of energy just to get on top of the rollers, but once you're on top, you're through then, and I think that was where I was making the time up, but no, he rode fantastic, he pushed me in that one, and yeah, good job to Tristan too, and yeah, 3 of us on the podium again. It's nice.
It is good. There you go. There's your top 3. I'll move out of the way so we can get the shot. Just want to say thank you to everybody that's coming out that's still here at the event. Thanks for that. Thanks for your support. And also everybody that is watching at home. Thanks for tuning in to the live stream courtesy of Dirt Store MXGB-TV. We're going to see you. We're going to get these guys out of the way. I'm going to move in. So we are going to be back on August the 10th down at Landrake. Make sure you're there if you're in the vicinity. It's well worth a trip down there to Cornwall. Brilliant circuit. Really looking forward to that. Again, the championship rolls on. We're at the halfway point. It's all looking good. So far, so good. Yes, we had a bit of rain today, but the track was really good. Prime conditions. So hope you enjoyed it. Keep enjoying us, what we're doing on the social media. Don't forget to like and subscribe every time you watch on YouTube and all our social media. Let's keep growing this championship. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. We'll see you down at Landrake on August 10th.